The chains burn against his flesh. The blood of gods stains his hands. A Spartan warrior who became the destroyer of Olympus itself. A father haunted by the screams of his own children. From the burning sands of ancient Greece to the frozen realms of Norse mythology, this is the complete saga of Kratos, the Ghost of Sparta. But before he was a god-killer, before he wielded the power to topple Mount Olympus, there was a moment, a single desperate choice on a battlefield where death seemed certain, a choice that would damn his soul and set in motion the destruction of the entire Greek pantheon. Tonight, discover how one man's bargain with the god of war would lead to the most tragic betrayal in mythology, how a loving father became the monster that gods themselves learned to fear. This is the entire story of Kratos, told in its complete chronological order, perfect for drifting into peaceful sleep. But first, you must witness the moment that changed everything, the moment when victory came at the ultimate price. Long before the modern world, when gods walked among mortals and myths were living truth, the ancient world of Greece thrived under the watchful eyes of the Olympian pantheon. High atop Mount Olympus, Zeus ruled as king of the gods, while his brothers Poseidon and Hades controlled the seas and underworld respectively. In this world of divine politics and immortal scheming, mortals served as both pawns and entertainment for beings of unfathomable power. The gods demanded worship, sacrifice, and absolute obedience. They granted boons to those who pleased them and delivered terrible punishments to those who dared defy their will. Among the most warlike of these deities stood Ares, the god of war himself. Unlike his sister Athena, who represented the strategic aspects of warfare, Ares embodied pure, savage combat. He delighted in bloodshed, chaos, and the screams of the battlefield. Where armies clashed, Ares was never far behind, feeding on the violence and death that mortals inflicted upon each other. Below the realm of the gods, the city-state of Sparta had risen to become the most feared military power in all of Greece. Their warriors were trained from birth to know no fear, to show no mercy, and to die with honor rather than retreat in shame. The Spartan phalanx was unbreakable, their bronze shields gleaming like mirrors in the Mediterranean sun, their spears striking with deadly precision. Leading these legendary warriors was a general whose name would echo through the ages, though for reasons far darker than anyone could imagine. This was a man who embodied everything Sparta represented: strength, courage, tactical brilliance, and an absolute refusal to accept defeat. His red war paint struck fear into enemy hearts, and his voice could rally his men through the most desperate battles. But even the mightiest of mortals could find themselves facing impossible odds. Even Sparta's greatest could be brought to the brink of annihilation when confronted by enemies that seemed endless as the stars themselves. In the blood-soaked annals of ancient warfare, few names commanded the respect and terror that followed Kratos across every battlefield. Standing head and shoulders above his fellow Spartans, his presence alone could turn the tide of battle before a single spear was thrown. The red war paint that adorned his face had become as legendary as the bronze of Spartan shields, a crimson mask that enemy soldiers would see in their final moments. Kratos had earned his position through decades of relentless campaigning. While other generals relied on politics and family connections, he had clawed his way to prominence through sheer brutality and tactical genius. His understanding of warfare transcended mere strategy. He possessed an almost supernatural ability to read the flow of battle, to sense weakness in enemy formations, and to exploit every advantage with ruthless efficiency. The Spartan military machine had produced many legendary warriors, but none quite like him. Where others followed the rigid disciplines of their training, Kratos brought something more primal to combat. There was a fury that burned within him, a hunger for victory that went beyond mere patriotic duty. His soldiers recognized this quality and followed him with the kind of devotion usually reserved for gods. Under his command, The Spartan armies had expanded their territory far beyond what anyone thought possible. City after city had fallen to his strategic brilliance. Coastal settlements that had never known the sound of Spartan war cries found themselves under siege by forces that moved with inhuman precision. Kratos had transformed warfare from a clash of armies into an art form of destruction. But success on such a scale inevitably attracted powerful enemies. The barbarian tribes of the north had begun to unite under a single banner, their numbers swelling like a tide of iron and fury. These were not the civilized armies that Sparta had grown accustomed to defeating. These warriors fought with the desperation of men who had nothing left to lose, and their shamans spoke of ancient magics that could turn the very earth against their enemies. The reports that reached Kratos painted a picture of an enemy unlike any he had faced. Thousands upon thousands of warriors, their bodies painted with symbols that seemed to writhe in torchlight. They carried weapons forged from metals unknown to Greek smiths, and their war chants could allegedly drive men mad with terror. Most disturbing of all were the stories of their leader, a giant of a man who claimed to have been blessed by gods older than Zeus himself. As spring gave way to summer, the inevitable confrontation approached. Kratos had spent months preparing his forces, drilling them in new formations, designed specifically to counter the barbarian horde's chaotic fighting style. He had consulted with every military mind in Sparta, studied every scroll that detailed northern fighting techniques, and even captured enemy scouts to learn their tactics firsthand. Yet despite all his preparation, a growing sense of unease had begun to gnaw at him. The intelligence reports were inconsistent, painting a picture of an enemy that seemed to defy logical military assessment. Some scouts reported seeing the same barbarian chief in multiple locations simultaneously. Others spoke of weapons that glowed with their own light and armor that seemed to repair itself after battle. The night before the final march, Kratos stood alone atop the walls of Sparta, looking north toward the distant mountains where his destiny awaited. The city below slept peacefully, its citizens secure in their faith that their greatest general would return victorious as he always had. Children dreamed of growing up to serve in his armies, while their mothers prayed to Athena for his safe return. But Kratos felt something he had never experienced before in all his years of warfare. For the first time in his life, he was genuinely uncertain about the outcome of a battle. The barbarian horde represented more than just another military challenge. It was a force of nature, a tsunami of violence that threatened to wash away everything he had built. The march north took 3 days, and with each mile, the signs grew more ominous. The very landscape seemed to reflect the approaching conflict. Trees that should have been green with summer growth stood withered and black. Streams ran red with what could have been iron deposits or something far more sinister. Even the birds had abandoned this stretch of countryside, leaving behind a silence that pressed against the ears like physical weight. His scouts reported that the enemy had chosen their ground well. The barbarians had positioned themselves in a valley surrounded by steep hills, forcing any attacking army to funnel through narrow passes where superior numbers would mean nothing. It was exactly the kind of trap that Kratos might have set himself, and the recognition of his own tactical thinking in the enemy's strategy filled him with grudging respect. On the morning of battle, as dawn painted the sky the color of spilled wine, Kratos addressed his men for what he believed might be the final time. He spoke not of glory or honor, but of the necessity of victory. Behind them lay everything they held dear. Before them stood an enemy that would show no mercy to the defeated. The initial clash seemed to validate every terrible report they had received. The barbarians fought with a ferocity that transcended normal human limitations. Their weapons struck with impossible force, shattering bronze shields that had turned aside countless blows. Their war cries seemed to echo from the very stones, creating a psychological assault as devastating as their physical attacks. For the first time in his military career, Kratos watched his formations begin to crumble. His carefully planned tactics meant nothing against an enemy that seemed to operate outside the normal rules of warfare. Soldiers who had never shown fear in a dozen campaigns began to break ranks, their nerves shattered by opponents who fought as if death itself was their ally. The barbarian leader finally revealed himself, and the sight nearly broke Kratos' iron resolve. This was no mortal warrior, but something that had transcended human limitations through means both terrible and wonderful. Standing nearly 8 feet tall, his body was covered in scars that formed intricate patterns, each one apparently marking some great victory or ritual sacrifice. As his army disintegrated around him, Kratos found himself facing a choice that no amount of training had prepared him for: accept defeat and watch everything he had built turn to ash, or reach for a solution that lay beyond the mortal realm. In that moment of absolute desperation, with the screams of dying Spartans filling the air and the barbarian horde pressing closer with each heartbeat, Kratos did something he had never done before. He prayed, not for wisdom or courage, but for power sufficient to turn the tide of this impossible battle. And in the realm of Olympus, a god who had been watching with growing interest finally smiled. The moment Kratos called upon the god of war, the very air around the battlefield seemed to thicken with divine presence. Thunder rolled across clear skies, and the ground beneath his feet grew warm despite the cool mountain air. Every warrior, both Spartan and barbarian, felt the shift in the world's fabric as something ancient and terrible turned its attention to their conflict. Ares had been waiting for this moment longer than Kratos could possibly comprehend. The god of war had watched countless battles throughout human history, but rarely had he encountered a mortal whose natural affinity for violence matched his own divine nature. In Kratos, he saw not just another desperate general seeking divine intervention, but a potential champion worthy of his personal attention. The god's response came not as words, but as a presence that filled Kratos' mind with visions of victory beyond imagination. He saw himself wielding weapons that could cleave through enemy ranks like wheat before a scythe. He witnessed barbarian warriors fleeing in terror before his unstoppable advance. Most intoxicating of all, he experienced the pure, undiluted joy of perfect warfare, where every movement flowed with deadly grace, and every strike found its mark with divine certainty. But divine gifts always came with prices, and Ares was particularly notorious for the cost of his blessings. The god of war spoke directly into Kratos' soul, his voice carrying the weight of ages and the promise of power beyond mortal comprehension. The bargain was simple in its terms yet profound in its implications. Ares would grant Kratos the strength to defeat his enemies and emerge victorious from this seemingly hopeless battle. In exchange, Kratos would serve as Ares' champion in the mortal realm. He would lead armies, not just for Sparta, but for the god of war himself, spreading conflict and bloodshed wherever divine will directed. The agreement would bind them together until Ares chose to release his champion, and refusal would mean not just defeat, but the complete destruction of everything Kratos held dear. The choice should have required careful consideration, but with barbarian weapons drawing closer, and the screams of his dying soldiers echoing across the valley, Kratos made the decision that would define the rest of his existence. He accepted Ares' bargain without hesitation, sealing his fate with a single word of agreement that seemed to echo through dimensions beyond mortal understanding. The transformation began immediately. Fire erupted from the earth around Kratos, not the normal flames of burning wood or oil, but something far more primal. These fires burned with colors that had no names, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. The barbarian warriors closest to him stumbled backward, their supernatural courage finally breaking in the face of something that transcended even their otherworldly nature. From within the divine flames emerged the weapons that would become Kratos' signature. The blades of chaos materialized as extensions of Ares' own power, their curved edges gleaming with an inner light that spoke of forge fires burning in the heart of Olympus itself. But these were not weapons that could simply be picked up and wielded. They came with a price that would mark Kratos for the remainder of his days. Heavy chains erupted from the blades' handles, wrapping around Kratos' forearms with a searing heat that burned through flesh and fused with bone. The pain was beyond anything he had experienced in years of warfare, yet it filled him with strength rather than weakness. The chains became part of him, binding him to his weapons as surely as his agreement had bound him to Ares. With the blades of chaos secured to his arms, Kratos discovered capabilities that defied every law of physics he had ever understood. The weapons moved as if they possessed their own intelligence, striking with precision that seemed to bend time itself. Enemies fell before him in waves, their supernatural strength meaningless against blades forged in divine workshops and wielded by a champion blessed by the god of war himself. The barbarian horde, which moments before had seemed unstoppable, now found themselves facing something that transcended their understanding of combat. Kratos moved through their ranks like a force of nature, the blades of chaos spinning in patterns too complex for mortal eyes to follow. Each strike killed multiple enemies, and the very air around him seemed to burn with the fury of Olympus. But the true horror of Ares' gift became apparent as the battle progressed. The power flowing through Kratos was not just enhancing his natural abilities, it was changing him at a fundamental level, burning away parts of his humanity with each enemy he struck down. The joy he felt in combat was no longer the satisfaction of a skilled warrior, but something darker and more consuming. The barbarian leader, despite his supernatural nature, proved as mortal as any other opponent when faced with weapons blessed by a true god. His death marked the end of organized resistance, and the remaining barbarian warriors fled in terror, their supernatural courage finally broken by the sight of their supposedly invincible chief lying dismembered in the blood-soaked earth. Victory was complete and absolute, exactly as Ares had promised. The barbarian threat was eliminated not just for this battle, but for generations to come. Word of what had happened in that mountain valley would spread throughout the northern tribes, ensuring that none would dare challenge Spartan supremacy again for decades. Yet, as Kratos stood among the corpses of his enemies, the blades of chaos still smoking with divine fire, he began to understand the true nature of his bargain. The power he had gained was intoxicating beyond measure, but it came with an hunger that could never be satisfied. Already, he found himself looking forward to the next battle, the next opportunity to feel the divine strength flowing through his enhanced body. His surviving soldiers looked upon him with a mixture of awe and terror that he had never seen before. They had followed him into battle as their general, but they now knelt before him as something approaching a god. The red war paint that had always marked his face seemed to glow with its own light, and his eyes held a fire that spoke of powers beyond mortal understanding. Horus's presence lingered in his mind like an echo of thunder, offering visions of future conquests that would make this victory seem like a mere skirmish. Cities would burn at his approach, and armies would crumble before the might of the blades of chaos. The god of war painted pictures of a world where conflict reigned supreme, with Kratos as his chosen instrument of eternal warfare. The march back to Sparta took on a different character than any of his previous victorious returns. His soldiers followed at a respectful distance, instinctively recognizing that their general had been transformed into something that transcended normal human categories. Even the officers who had served with him for years seemed uncertain about how to interact with this new version of their commander. But for Kratos, the victory felt strangely hollow despite its completeness. The divine power coursing through his veins should have filled him with satisfaction, yet instead he found himself plagued by a restlessness that seemed to grow stronger with each passing mile. The blades of chaos had saved his army and secured Sparta's future, but they had also awakened something within him that demanded constant feeding. Ares had given him exactly what he had asked for, but as Kratos would learn in the years to come, the gods were notorious for granting wishes in ways their petitioners never anticipated. The power to achieve victory had come at the cost of his peace, and the strength to protect what he loved would ultimately become the instrument of its destruction. The years that followed the Pact transformed Kratos from a mere mortal general into something approaching a legend. Under Ares' guidance, he led campaigns that redrew the maps of the ancient world, each victory adding to both his reputation and the divine power flowing through his enhanced body. The blades of chaos never left his side, their weight becoming as natural as his own heartbeat, their whispered promises of violence, a constant companion in both waking hours and troubled dreams. Ares proved to be a demanding master, but one who rewarded excellence with gifts beyond mortal comprehension. The god of war would appear to Kratos in visions and dreams, sometimes taking human form to walk beside him on battlefields still warm with the blood of the defeated. These divine visitations served multiple purposes, offering tactical guidance while also ensuring that his champion remained properly motivated for the tasks ahead. The first major campaign under Ares' direct command took Kratos and his growing army eastward, toward the wealthy trading cities that lined the coast of what would later be called Asia Minor. These settlements had grown fat and complacent under the protection of their own gods, their defensive preparations laughably inadequate against an enemy blessed by Olympian power. City after city fell to Kratos' advance, with a swiftness that amazed even veteran warriors. The blades of chaos proved capable of feats that defied rational explanation. Walls that had stood for centuries crumbled at their touch, and enemy champions who had never known defeat found themselves overwhelmed by techniques that seemed to blur the line between combat and divine miracle. But it was not just the supernatural weapons that made Kratos such an effective instrument of Ares' will. The divine power flowing through his body had enhanced every aspect of his natural abilities far beyond normal human limitations. His strength allowed him to wield weapons that should have required multiple men to lift, while his speed let him move across battlefields faster than the eye could follow. More importantly, his tactical intelligence had been sharpened to a razor's edge by divine influence. Battle plans that would have taken normal generals weeks to develop formed in his mind with crystalline clarity during the heat of combat. He could read the flow of massive engagements as easily as a scholar might read scrolls, instantly recognizing weaknesses in enemy formations and exploiting them with devastating efficiency. The wealth seized from these conquests flowed back to Sparta in amounts that staggered the imagination. Gold, silver, precious gems, and exotic goods from distant lands transformed the military city-state into something approaching an empire. The other Greek city-states watched these developments with growing unease, uncertain whether to seek alliance with this enhanced version of their traditional rival or begin preparing for inevitable conflict. Yet despite these material successes, Kratos found himself increasingly troubled by changes that went beyond mere physical enhancement. The divine power granted by Ares was not content to remain dormant between battles. It whispered constantly in his mind, suggesting increasingly creative forms of violence and pushing him toward conflicts that served no strategic purpose beyond the sheer joy of combat. Ares encouraged this developing bloodlust, appearing in dreams to show Kratos visions of future battles that made his current campaigns seem like gentle exercises. The god of war spoke of conflicts that would rage for decades, of entire civilizations ground to dust beneath the boots of unstoppable armies, and of a world where warfare became the natural state of existence rather than an unfortunate necessity. These divine visions began to affect Kratos' behavior in ways that concerned even his most loyal officers. Where he had once been calculating and precise in his application of violence, He now seemed to take genuine pleasure in the suffering of defeated enemies. Mercy, which had never been his strongest virtue, disappeared entirely from his tactical considerations. The transformation became most apparent during the siege of a particularly well-fortified coastal city. The defenders had managed to hold out for weeks against conventional assault, their high walls and advantageous position neutralizing many of Kratos' usual advantages. A normal general might have settled in for a prolonged siege or sought alternative approaches to victory. Instead, Kratos allowed the divine rage building within him to find full expression. The assault that followed became less a military operation than a natural disaster in human form. The blades of chaos carved through stone as easily as flesh, and Kratos himself seemed to take on aspects of the divine fury that powered his weapons. When the city finally fell, the aftermath shocked even his hardened soldiers. Where previous conquests had been marked by the usual looting and destruction that accompanied ancient warfare, this victory descended into something approaching systematic butchery. Kratos moved through the defeated population with methodical precision, the divine voices in his head urging ever greater displays of creative violence. It was during this period that whispers began to follow his army wherever it traveled. Local populations spoke of a Spartan general whose very presence seemed to drain the warmth from the air, whose red war paint glowed with its own terrible light, and whose weapons sang with voices that drove listeners to madness. These stories grew in the telling, transforming from mere accounts of military prowess into something approaching religious mythology. The epithet that would define him for the rest of his existence began to spread during this time. Survivors of his campaigns spoke in hushed tones of the Ghost of Sparta, a phantom warrior whose pale skin seemed to glow with otherworldly fire, and whose arrival meant death for anyone brave enough to oppose him. The name fit perfectly, capturing both his supernatural appearance and the growing sense that he had transcended normal human categories. ERs watched these developments with evident satisfaction, occasionally manifesting to offer congratulations on particularly impressive displays of systematic destruction. The god of war had achieved exactly what he had hoped for when first approaching Kratos on that desperate battlefield. His mortal champion was evolving into something that could serve as a perfect instrument of divine will, spreading conflict and chaos wherever his feet touched the earth. Yet even as Kratos embraced his role as Ares's primary agent in the mortal realm, part of his original humanity remained intact. During quiet moments between campaigns, he would sometimes remember the man he had been before accepting divine power. These memories carried a weight that seemed to increase with each passing victory, a growing sense that something irreplaceable had been sacrificed on that mountain battlefield. The letters he received from Sparta spoke of a wife who waited faithfully for his return, and a young daughter who had learned to walk in his absence. These reminders of his previous life should have brought joy, but instead they seemed to highlight the vast distance that now separated him from normal human concerns. The divine power that made him invincible in battle also made it increasingly difficult to connect with the ordinary pleasures of mortal existence. Ares seemed to recognize this internal conflict and began to address it in their dream conversations. The god of war spoke of the necessary sacrifices that came with transcending human limitations, arguing that Kratos' growing detachment from mortal concerns was actually a sign of his successful evolution into something greater. These divine reassurances provided some comfort, but could not entirely silence the growing voice in Kratos' mind that wondered about the ultimate cost of his bargain. The power to achieve any military objective was intoxicating, but it came with a hunger that seemed to grow stronger rather than weaker with each feeding. As the years of service accumulated, Kratos found himself leading armies across increasingly distant territories, spreading Ares' influence to lands that had never heard Greek spoken or seen Mediterranean ships on their horizons. Each campaign added to his legend while also driving him further from his original identity. until the Ghost of Sparta became more real than the man who had once borne a different name. The night that would forever shatter Kratos' soul began like countless others during his years of service to Ares. Intelligence had reached him of a village that harbored enemies of the god of war, followers of Athena, who had been secretly undermining Ares' influence in the region. The settlement sat nestled in a valley, surrounded by olive groves, its white stone buildings gleaming in the moonlight, like pearls scattered across dark velvet. Ares had been particularly insistent about this mission, appearing in Kratos' dreams with unusual intensity. The god of war spoke of the village as a symbolic target, claiming that its destruction would send a message to all who dared oppose his divine will. There was something in Ares' manner during these visions that should have raised suspicion, a barely contained excitement that went beyond his usual pleasure in orchestrated violence. The tactical approach required careful planning. Unlike the major cities and military strongholds that Kratos had grown accustomed to assaulting, this target demanded subtlety rather than overwhelming force. The village's strategic importance lay not in its defenses or military significance, but in its religious symbolism. A temple dedicated to Athena stood at its heart, and Ares wanted its destruction to serve as both practical victory and spiritual statement. As his forces surrounded the sleeping settlement, Kratos felt the familiar surge of divine power coursing through his enhanced body. The blades of chaos seemed to hum with anticipation, their otherworldly metal growing warm against his forearms. Years of successful campaigns had taught him to trust these sensations, to interpret them as signs of Ares' approval for the violence about to unfold. The assault began with surgical precision. Kratos' warriors moved through the outer buildings like shadows, eliminating sentries and securing strategic positions with the efficiency that had become their trademark. The few defenders who managed to raise alarms found themselves facing opponents whose skills had been honed through years of divine-blessed warfare. But as Kratos approached the village's central temple, something felt different about this particular mission. The building itself seemed to radiate an energy that made his divine weapons resonate strangely, their usual eager whispers replaced by something approaching reluctance. The sensation was so unfamiliar that it gave him momentary pause, the first time in years that he had questioned the wisdom of following Ares' direct commands. The temple doors stood partially open, as if welcoming him inside, despite the violence erupting throughout the village. Warm light spilled from within, creating geometric patterns on the stone steps that led to the entrance. The glow had an almost homey quality that stood in stark contrast to the harsh illumination typically associated with divine structures. Kratos pushed through the doors with the blades of chaos raised, expecting to find Athena's priests preparing some desperate defense or magical ritual. Instead, he discovered something that stopped him cold. The temple's interior had been transformed into a place of refuge, filled with village women and children who had fled there seeking sanctuary from the attacking forces. They huddled together in groups around the altar, their faces reflecting terror, but also a stubborn hope that the sacred ground might protect them from the violence outside. Mothers clutched infants to their breasts, while older children pressed close to their sides, all of them looking toward the temple entrance with the kind of faith that only comes from absolute desperation. At the center of this terrified crowd stood a woman whose presence seemed to calm those around her. She held a small girl's hand, speaking in low, soothing tones that somehow cut through the sounds of battle echoing from outside. There was something achingly familiar about her voice, a cadence that stirred memories buried beneath years of divine-induced bloodlust. The moment stretched toward eternity as Kratos stood frozen in the doorway, the blades of chaos suddenly feeling impossibly heavy in his hands. Every instinct developed through years of warfare urged him forward, but something deeper and more fundamental held him back. The divine rage that typically drove him in combat seemed to falter in the face of this unexpected scene. Ares's voice erupted in his mind with unprecedented fury, commanding immediate action and threatening terrible consequences for hesitation. The god of war had not blessed his champion with divine power, only to watch him show mercy to enemies, regardless of their age or apparent innocence. The mission required completion, and every moment of delay risked undermining years of carefully constructed reputation. Yet even as divine compulsion pushed him forward, Kratos found himself recognizing individual faces in the crowd. An elderly woman whose weathered hands spoke of decades spent in honest labor. A boy barely old enough to walk, his wide eyes reflecting trust rather than fear as he looked up at the approaching warrior. A teenage girl who reminded him painfully of someone he had once known but could no longer quite remember. The woman at the center of the group finally turned to face him, and the world seemed to shift on its axis. Even through the haze of years spent under divine influence, even with his memories clouded by Ares's power, Kratos recognized the face that had haunted his dreams during quiet moments between campaigns. His wife Lysandra stood before him, her expression mixing love with desperate hope as she shielded their daughter Calliope behind her protective embrace. The recognition should have stopped him immediately, should have shattered whatever compulsion drove him toward violence. But Ares had planned this moment with diabolical precision. The divine power flowing through Kratos' body had reached a crescendo that overwhelmed his capacity for rational thought. Years of conditioning had transformed him into a weapon that responded to divine will rather than mortal conscience. The blades of chaos moved with their own terrible momentum, cutting through the air with whispers of power that seemed to come from dimensions beyond mortal understanding. Kratos watched, as if from outside his own body, a prisoner within his enhanced flesh, as divine compulsion drove him toward the most monstrous act imaginable. Lysandra's final words were not pleas for mercy or expressions of fear, but rather a gentle recognition of the man she had married years before. She spoke his name with the same love that had sustained her through lonely nights, waiting for his return from distant campaigns. Her faith remained unshaken, even as the blades of chaos descended, believing somehow that her husband would find a way to break free from whatever force controlled his actions. Little Calliope never had time to understand what was happening. One moment she was hiding behind her mother's skirts, trusting in the safety of sacred ground and parental protection. The next, she was reaching toward a father whose face had become a mask of divine fury, her small hand extended in innocent greeting toward weapons that burned with otherworldly fire. The massacre that followed became a blur of horror that would replay in Kratos' mind for eternity. The divine power that had made him invincible in battle now turned him into an instrument of unspeakable tragedy. Every person in that temple died by his hand, their blood mixing on stone floors that had been consecrated to peace and sanctuary. When the terrible work was finished, when the last echo of screaming had faded into silence, Ares appeared in his full divine glory to survey the scene. The god of war's satisfaction was evident in every aspect of his towering presence, his pleasure in the completed destruction radiating like heat from a forge. He had achieved something unprecedented, transforming his greatest champion into an instrument of such perfect tragedy that the psychological wounds would never heal. But even Ares had not anticipated the oracle's immediate response to such sacrilege. The ancient seer materialized in the blood-soaked temple, with power that rivaled the gods themselves, her fury at the desecration of sacred ground blazing like a star given human form. Her curse fell upon Kratos with the weight of divine judgment, binding the ashes of his murdered family to his skin for all eternity. The transformation was instantaneous and irreversible. The ashes of Lysandra and Calliope fused with his flesh, turning his naturally olive complexion to an otherworldly white that would mark him forever as a kinslayer. The physical change was merely the visible manifestation of a spiritual wound that would never heal, a constant reminder of the price paid for divine power. As the implications of what he had done finally penetrated the fog of Ares's influence, Kratos fell to his knees among the bodies of his family. The divine rage that had driven him for years collapsed into something far more destructive, a grief so pure and absolute that it threatened to tear apart the very fabric of his enhanced being. The Ghost of Sparta had been born in that moment, but not in the way Ares had intended. The decade that followed the temple massacre transformed Kratos from a grief-stricken man seeking redemption into something approaching a force of nature. The gods of Olympus, perhaps recognizing the magnitude of his suffering or simply seeing an opportunity to exploit his desperation, offered him a bargain that seemed almost too good to be true. Serve them faithfully for 10 years, complete whatever tasks they set before him without question or hesitation, and they would lift the burden of his memories forever. The promise was intoxicating beyond measure. To never again wake in the middle of the night, hearing Calliope's voice calling for her father. To never again see Lysandra's face in every crowd of refugees fleeing his approach. The gods spoke of peace, of a cleansing that would wash away the stain of kinslaying and allow him to find some semblance of normal existence once his service was complete. But divine bargains were never as straightforward as they appeared, and the gods had their own reasons for wanting Kratos' particular skills at their disposal. Olympus was facing challenges that required solutions beyond conventional divine intervention. Monsters that had grown too powerful for normal heroes, titans stirring in their ancient prisons, and rival pantheons beginning to encroach on Greek territory. Athena became his primary handler during this period, appearing regularly with instructions that ranged from the straightforward to the bizarre. The goddess of wisdom had recognized something in Kratos that went beyond mere combat prowess. His combination of tactical brilliance, supernatural enhancement, and complete indifference to personal safety made him uniquely suited for missions that would destroy lesser mortals. The first assignment took him to the island of Aegina, where a creature known as the Hydra of Lerna had awakened from centuries of slumber. This was not the relatively simple beast that Hercules had faced in ages past, but something that had grown and evolved during its long dormancy. Multiple heads had multiplied into dozens, and each possessed its own distinct venomous capabilities. Normal warriors would have approached such a creature with careful planning and overwhelming numbers. Kratos simply walked into its lair alone, the blades of chaos spinning with their characteristic otherworldly fire. The battle that followed became the stuff of legends, with witness accounts varying wildly depending on who told the tale. What remained consistent in every version was the systematic precision with which Kratos dismantled the creature. Years of combat experience, enhanced by divine blessing, had taught him to read the flow of battle with supernatural clarity. He anticipated each head's attack pattern, exploited every moment of vulnerability, and never allowed the creature's regenerative abilities to gain meaningful advantage. When the Hydra finally fell, its massive corpse blocking the entrance to its ancient lair, Kratos felt nothing approaching satisfaction. The victory was merely another task completed in service to gods who held his sanity hostage. The cheers of grateful local populations meant nothing to a man whose own family lay dead by his hand. Athena appeared shortly after the battle's conclusion, her approval evident in the slight nod she offered before delivering his next assignment. There was something calculating in her expression that spoke of larger plans beyond mere monster elimination. The goddess was positioning pieces for games that stretched far beyond Kratos' current understanding. The missions that followed took him across the Mediterranean world and beyond, each one designed to test different aspects of his enhanced capabilities. He faced the Nemean lion in its mountain stronghold, using intelligence rather than brute force to overcome hide that could deflect any normal weapon. The blades of chaos proved capable of tasks beyond simple combat, their divine origin allowing them to cut through defenses that had never known defeat. In the forests of Germania, he hunted creatures that existed partially in the realm of nightmares, beings that could only be harmed by weapons blessed with specific divine properties. The battle required him to fight not just against physical opponents, but against manifestations of his own guilt and grief that the creatures summoned as psychological warfare. Each victory added to his growing reputation throughout the ancient world, but also deepened the hollowness that had consumed him since that terrible night in the temple. The gods praised his efficiency and effectiveness, speaking of how perfectly he fulfilled their expectations. Yet beneath their satisfaction, Kratos began to detect subtle signs of concern about what they had created. His approach to these divine missions gradually evolved from merely completing objectives to finding increasingly creative ways to maximize destruction. Where Athena might expect him to eliminate a specific threat with surgical precision, Kratos began leaving devastation that ensured no similar problems would arise for generations. The transformation was not lost on his divine employers, but they seemed content to accept collateral damage in exchange for the thorough completion of otherwise impossible tasks. Olympus had always been pragmatic in its approach to mortal affairs, and Kratos' growing capacity for systematic destruction served their interests even when it exceeded their specific instructions. As the years accumulated, the nightmares that had initially driven him to seek divine intervention began to change in character. Instead of reliving that terrible night over and over, he began experiencing visions of potential futures where his service continued indefinitely. The gods had promised release after 10 years, but their dreams painted pictures of eternal bondage disguised as willing cooperation. These premonitions were reinforced by subtle changes in how his divine employers spoke to him. Where they had once treated him as a temporarily useful mortal, their tone gradually shifted towards something approaching proprietary interest. Athena, in particular, began speaking of his potential for greatness that extended far beyond his current role. The realization that the gods might never voluntarily release him from service added a new dimension to his growing despair. The 10-year bargain was beginning to look less like a path to redemption and more like an elaborate trap designed to secure his services permanently. Divine promises, he was learning, were subject to interpretation in ways that always favored the immortals. Yet even as his suspicions about divine intentions grew stronger, Kratos found himself incapable of simply abandoning his service. The hope of eventual peace remained too powerful to discard, and the alternative of living forever with unaltered memories seemed worse than any form of divine servitude. His reputation during this period began to take on mythological proportions. Bards sang of the Ghost of Sparta in taverns throughout the Mediterranean, their songs mixing accurate accounts of his victories with increasingly fantastical embellishments. Some described him as a fallen god, seeking redemption through good works, while others painted him as a divine punishment made manifest. The truth, as usual, was both simpler and more complex than any of the stories suggested. Kratos was a man whose capacity for love had been transformed into an equal capacity for destruction, serving gods who viewed his suffering as a useful tool for maintaining their cosmic authority. As the 10th year of his service approached, Athena began visiting him more frequently with assignments that seemed designed to test his continued loyalty rather than accomplish specific objectives. She spoke increasingly often of threats that would require his attention indefinitely, painting pictures of a world that would collapse without his continued intervention. The goddess's words carried an undertone that chilled him more deeply than any physical threat he had faced during his years of service. She was preparing him for the possibility that his bargain with the gods might be subject to revision based on changing circumstances. 10 years of faithful service might become 20 or 50 or forever if Olympus deemed his continued cooperation necessary. In quiet moments between missions, Kratos began to contemplate options that would have been unthinkable at the beginning of his divine servitude. The gods had enhanced his power far beyond his original agreement with Ares, granting him capabilities that approached their own divine nature. Perhaps it was time to discover whether that power could be turned against those who had given it to him. The final mission of his 10-year service would provide the perfect opportunity to test these dangerous theories. Athena had tasked him with retrieving an artifact of immense power, something she claimed was necessary for maintaining the cosmic balance. But Kratos was beginning to suspect that Pandora's box might serve his own purposes just as well as theirs. The morning Athena appeared with news of his final assignment, Kratos was standing on the cliffs of Rhodes, watching the sun rise over waters that had been stained red with the blood of his enemies. Countless times during the past decade, the goddess materialized with her usual dramatic flair, her divine radiance casting strange shadows that seemed to move independently of her form. Her words carried a weight that transcended their simple meaning. One last mission, she promised, and his servitude to the gods would finally end. The nightmares would cease, the memories would fade, and he could find whatever peace remained possible for a man who had traveled so far down the path of violence. The prospect should have filled him with joy, but 10 years of divine service had taught him to be suspicious of promises that seemed too generous. The task itself appeared deceptively straightforward. Eos, the god of war, who had first blessed and then betrayed him, had grown too powerful and too independent for Olympus to control. The other gods had finally recognized what Kratos had learned through bitter experience, that Eos viewed mortals as nothing more than toys for his amusement, their suffering a source of divine entertainment rather than necessary sacrifice. Athens itself was under siege by the rogue gods' forces, its population crying out to Olympus for salvation that the other deities seemed powerless to provide. Only a mortal empowered with specific divine artifacts could hope to challenge Ares directly, and Kratos had proven himself uniquely capable of accomplishing seemingly impossible tasks. The key to victory lay in Pandora's box, an ancient artifact created by the gods themselves during the earliest days of their reign. Hidden within lay power sufficient to kill even an Olympian, but reaching it would require surviving trials that had destroyed every hero who had attempted them. The box rested in Pandora's temple, a structure that existed partially outside normal reality and was protected by challenges that tested every aspect of a warrior's capabilities. Athena's explanation of these dangers carried an undertone that troubled Kratos more deeply than any physical threat. The goddess seemed almost excited about the prospect of his attempting this impossible mission, as if his success or failure mattered less than the attempt itself. Her enthusiasm suggested motivations that extended far beyond the simple removal of Ares from the cosmic equation. The journey to Pandora's temple required crossing the Desert of Lost Souls, a wasteland where the spirits of the dishonored dead wandered in eternal torment. These were not the noble warriors who had earned places in Elysium, but rather those whose deaths had been marked by cowardice, betrayal, or crimes against the natural order. As Kratos traveled through this desolate landscape, the lost souls recognized something kindred in his nature. They whispered of familiar torments, of guilt that transcended death, and memories that refused to fade even in the afterlife. Some had been kinslayers like himself, others had betrayed sacred trusts or abandoned those who depended on them for protection. Their voices created a chorus that followed him across the shifting sands, offering both comfort and warning about the path he had chosen. They spoke of the seductive nature of revenge, of how the promise of justice could transform even the most noble intentions into something monstrous. Their experiences served as a mirror in which Kratos could see reflections of his own potential future. Pandora's temple rose from the desert like a geometric impossibility, its architecture defying conventional understanding of how stone and metal could be shaped. The structure seemed to breathe with its own life, expanding and contracting in rhythm with forces that operated beyond mortal comprehension. Windows that should have revealed interior chambers instead showed glimpses of entirely different locations, some of which appeared to exist in different time periods altogether. The first trial awaited him immediately upon entering. The challenge of Atlas, required him to carry the weight of the heavens themselves, a burden that would have crushed any normal mortal instantly. But Kratos was no longer normal by any reasonable definition, and the divine enhancements granted through his years of service allowed him to bear loads that approached cosmic significance. Each step forward with the celestial sphere balanced on his shoulders felt like moving through quicksand made of molten lead. The weight pressed down not just on his physical form, but on his very soul, forcing him to confront every moment of weakness and failure that had marked his journey from honored general to divine servant. The challenge of Poseidon followed, requiring him to navigate chambers filled with water that responded to emotions rather than physical laws. The liquid became solid when touched by rage, gaseous when influenced by sorrow, and lethally acidic when contaminated by guilt. Kratos had to learn to control not just his actions, but his deepest feelings, a discipline that his years of constant warfare had never required. Here, surrounded by impossible waters that reflected his internal state, he was forced to examine the true nature of his quest for redemption. The divine promise of peace seemed increasingly hollow when measured against the reality of what he had become. No amount of faithful service could truly wash away the blood of innocence, and no divine blessing could restore what he had willingly destroyed. The challenge of Hades proved even more psychologically demanding. The trial required him to walk through manifestations of everyone he had ever killed, experiencing their final moments from their perspective rather than his own. Soldiers who had died fighting for causes they believed just, civilians caught in the path of his divine-blessed campaigns, and countless others whose only crime had been existing in territories marked for conquest. But the cruelest aspect of this trial was saved for last. Among the ghostly figures stood Lysandra and Calliope, their forms more solid and real than any of the others. They did not speak accusations or demand explanations. Instead, they looked at him with the same love and trust they had shown in life, their faith in his essential goodness undiminished by the knowledge of what he had done. This forgiveness proved more painful than any condemnation could have been. Their continued love highlighted the magnitude of what he had lost, not just in terms of family, but in terms of the man he might have been if different choices had been made on that desperate battlefield years ago. The final trial before reaching Pandora's box required him to sacrifice something precious to unlock the chamber's defenses. The temple's architects had assumed that any warrior reaching this point would balk at giving up weapons or treasures accumulated during the journey. They had not anticipated someone for whom loss had become such a familiar companion that parting with material possessions meant nothing. Instead, Kratos offered something far more valuable and dangerous to the temple's mechanisms. He sacrificed his hope for redemption, accepting that some sins were too great for divine forgiveness, and some wounds too deep for healing. The surrender of this last illusion granted him access to the box, while simultaneously freeing him from dependence on divine mercy. Pandora's box itself was smaller than he had expected, its surface marked with symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. The artifact radiated power that made his enhanced weapons seem like toys by comparison, and touching it sent visions of cosmic possibility flooding through his consciousness. Within lay the power to challenge gods themselves, to reshape reality according to mortal will rather than divine whim. But accessing that power would require opening the box in the presence of his target, and Ares would not face him as a passive opponent. The god of war had been waiting for this confrontation with anticipation that matched Kratos' own desperate need for vengeance. The journey back to Athens would be the longest of his life, carrying in his hands the means to either achieve ultimate justice or complete his transformation into the very monster he had sworn to destroy. The choice, for once, would be entirely his own. The return journey to Athens revealed a city transformed by divine warfare into something resembling the deepest circles of Hades itself. Ares had grown tired of subtle manipulation and indirect influence, choosing instead to manifest his power through overwhelming displays of destructive force. Buildings that had stood for centuries lay reduced to rubble and ash, while the screams of the dying created a symphony that seemed to please the god of war beyond measure. Massive siege engines materialized from divine will, dotted the landscape around the city, their impossible architecture defying every principle of mortal engineering. These were not weapons built by human hands, but rather extensions of Ares's own violent nature given physical form. They hurled projectiles that burned with supernatural fire, each impact creating craters that glowed with residual divine energy. The Athenian defenders had long since abandoned any hope of conventional resistance. Those citizens who remained alive huddled in temples and underground chambers, praying to gods who seemed either unwilling or unable to answer their desperate pleas. The city's famous philosophers and scholars had fled or perished, leaving behind only those too stubborn, too proud, or too devoted to their homes to seek safety elsewhere. Oryes himself stood atop the Acropolis like a colossus of war given flesh, his divine form towering over the ruined city with arms spread wide in triumphant celebration. His laughter echoed across the devastation, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of Mount Olympus itself. This was no longer the hidden manipulation that had characterized his earlier schemes, but rather a god fully embracing his nature as the embodiment of conflict and destruction. The god of war had been waiting for Kratos' return, with the patience of someone confident in their ultimate victory. Oryes understood his former champion better than Kratos understood himself, recognizing that the mortal's need for vengeance would inevitably drive him to this confrontation, regardless of the odds. The divine trap had been set years ago on that desperate battlefield, and now the final pieces were falling into place exactly as planned. When Kratos finally appeared at the base of the Acropolis, Pandora's box secured against his back, Ares greeted him with genuine warmth that was somehow more unsettling than any display of hostility could have been. The god spoke of pride in his former champion's accomplishments, praising the efficiency with which he had completed tasks that would have destroyed lesser mortals. But beneath this paternal approval lay currents of disappointment that Kratos had chosen to align himself with the other Olympians, rather than embracing his true nature as an instrument of pure warfare. Ares had intended to create the perfect warrior, someone who could spread conflict throughout the mortal realm, while remaining loyal to his divine patron. Instead, he had produced a weapon that now threatened to turn against its creator. The confrontation began not with violence, but with revelation. Ares explained the true scope of his plans for both Kratos and the mortal world, painting visions of eternal conflict that would elevate humanity through constant struggle while providing endless entertainment for divine observers. War, he argued, was the natural state of existence, and peace was merely a temporary illusion that weakened both mortals and gods. Kratos listened to these explanations with growing understanding of how thoroughly he had been manipulated. Every aspect of his service to Ares had been calculated to transform him into something that could serve the god's larger ambitions. The village massacre had not been a tragic accident, but rather a carefully orchestrated event designed to break his spirit and bind him through guilt to divine will. The realization that Lysandra and Calliope had died not through divine mistake, but through deliberate planning, ignited rage that transcended anything Kratos had experienced during his years of enhanced warfare. This was not the controlled fury that had made him such an effective weapon, but rather something primal and absolute that threatened to consume everything in its path. Opening Pandora's box in the presence of a god proved to be an experience that defied description through mortal language. The artifact released energies that had been contained since the earliest days of creation, forces that predated the current cosmic order, and operated according to principles that even the Olympians only partially understood. The power that flowed into Kratos was not simply an enhancement of his existing capabilities, but rather a fundamental transformation that elevated him beyond the normal boundaries between mortal and divine. His body became a conduit for forces that could reshape reality itself, while his consciousness expanded to encompass perspectives that had previously been limited to immortal beings. But the opening of the box also released something else. Something that neither Ares nor the other Olympians had anticipated when they created their ancient prison. The evils that had been contained within began to seep into the world like poison, spreading through clean water, carrying with them the seeds of corruption that would eventually bring down entire civilizations. These escaped evils were not simple abstractions, but rather living embodiments of humanity's darkest impulses, given independent existence. Fear took wing as creatures that fed on terror, while greed slithered through the earth seeking new hosts to possess. Hatred manifested as a plague that spread through touch and breath, turning friends into enemies and families into battlegrounds. Ares watched these developments with growing alarm, recognizing that the confrontation he had anticipated was rapidly spiraling beyond his ability to control. The god of war had expected to face an enhanced mortal armed with divine power, not to witness the unleashing of forces that threatened the stability of existence itself. The battle that followed between god and champion became something that transcended normal concepts of combat. Kratos wielded power that allowed him to strike at the very essence of divinity, while Ares responded with displays of cosmic force that reshaped the landscape around them. Mountains crumbled at their touch, while the sea itself boiled with supernatural heat generated by their conflict. Yet even as these titanic forces clashed, the real struggle was taking place on a more personal level. This was not merely a battle between opposing warriors, but rather a confrontation between two different visions of what Kratos could become. It saw him as the perfect weapon, capable of endless destruction in service to divine will. Kratos himself fought for the right to define his own nature, to choose redemption over revenge and peace over eternal conflict. The power flowing through him from Pandora's box was intoxicating beyond measure, offering capabilities that approached those of the gods themselves. He could feel the temptation to embrace this enhancement permanently, to become something that transcended mortal limitations and claimed a place among the immortals through right of conquest. But with enhanced power came enhanced responsibility, and Kratos began to understand that wielding divine force required wisdom that he had never needed to develop as a mere mortal warrior. Every strike against Ares carried consequences that rippled through dimensions beyond physical reality, affecting the cosmic balance in ways that could not be predicted or controlled. The climax of their battle came not through overwhelming force, but through precise application of power that struck at the fundamental source of Ares's divine nature. Kratos discovered that gods, despite their cosmic significance, remained vulnerable to weapons forged from the same primordial forces that had given them birth. When Ares finally fell, his death cry echoed across multiple planes of existence, announcing to every divine being in creation that the age of unchallenged Olympian supremacy had come to an end. The god of war's massive form crashed to earth with impact that sent shockwaves throughout the Mediterranean world, while his divine essence began to dissipate like smoke in a hurricane. Victory should have brought satisfaction, but Kratos found himself standing over his defeated enemy with emotions too complex for simple categorization. Justice had been achieved, but at a cost that extended far beyond the personal. The evils released from Pandora's box were already beginning to influence human behavior in ways that would reshape civilization itself. Zeus appeared in the aftermath, his expression mixing approval with calculation as he surveyed the destruction wrought by their conflict. The king of the gods spoke of balance restored and threats eliminated, but his words carried undertones that suggested new plans already forming in the divine mind. Zeus's offer came wrapped in golden light that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of creation itself. The king of the gods stood amidst the ruins of Athens, his divine presence somehow managing to bring order to chaos through sheer force of will. The scattered remains of Ares slowly dissolved into motes of crystalline energy that rose toward Olympus, like reverse rainfall, each particle carrying away some fragment of the fallen god's essence. The proposition was unprecedented in the history of Olympian politics. No mortal had ever been elevated to full godhood through direct divine appointment. Yet Kratos had accomplished something that even Zeus himself had not dared attempt. He had killed an Olympian through personal combat, proving himself worthy of consideration for membership in the most exclusive pantheon in existence. But Zeus's motivations extended far beyond simple recognition of martial prowess. The king of the gods understood that Ares's death had created a vacuum in the cosmic order that needed immediate filling. War was not merely one aspect of existence, but rather a fundamental force that required divine guidance to prevent it from spiraling into pure chaos. The position of god of war demanded someone who understood conflict from both mortal and divine perspectives, someone who had experienced the full spectrum of warfare, from desperate last stands to overwhelming victory. Kratos possessed these qualifications in abundance, having served as both instrument and victim of divine manipulation throughout his violent career. Yet even as Zeus made his offer, subtle warnings threaded through his words like poison mixed with honey. The elevation to godhood would grant Kratos power beyond mortal comprehension, but it would also bind him to Olympus in ways that might prove more restrictive than his previous servitude. Gods were not free agents, but rather components in a larger cosmic machine, each serving specific functions that maintained universal stability. The transformation began the moment Kratos accepted Zeus's proposal. Divine energy flowed into him, not as the temporary enhancement he had experienced when wielding Pandora's box, but as a permanent restructuring of his fundamental nature. His mortal body dissolved and reformed according to principles that operated beyond physical law, each cell rewritten to accommodate forces that could reshape reality itself. The process was simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying, offering glimpses of cosmic perspectives that mortal minds were never meant to comprehend. He could suddenly perceive the intricate connections that linked every conflict throughout the mortal realm, understanding how individual battles contributed to larger patterns that stretched across centuries. His new divine senses revealed the true scope of warfare's influence on human civilization. Every sword raised in anger, every strategic decision made in desperate circumstances, every act of courage or cowardice performed on countless battlefields, all resonated through channels that led directly to his enhanced consciousness. The blades of chaos underwent their own transformation during his ascension, evolving from mere weapons into extensions of his divine will. The chains that had once bound them to his forearms now integrated seamlessly with his enhanced physiology, becoming conduits through which he could channel cosmic forces with precision that approached artistic perfection. Mount Olympus welcomed its newest member with ceremonies that had not been performed since the earliest ages of divine history. The other gods gathered to witness Kratos' formal installation as god of war, their expressions mixing curiosity with carefully concealed concern about what his presence might mean for established hierarchies. Athena observed the proceedings with particular interest, her strategic mind already calculating how this development might affect her own long-term plans. The goddess of wisdom had invested considerable effort in shaping Kratos during his mortal years, and his elevation to godhood represented either the culmination of her efforts or a dangerous deviation from intended outcomes. Aphrodite's reaction was more openly appreciative, the goddess of beauty recognizing something compelling in the contrast between Kratos' martial nature and his evident capacity for deep emotional suffering. Her interest carried implications that extended beyond mere aesthetic appreciation, suggesting possibilities for alliance or manipulation that could prove significant in future divine politics. Hephaestus, god of the forge, expressed professional admiration for the enhanced blades of chaos, while also offering to create additional weapons worthy of Kratos' new station. The smith god understood better than most how divine implements differed from mortal tools, requiring craftsmanship that could channel cosmic forces without destroying their wielders. But it was Poseidon's reaction that proved most telling about the challenges Kratos would face in his new role. The god of the sea maintained careful neutrality during the ceremonies, while privately questioning whether someone who had achieved godhood through regicide could be trusted to respect established divine authority. The palace assigned to Kratos reflected his unique position within the Olympian hierarchy. Unlike the other gods, whose domains had been established through cosmic inheritance or ancient agreements, his authority derived from conquest and personal achievement. The architecture of his new home embodied this difference, combining traditional divine grandeur with elements that spoke of battles won and prices paid. His first official duties as god of war involved managing conflicts that had been neglected during Ares' final rampage. Mortal armies throughout the Mediterranean had grown increasingly chaotic without proper divine guidance, their tactics degenerating into mindless slaughter that served no strategic purpose. Restoring order to these situations required delicate intervention that balanced respect for mortal free will with the necessity of preventing warfare from consuming entire civilizations. Kratos discovered that his new role involved as much restraint as it did application of force, requiring wisdom that his previous experiences had never demanded. The psychological adjustment to immortality proved more challenging than the acquisition of divine power. Mortal concerns that had once seemed crucial began to fade in significance when viewed from the perspective of eternity. The urgency that had driven him throughout his human existence gradually gave way to a patience that could measure time in centuries rather than heartbeats. Yet this emotional distancing carried its own dangers. The grief and rage that had motivated his quest for justice against Ares remained potent forces within his divine consciousness, but they now operated on scales that could affect entire pantheons rather than individual lives. His relationship with mortal worshippers required careful navigation of boundaries that previous gods of war had never needed to consider. Unlike Ares, who had viewed mortal devotion as simple entertainment, Kratos recognized the responsibility that came with divine authority over those who offered prayers and sacrifices. The temples rebuilt in his honor throughout the Greek world reflected this more complex relationship, where Ares had demanded blood sacrifices and displays of brutal conquest. Kratos encouraged offerings that honored both the necessity of warfare and the value of those who died in combat. This philosophical approach to his divine duties inevitably brought him into conflict with gods who preferred the previous system. Several Olympians expressed concern that his emphasis on honoring the fallen would weaken mortal resolve in future conflicts, potentially undermining the very nature of warfare itself. Zeus observed these early tensions with the careful attention of someone who understood that divine hierarchies required constant maintenance. The king of the gods had elevated Kratos to solve one problem, but that solution was already generating new challenges that would require equally careful management. The nightmares that had plagued Kratos throughout his mortal years gradually evolved into something more complex as his divine nature fully manifested. Instead of reliving past tragedies, his enhanced consciousness began experiencing visions of future conflicts that his decisions might influence. These prophetic dreams revealed the weight of responsibility that came with his new position. Every choice he made as god of war would resonate through generations of mortal history, shaping the development of civilizations in ways that even he could not fully comprehend. The power to prevent unnecessary suffering was intoxicating, but it came paired with the knowledge that some conflicts were essential for human growth. Learning to distinguish between necessary and pointless warfare became the central challenge of his divine existence, requiring judgment that transcended simple military strategy. As his first year of godhood drew to a close, Kratos began to understand that Zeus's offer had been as much burden as blessing. The position of god of war carried obligations that would define his existence for millennia to come, binding him to responsibilities that no amount of divine power could fully satisfy. Divinity, Kratos discovered, was nothing like the blessed peace that mortal prayers imagined. The elevation to godhood had granted him power beyond measure, but it had also amplified every aspect of his nature, including the restlessness that had driven him throughout his mortal existence. The cosmic perspective that came with divine consciousness revealed conflicts on scales that stretched across continents and centuries, each one calling for his attention with increasing urgency. The throne room atop Mount Olympus that Zeus had granted him offered views that encompassed the entire Mediterranean world, but Kratos found himself unable to appreciate the majesty of his new position. Divine sight showed him not just the physical landscape, but the spiritual currents that flowed beneath surface events, revealing patterns of conflict that seemed to require constant intervention. Sparta had flourished in ways that should have brought satisfaction to their former general. The city-state's military dominance had expanded exponentially under the indirect blessing of their ascended champion, with Spartan phalanxes proving unstoppable against any conventional opposition. Yet this success carried seeds of problems that troubled Kratos's enhanced perception. His former countrymen had begun to interpret their victories as signs of divine favor that justified increasingly aggressive expansion. What had once been strategic conquest driven by necessity was evolving into something approaching religious warfare, with Spartan soldiers believing themselves chosen instruments of their divine patron's will. The irony was not lost on him that his ascension to godhood was creating the same kind of fanatical devotion that had once characterized Ares' followers. Mortal warriors who invoked his name before battle displayed the same bloodlust that had marked his own service to the previous god of war, suggesting that divine influence might be inherently corrupting regardless of the deity's intentions. These concerns drove him to take increasingly direct action in mortal affairs, abandoning the traditional divine preference for subtle manipulation in favor of personal intervention. Where other Olympians worked through oracles and chosen champions, Kratos began appearing directly on battlefields to guide conflicts toward outcomes that served his evolving understanding of justice. The other gods watched these developments with growing unease. Divine protocol had been established over millennia to prevent exactly this kind of direct interference, and Kratos's willingness to ignore established boundaries threatened to upset balances that maintained cosmic stability. Athena was the first to voice formal concerns about his methods, approaching him in his palace with diplomatic language that barely concealed deeper frustrations. The goddess of wisdom argued that excessive divine intervention would ultimately weaken mortal capacity for independent thought, creating dependence that served neither divine nor human interests. Her criticism stung because it echoed doubts that had been growing in his own mind. The enhanced perspective that came with godhood revealed how his interventions were indeed changing the nature of mortal warfare, but not necessarily in ways that represented improvement. Battles where he had appeared to prevent unnecessary slaughter were remembered by survivors not as examples of strategic wisdom, but as miraculous events that validated whatever cause they had been fighting for. His attempts to minimize casualties were being interpreted as endorsements of specific moral positions, creating religious movements that he had never intended to inspire. Yet withdrawal from direct involvement seemed equally problematic. The conflicts raging throughout the mortal realm were often driven by grievances that could escalate into civilization-ending catastrophes without careful management. The power to prevent such disasters carried with it the responsibility to act, regardless of potential consequences. This philosophical dilemma was complicated by the nature of divine existence itself. Immortality created a temporal perspective that made mortal concerns seem simultaneously urgent and trivial. Individual human lives flickered past like candle flames, yet each represented hopes and dreams that deserved respect despite their brief duration. The loneliness of godhood proved more crushing than Kratos had anticipated. His fellow Olympians were immortal beings with their own complex motivations and ancient grudges, but none had achieved divine status through the specific combination of tragedy and violence that defined his own experience. Conversations with Zeus revealed the king of the gods to be a master manipulator whose apparent benevolence masked calculations that stretched across eons. Every divine decision was evaluated for its potential impact on cosmic stability, with individual suffering considered acceptable collateral damage in service to larger patterns. Poseidon's attitude was more directly hostile, the sea god viewing Kratos as an upstart whose rapid ascension threatened established hierarchies. Their interactions carried undertones of challenge that suggested future conflicts might be inevitable if divine politics continued to deteriorate. Only Hephaestus seemed genuinely welcoming, the forge god appreciating both Kratos' direct approach to problem solving and his willingness to acknowledge the craftsmanship required to create truly effective divine weapons. Their collaboration on enhanced armaments provided relief from the isolation that otherwise characterized his divine existence. The enhanced weapons that Hephaestus created for him reflected the evolution of his combat philosophy since achieving godhood. Where the blades of chaos had been designed for maximum destruction, these new implements emphasized precision and control, allowing him to apply exactly the amount of force required for specific situations. Yet even these refined tools could not address the fundamental problem that was becoming apparent in his divine duties. The position of god of war required him to encourage conflict while simultaneously preventing it from becoming too destructive, a balance that seemed to grow more precarious with each passing season. Mortal prayers reached him with increasing frequency, each one carrying requests that ranged from victory in specific battles to protection for individual soldiers facing overwhelming odds. The sheer volume of divine supplication threatened to overwhelm even his enhanced consciousness, while the impossibility of granting every request created guilt that echoed his mortal experiences. Some prayers came from warriors who genuinely sought to protect their families and communities, their requests carrying moral weight that demanded consideration. Others originated from conquerors whose ambitions would create suffering on massive scales, yet who invoked his name with equal fervor. The inability to distinguish automatically between just and unjust causes forced him to investigate each situation personally, a task that consumed increasing amounts of time and energy. Divine omniscience, he learned, was more myth than reality, with gods possessing enhanced perception rather than perfect knowledge. This limitation became apparent during a conflict between two city-states that both claimed divine sanction for their opposing causes. Each side offered sacrifices in his honor, while accusing their enemies of blasphemy, creating a situation where any divine intervention would be interpreted as choosing favorites rather than pursuing justice. His eventual decision to withdraw from the conflict entirely satisfied no one, while earning criticism from both mortal worshippers and fellow gods. The accusation that he was failing in his fundamental duties as god of war carried particular sting because it echoed his own growing doubts about his fitness for divine responsibility. These internal conflicts were reflected in changes to his divine realm within Olympus. The palace that had initially seemed like a reward for services rendered began to feel more like an elaborate prison, its grandeur serving to emphasize his isolation from both mortal concerns and genuine divine fellowship. The throne from which he was supposed to observe and guide mortal warfare became a symbol of the distance that separated him from the very conflicts he was meant to oversee. Divine perspective revealed the futility of many struggles, while simultaneously demonstrating the passion that made them meaningful to mortal participants. Sleep, one of the few pleasures that had survived his transformation from mortal to divine, became increasingly troubled by visions that might have been prophecy or merely anxiety given supernatural form, these dreams showed him potential futures where his decisions led to either cosmic catastrophe or universal stagnation, with no clear path between extremes. The restlessness that had driven him throughout his mortal career was evolving into something more dangerous. A divine dissatisfaction that threatened to spill over into actions that could destabilize not just Olympus but the entire cosmic order. Zeus was beginning to take notice of these developments, and the king of the gods' attention was never entirely benevolent. The signs of Zeus's growing paranoia were subtle at first, manifesting in changes to divine protocol that seemed reasonable on their surface, but carried deeper implications for those perceptive enough to recognize them. The king of the gods began requesting more frequent reports on Kratos' activities, ostensibly to better coordinate divine intervention in mortal affairs, but actually to monitor his newest Olympians' adherence to established hierarchies. Divine politics had always been complex, but Kratos' rapid ascension had introduced variables that threatened millennia of carefully maintained balances. Unlike the other gods, who had achieved their positions through inheritance or ancient cosmic agreements, he represented something unprecedented in Olympian history. His power derived from personal achievement rather than divine birthright, creating a precedent that could inspire dangerous ambitions in other immortal beings. Zeus understood better than anyone that divine authority rested ultimately on perception rather than absolute power. If the other gods began to believe that positions within the pantheon could be seized through superior strength rather than inherited through proper channels, the entire structure of Olympian society could collapse into chaos that would make mortal warfare seem trivial by comparison. The king of the gods' concerns were amplified by reports of Kratos' increasingly independent behavior in his role as god of war, where other Olympians consulted Zeus before taking significant action in mortal affairs. Kratos continued to operate with the autonomy that had characterized his mortal military career. This independence was interpreted not as confidence, but as potential defiance that could escalate into open rebellion. The catalyst for Zeus's decision to act came during a divine council meeting, where Kratos openly questioned the wisdom of allowing a particular mortal conflict to continue without intervention. His argument was strategically sound and morally justified, but it represented a challenge to Zeus's authority that could not be ignored without appearing weak before the assembled pantheon. The confrontation that followed revealed depths of divine paranoia that had been building since Kratos' elevation to godhood. Zeus accused him of harboring ambitions that extended beyond his assigned role, suggesting that the power gained from killing Ares had created appetites that would eventually threaten the stability of Olympus itself. These accusations stung because they contained elements of truth that Kratos had been struggling to deny even to himself. The divine power flowing through his enhanced consciousness had indeed awakened ambitions that transcended his original quest for redemption. The ability to reshape mortal conflicts according to his will was intoxicating in ways that threatened to overwhelm whatever remained of his original moral framework. Yet even as he recognized the validity of Zeus's concerns, Kratos could not accept the implication that his elevation to godhood had been a mistake that required correction. The position of god of war had been earned through sacrifice and achievement that surpassed anything attempted by other Olympians in living memory. To have that accomplishment dismissed as dangerous ambition felt like a betrayal that struck at the very core of his divine identity. The tension between king of the gods and god of war continued to escalate through a series of increasingly heated exchanges that other Olympians watched with growing alarm. Divine conflicts of this magnitude had the potential to spill over into the mortal realm in ways that could devastate entire civilizations, yet neither Zeus nor Kratos seemed willing to back down from positions that had become matters of fundamental principle. Zeus's solution to this growing crisis was characteristically subtle and devastatingly effective. Rather than confront Kratos directly in a manner that might unite the other gods against him, the king of the gods chose to eliminate his problematic subordinate through deception that would appear justified to any divine observers. The plan centered around the Blade of Olympus, an ancient weapon that Zeus claimed was necessary for containing threats that had grown beyond normal divine capacity to manage. The sword was indeed real, forged in the earliest days of cosmic history, from materials that could channel forces rivaling those that had shaped creation itself. Zeus presented the blade to Kratos as both gift and responsibility, explaining that only someone with his unique combination of mortal experience and divine power could wield it effectively. The weapon would allow him to eliminate dangers that threatened not just individual realms, but the entire structure of existence, making him the ultimate guardian of cosmic stability. The flattery was expertly crafted to appeal to Kratos' sense of duty, while also exploiting his lingering need for validation from divine authority. Here was recognition that his controversial elevation to godhood had been not just justified, but essential for protecting everything that mattered in creation. What Zeus failed to mention was that the Blade of Olympus was designed to drain divine power from its wielder, channeling their immortal essence into the weapon itself. The sword would indeed grant incredible destructive capability, but at the cost of everything that made its user divine. The trap was sprung during what appeared to be a routine mission to eliminate Titans who had begun stirring in their ancient prison of Tartarus. These primordial beings predated the Olympian gods and possessed power that could threaten the current cosmic order if allowed to return to full consciousness. Kratos approached the mission with confidence, born of successful completion of countless similar tasks throughout his divine career. The Blade of Olympus felt perfectly balanced in his enhanced grip, its weight and proportions suggesting craftsmanship that approached artistic perfection. The battle against the awakening Titans was fierce but followed patterns that Kratos had mastered through years of divine combat. The Blade of Olympus proved even more effective than Zeus had promised, cutting through primordial defenses that should have required sustained effort from multiple gods working in coordination. Yet with each strike of the divine weapon, Kratos felt strength flowing out of his body in ways that seemed somehow wrong, despite the tactical effectiveness of his attacks. The sensation was initially subtle, easily dismissed as normal fatigue from wielding such a powerful artifact, but it gradually intensified until he could no longer ignore what was happening. The realization that he was being systematically drained of his divine essence came too late to prevent Zeus's plan from reaching completion. The Blade of Olympus had absorbed enough of his immortal power to reduce him from god to something approaching mortality, leaving him vulnerable to attacks that should have been insignificant irritations. Zeus appeared at the moment of maximum vulnerability, his divine form radiating satisfaction at the success of his carefully orchestrated betrayal. The king of the gods spoke of necessity and cosmic stability, explaining that Kratos' elimination was required to prevent future threats to Olympian authority. The attack that followed was swift and overwhelming, delivered by someone who possessed millennia of experience in divine combat against an opponent whose defenses had been systematically compromised. Zeus struck with power sufficient to kill an ordinary god, fully expecting to end the threat posed by his troublesome subordinate. But the divine enhancement that had elevated Kratos to godhood had been layered atop mortal resilience that proved more durable than Zeus had anticipated. Rather than destroying him completely, the assault drove him to the very brink of death while leaving just enough life force to sustain basic consciousness. The fall from the heights of Olympus to the depths of the underworld was both literal and metaphorical, representing not just physical descent, but also spiritual collapse from divine authority to mortal vulnerability. Kratos plummeted through layers of reality that separated the realm of the gods from the domain of the dead, his failing consciousness barely registering the cosmic distances involved. His impact in the underworld sent shockwaves through the realm of the dead that alerted every supernatural entity to the presence of something that should not exist in their domain. Here was a being who possessed traces of divine essence, but lacked the full protection that should accompany godhood, creating a paradox that threatened to disrupt the natural order of death itself. Hades himself emerged to investigate this disturbance. The god of the dead, recognizing immediately that Zeus's latest political maneuver had created problems that extended far beyond simple divine succession. The presence of a dying god in his realm raised questions about cosmic authority that could have implications for every aspect of supernatural governance. As consciousness faded and divine power continued to drain from his broken body, Kratos experienced visions that might have been prophecy or merely the hallucinations of approaching death. He saw potential futures where his apparent demise led to chaos throughout both divine and mortal realms, suggesting that Zeus's solution to one problem had inadvertently created dozen others. The underworld into which Kratos fell was not the simple realm of punishment that mortal imagination typically conceived, but rather a complex dimension that existed parallel to the world of the living while maintaining its own intricate hierarchies and natural laws. The impact of his body against the crystalline shores of the river Styx created ripples that spread throughout the entire domain of the dead, announcing to every supernatural entity that something unprecedented had occurred. Hades ruled this realm with authority that rivaled Zeus's dominion over Olympus, but his power operated according to principles that were fundamentally different from those governing the world above. Where the king of the gods maintained control through political manipulation and displays of superior force, the Lord of the Dead derived his strength from the natural order of mortality itself. The god of the dead materialized beside Kratos' broken form with the careful attention of someone examining a fascinating puzzle rather than offering aid to a fallen colleague. Hades understood immediately that Zeus's apparent execution had been botched in ways that created opportunities for revenge that extended far beyond personal grievances. Divine politics had always required careful balance between competing interests, but Zeus's increasingly paranoid behavior was destabilizing relationships that had maintained cosmic order for millennia. The king of the gods' decision to eliminate Kratos through deception rather than formal divine trial suggested weaknesses that other Olympians might eventually choose to exploit. Yet Hades was not motivated primarily by political considerations. The god of the dead possessed a more fundamental concern about Zeus's willingness to violate ancient protocols that governed divine behavior. If the king of the gods could arbitrarily eliminate subordinates who became inconvenient, then no member of the pantheon was truly safe from similar treatment. The conversation that passed between Hades and the barely conscious Kratos revealed depths of divine dissatisfaction that had been building throughout Olympus for centuries. The god of the dead spoke of growing resentment among various supernatural entities who felt increasingly marginalized by Zeus's authoritarian approach to cosmic governance. This discontent had been manageable, as long as Zeus maintained the appearance of acting within established divine law, but his betrayal of Kratos represented a violation of principles that could not be ignored without encouraging further abuses of power. The precedent being set threatened to transform Olympian rule from constitutional monarchy into absolute tyranny. Hades offered Kratos something that Zeus had never provided during their relationship, namely honest acknowledgement of his capabilities paired with realistic assessment of the challenges he would face in seeking justice. The god of the dead explained that escape from the underworld was theoretically possible, but would require overcoming obstacles that had defeated every previous challenger. The path to freedom led through regions of the underworld that tested different aspects of supernatural endurance. Physical strength alone would prove insufficient for navigating challenges that attacked the very essence of immortal identity, requiring wisdom and determination that transcended normal divine capabilities. The first trial involved crossing the fields of punishment, where the souls of the truly wicked experienced torments specifically designed to address their individual crimes. These were not random sufferings, but rather precisely calibrated disciplines intended to burn away spiritual corruption through exposure to consequences that matched past actions. Kratos discovered that his own presence in this realm triggered responses from the punishment mechanisms that had been designed for entirely different categories of transgression. His crimes as a mortal had been primarily acts of war that fell within acceptable parameters of conflict, but his more recent divine activities occupied moral territory that the underworld's ancient systems had difficulty categorizing. The spiritual weight of his past actions became literally manifest as he struggled across landscapes that shifted and changed in response to his psychological state. Regions that appeared solid would suddenly become insubstantial when touched by doubt, while paths that seemed impossible to navigate became accessible when approached with absolute determination. The second major obstacle was the river Lethe, whose waters carried the power to erase memory and identity from any being unfortunate enough to fall beneath its surface. This was not simply physical amnesia, but rather complete dissolution of everything that made an individual distinct from the primordial chaos that preceded creation. Crossing the river required techniques that Hades had taught him during their initial conversation, methods for maintaining spiritual coherence when exposed to forces designed to strip away everything that defined personal existence. The process was agonizing beyond description, requiring Kratos to consciously choose which aspects of his identity were essential for survival. He emerged from the Lethe's waters with memory intact, but fundamentally changed by the experience of voluntary self-examination under cosmic pressure. The crossing had forced him to confront questions about his true nature that he had been avoiding since his elevation to godhood, leading to insights that were both painful and ultimately liberating. The third trial brought him face to face with the Titans themselves, the primordial beings whose imprisonment in Tartarus had been one of Zeus's earliest acts as king of the gods. These ancient entities possessed power that predated the current cosmic order, representing forces that had shaped creation before the Olympians claimed dominion over existence. The Titans' response to his presence was complex, mixing recognition of shared grievances against Zeus with suspicion about his ultimate intentions. They understood that his quest for revenge against the king of the gods might serve their own desire for freedom, but they also recognized that alliance with him carried risks that could prove catastrophic if his plans failed. Gaia, the primordial personification of Earth itself, emerged as the most significant of these potential allies. The ancient Titan possessed wisdom that stretched back to the earliest moments of creation, allowing her to perceive patterns and possibilities that escaped even divine awareness. Her offer of alliance came with conditions that revealed the true scope of what Kratos was contemplating. Revenge against Zeus would require not just personal satisfaction, but rather fundamental transformation of the cosmic order that had governed existence since the defeat of the Titans in ages past. The bargain that Gaia proposed was staggering in its implications. She would provide him with power sufficient to challenge Zeus directly, but success would necessarily involve overthrowing the entire Olympian system and replacing it with something that had yet to be defined. This alliance represented a point of no return that went far beyond his original quest for justice. Accepting Gaia's offer meant committing himself to a conflict that would reshape the fundamental nature of reality itself, with consequences that could affect every form of life throughout creation. Yet the alternative was accepting Zeus's betrayal and remaining trapped in the underworld for eternity, watching from helpless imprisonment as the king of the gods continued to abuse power without consequence. The choice was between revolutionary action that carried enormous risks and passive acceptance of injustice that violated everything he had ever stood for. The moment of decision came as Gaia extended her massive hand, offering passage back to the world of the living, along with power sufficient to challenge the divine order that had betrayed him. Her ancient eyes held depths of wisdom and suffering that matched his own, suggesting that their alliance would be based on shared understanding rather than simple mutual convenience. Kratos grasped the Titan's hand with full awareness that he was choosing war against the gods who had elevated him to their number. The decision felt inevitable despite its magnitude, representing the culmination of conflicts that had been building since his first encounter with divine power on that desperate battlefield years ago. The ascent from the underworld began immediately, carrying him upward through layers of reality toward a confrontation that would determine the future of existence itself. Behind him, the realm of the dead trembled with anticipation of changes that would reshape the cosmic order, while ahead lay challenges that would test every aspect of his enhanced nature. Gaia's power flowed through him like liquid fire, restoring divine capabilities that Zeus's betrayal had stripped away, while also adding enhancements that reflected her primordial authority over the physical world. The combination created something unprecedented in cosmic history, a being who possessed both Olympian sophistication and titanic primacy in measures that had never existed within a single entity. The moment Kratos emerged from the underworld, riding upon Gaia's massive form, marked the beginning of a conflict that would dwarf every previous war in cosmic history. The sight of the primordial Earth Mother ascending toward Mount Olympus with a figure that blazed with divine fury sent shockwaves throughout every realm of existence, announcing to gods and mortals alike that the ancient order was about to face its greatest challenge. Gaia was not alone in her ascent. Behind her came the other surviving titans, beings of such immense power and age that their very presence warped reality around them. Kronos, the former king of the Titans, brought with him the terrible weight of temporal authority that predated Zeus's dominion over time itself. Oceanus rose from the depths with waters that had existed before the current seas were formed, while Hyperion blazed with light that had illuminated creation before the sun was born. These were not merely powerful entities seeking political change, but rather fundamental forces of nature, reclaiming dominion over existence itself. Their imprisonment in Tartarus had been one of Zeus's defining achievements as king of the gods, establishing Olympian supremacy through the subjugation of older cosmic powers. Now that triumph was being reversed through an alliance that threatened to restore the primordial chaos from which current reality had emerged. The Olympian response was swift, but revealed deep divisions that Zeus's increasingly authoritarian rule had created within the pantheon. While some gods rallied immediately to defend their realm, others hesitated or actively supported the titanic uprising, recognizing an opportunity to address grievances that had been accumulating for millennia. Poseidon commanded the seas to rise against the ascending titans, summoning waves that should have been capable of drowning continents. Yet his waters broke uselessly against Oceanus, the primordial ocean from which all lesser seas had been born. The god of the sea found himself facing forces that predated his own authority, rendering his most powerful attacks ineffective against opponents who embodied the very concepts he claimed to rule. Hades emerged from the underworld to join the conflict, but his motivations remained ambiguous throughout the early stages of battle. The god of the dead possessed grievances against Zeus that rivaled those driving the titanic uprising, yet he also understood that complete overthrow of the current order might destabilize the realm of the dead in ways that could prove catastrophic. The battle that erupted across Mount Olympus transcended normal concepts of warfare, involving forces that reshaped the fundamental laws governing reality itself. Where titans and gods clashed, space and time became fluid, creating pockets of altered existence where past and future intersected in ways that defied rational comprehension. Kratos found himself fighting, not just against individual opponents, but against the very structure of Olympian power. His enhanced capabilities, augmented by titanic alliance, allowed him to challenge gods who had once seemed untouchable. But victory required more than simple application of superior force. The divine architecture of Mount Olympus began to crumble under the strain of hosting battles between cosmic forces that were never meant to conflict within the same dimensional space. Palaces that had stood since the dawn of the current age collapsed into fragments that burned with otherworldly fire, while the very air began to tear under pressure from opposing realities. Zeus himself initially remained aloof from the direct combat, observing the battle's progress from the highest peaks of Olympus, while calculating strategies that might preserve his authority. Despite the overwhelming assault, the king of the gods understood that conventional divine warfare would prove inadequate against enemies who embodied the fundamental forces from which his own power had been derived. His first major intervention took the form of lightning that struck with the combined force of every storm that had ever raged throughout creation. The assault should have been sufficient to destroy any opponent, yet Gaia absorbed the divine electricity into her earthen form, channeling it harmlessly into the ground while continuing her inexorable advance toward Zeus's stronghold. The failure of his most powerful direct attack forced Zeus to acknowledge that victory would require tactics that went beyond conventional divine combat. He began manipulating the very fabric of Olympus itself, reshaping the divine realm to create advantages that might compensate for his enemies' superior numbers and primordial authority. Gravity became a weapon under Zeus's control, creating zones where Titans found their massive forms suddenly weighing beyond their ability to support. Time itself was weaponized, with pockets of accelerated or decelerated temporal flow designed to disrupt the coordination that made the titanic assault so effective. Yet for every advantage Zeus created, the Titans found countermeasures that reflected their deeper understanding of cosmic principles. They had existed before the current laws of physics were established, giving them insight into fundamental forces that even Zeus could only manipulate rather than truly command. Kratos discovered that his role in this cosmic conflict went far beyond simple revenge against the god who had betrayed him. The enhanced perspective that came with Titanic alliance revealed connections between divine politics and mortal suffering that he had never previously understood. Every act of Olympian authority in the mortal realm was supported by cosmic arrangements that required constant maintenance and adjustment. The elaborate system of divine intervention, prayer, and sacrifice that governed relationships between gods and mortals was not natural law, but rather artificial construction that served primarily to concentrate power within the Olympian hierarchy. The war he was fighting was not just about personal justice, but rather about fundamental questions of cosmic governance that would determine how existence itself was structured for eons to come. Victory would mean liberation not just for himself, but for every being trapped within systems designed to serve divine convenience rather than universal justice. This revelation transformed his approach to the conflict from seeking individual satisfaction to pursuing comprehensive transformation of reality itself. The Titans offered not just power to defeat Zeus, but also wisdom to construct better alternatives to the corrupt system that Olympian rule had become. As the battle intensified, other supernatural entities began choosing sides based on calculations that extended far beyond the immediate conflict. Angels and demons from realms adjacent to Greek mythology recognized that the outcome would affect the entire cosmic order, potentially redistributing power in ways that could benefit or threaten their own domains. The mortal world below suffered devastating consequences as divine combat raged overhead. Natural laws became unreliable when the gods who maintained them were engaged in existential struggle, leading to phenomena that defied explanation through any rational framework. Seas boiled without heat sources, while mountains moved like living creatures across landscapes that should have remained stable. The sun flickered erratically as Helios found himself caught between opposing forces, his divine chariot buffeted by cosmic winds that threatened to extinguish the light that sustained all mortal life. Yet even as reality convulsed around them, the people of Greece continued their daily lives with the resilience that had always characterized human survival. They offered prayers to whichever god still seemed responsive, while preparing for whatever changes the divine conflict might bring to their world. The turning point of the war came when Kratos finally confronted Zeus directly, their battle taking place on peaks of Olympus that existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions. Here, the personal betrayal that had triggered the cosmic conflict was finally addressed through combat that would reshape both divine hierarchy and universal law. Father faced son in battle that transcended mere physical conflict, involving forces that struck at the very essence of divine authority itself. The outcome would determine not just who ruled Olympus, but what principles would govern existence throughout creation. The systematic destruction of the Olympian pantheon began not with grand declarations of war, but with calculated strikes against specific gods, whose elimination would weaken Zeus's support structure while advancing Kratos toward his ultimate target. Each divine death was planned with the tactical precision that had once made him Sparta's greatest general, but now applied to enemies whose destruction would reshape the fundamental nature of existence itself. Poseidon became the first major casualty of this divine campaign, chosen not merely because of his immediate opposition during the Titanic assault, but because his dominion over the seas made him a crucial component of Zeus's defensive strategy. The god of the ocean commanded forces that could potentially isolate Mount Olympus from Titanic support, making his elimination essential for maintaining the offensive momentum that Gaia's alliance had created. The confrontation with Poseidon took place across multiple planes of existence simultaneously, as divine combat of this magnitude could not be contained within normal spatial boundaries. Their battle raged through underwater palaces that existed in dimensions adjacent to the physical ocean, while also manifesting in the mortal realm as tsunamis and earthquakes that devastated coastal civilizations throughout the Mediterranean. Kratos discovered that killing gods required techniques that went far beyond conventional warfare. Divine essence was not contained within physical forms, but rather distributed across domains that could span entire aspects of reality. Destroying Poseidon meant not just defeating his avatar, but also disrupting the cosmic connections that linked his consciousness to every body of water throughout creation. The process was both exhausting and enlightening, revealing the true scope of divine power, while also demonstrating its fundamental vulnerabilities. Gods were not truly immortal in the absolute sense that mortals imagined, but rather sustained by networks of worship, natural phenomena, and cosmic responsibility that could be severed through sufficiently precise application of opposing force. When Poseidon finally fell, his death created a void in the ocean's governance that immediately began affecting the natural world in ways that cascaded beyond anyone's ability to predict or control. Seas that had maintained consistent behavior for millennia suddenly became chaotic, their movements following patterns that reflected the violent nature of their ruler's demise, rather than the stable rhythms that sustained marine life. The flooding that followed Poseidon's death was not simply a natural disaster, but rather a fundamental breakdown of the systems that had maintained oceanic stability since the current cosmic order was established. Coastal cities disappeared beneath waves that carried the fury of a dying god, while inland regions that had never known the sea's touch found themselves submerged beneath waters that defied every principle of geography and physics. Zeus watched these developments with growing alarm, recognizing that Kratos' campaign was not merely seeking personal satisfaction, but rather systematically dismantling the infrastructure that supported Olympian civilization. Each divine death weakened the overall pantheon, while simultaneously demonstrating to any wavering gods that resistance to Zeus's authority had become not just possible, but potentially successful. The king of the gods' response involved desperate attempts to shore up alliances that his previous authoritarian behavior had strained beyond normal repair. Divine politics that had once favored Zeus's position through simple intimidation now required genuine negotiation with gods who were beginning to question whether their loyalty was being adequately rewarded. Hades presented a particular challenge to Zeus's efforts at building defensive coalitions. The god of the dead possessed both the power and motivation to significantly influence the conflict's outcome. Yet his priorities did not align clearly with either side's immediate objectives. His primary concern remained maintaining stability within the realm of the dead, which was being disrupted by the massive influx of divine essence from Poseidon's destruction. The conversation between Zeus and Hades revealed depths of resentment that had been building within the Olympian family for countless centuries. The god of the dead spoke of feeling marginalized and undervalued despite his crucial role in maintaining cosmic balance, while Zeus found himself in the unfamiliar position of having to acknowledge past mistakes rather than simply demanding obedience. Yet even as these political negotiations continued, Kratos pressed forward with his campaign of divine assassination, targeting gods whose elimination would create maximum disruption to Olympian operations while advancing his path toward Zeus himself. The order of these attacks reflected strategic thinking that balanced immediate tactical advantages with longer-term objectives that encompassed the complete transformation of cosmic governance. Helios became the next target, chosen because his control over the sun represented both a crucial aspect of natural order and a powerful weapon that Zeus might deploy in defense of Olympus. The god of the sun possessed the ability to blind enemies or incinerate entire armies, making him too dangerous to leave operational while more immediate threats were addressed. The battle with Helios took place across the solar chariot's daily journey through the heavens, creating a running conflict that spanned from dawn to dusk, while covering distances that mortal minds could not comprehend. Their combat transformed the sun's light from its normal life-giving radiance into something approaching cosmic warfare, with solar flares and stellar winds serving as weapons in a battle that affected every living thing beneath the sky. Victory against Helios required Kratos to literally tear the light from the god's grasp, a process that involved manipulating forces fundamental to the existence of stars themselves. The techniques necessary for such cosmic vandalism had been taught to him by Gaia during their alliance, representing knowledge that predated the current organization of celestial mechanics. When Helios died, his destruction plunged the world into darkness that was not simply the absence of light, but rather the presence of something actively hostile to illumination itself. This was not natural night, but rather cosmic void, carrying with it the potential for phenomena that existed before the sun was created to maintain order within the solar system. The psychological impact of perpetual darkness on mortal populations was immediate and devastating. Civilizations that had developed under the assumption of regular day and night cycles found themselves unable to function when that fundamental rhythm was eliminated. Agriculture collapsed as crops withered without solar energy, while navigation became impossible for cultures that had relied on celestial observation for guidance. Yet the elimination of solar illumination also created opportunities for supernatural entities that normally avoided daylight exposure. Creatures of shadow and nightmare emerged from hidden realms to explore a world that had suddenly become hospitable to their nature, creating new threats for human populations already struggling with the collapse of natural order. Hermes presented a different type of challenge. As the messenger god's primary strength lay not in direct combat capability, but rather in mobility that allowed him to evade confrontation while coordinating Zeus's defensive efforts. His elimination required tactical approaches that emphasized containment and prediction rather than simple application of superior force. The hunt for Hermes became a pursuit that spanned multiple realms simultaneously, as the messenger god attempted to use his unique access to divine communication networks for gathering intelligence about Kratos' plans while avoiding direct engagement. Their conflict resembled a cosmic game of chess more than conventional warfare, with each participant attempting to outmaneuver the other through superior strategy rather than overwhelming power. Victory against Hermes came through exploiting the very speed that made him so elusive. Kratos learned to predict the messenger god's movements by understanding the divine communication networks that guided his travels, allowing for ambushes that turned Hermes's greatest strength into a vulnerability that could be systematically exploited. The death of Hermes created immediate communication breakdowns throughout the divine hierarchy, as gods who had relied on his services for coordination found themselves isolated from their allies at the moment when cooperation was most crucial for survival. Messages that should have warned of impending attacks never reached their intended recipients, while strategic planning became impossible when commanders could not reliably contact their subordinates. With each divine death, the mortal world descended further into chaos that reflected the breakdown of cosmic systems that had maintained natural order for millennia. Yet Kratos pressed forward with his campaign, driven by fury that had transcended personal grievance to become something approaching cosmic justice itself. The discovery that Pandora's box retained power beyond its initial opening came through Athena's desperate revelation as the Olympian order crumbled around Zeus's increasingly isolated position. The goddess of wisdom had been conducting secret research into ancient artifacts throughout the divine war, seeking weapons or knowledge that might shift the conflict's momentum in favor of her father's regime. What she uncovered was far more significant than any conventional divine weapon. Pandora's box had not been emptied by Kratos's previous use, but rather transformed into something approaching a cosmic prison that contained forces fundamental to the structure of existence itself. The evils that had escaped during his battle with Ares were merely surface manifestations of deeper powers that remained locked within the artifact's metaphysical core. The key to accessing these remaining forces lay with Pandora herself, the artificial being created by Hephaestus as both guardian and living key to the box's ultimate secrets. During the chaos following Ares's death and Kratos' ascension to godhood, she had been hidden away in dimensional spaces that existed between the normal realms, protected by safeguards that even Zeus had been reluctant to breach. Athena's explanation of Pandora's nature revealed the true scope of divine manipulation that had shaped events throughout Kratos' entire existence. The box had never been simply a weapon against Ares, but rather a multifaceted tool designed to address cosmic threats that the gods had foreseen arising in future ages. Pandora herself was not merely a guardian, but rather a conscious entity whose very existence was tied to forces that predated the current cosmic order. The process of locating and retrieving Pandora required navigating the labyrinth of time, a dimensional maze created by Hephaestus to protect his most precious creation from divine politics that might seek to exploit her unique capabilities. This was not simply a physical structure, but rather a conceptual space where past, present, and future intersected in ways that challenged the sanity of anyone attempting to traverse its passages. Kratos found himself confronting not just spatial obstacles, but temporal paradoxes that forced him to experience alternative versions of his own history. In some passages, he encountered versions of himself that had made different choices at crucial moments, creating opportunities to understand the full scope of consequences that flowed from individual decisions made under cosmic pressure. The most disturbing of these alternative histories showed him timelines where he had refused Ares's offer on that desperate battlefield, accepting death rather than divine servitude. These versions revealed lives that his family might have lived if he had chosen differently, but they also demonstrated the cascading disasters that would have followed from his absence during crucial moments in cosmic history. Other temporal fragments showed potential futures where his quest for revenge succeeded, but created consequences far worse than the Olympian tyranny he sought to eliminate. Realities where his victory led to cosmic chaos that consumed not just gods, but mortals, reducing all existence to primordial void that reflected his own inner emptiness rather than serving any constructive purpose. These visions served as warnings about the ultimate futility of revenge as a motivating force for cosmic transformation. The rage that had driven him throughout his divine career was sufficient to destroy existing order, but lacked the creative vision necessary to build something better from the ruins of what he had torn down. The labyrinth's challenges were designed not just to test his determination, but to force psychological growth that would prepare him for responsibilities that came with wielding ultimate power. Hephaestus had understood that accessing the box's final secrets would require wisdom that transcended simple tactical intelligence or combat prowess. At the labyrinth's heart, Kratos finally encountered Pandora herself, and the meeting challenged every assumption he had developed about divine creation and artificial consciousness. She was not the mechanical guardian he had expected, but rather a being whose nature combined childlike innocence with cosmic awareness that spanned dimensions beyond normal understanding. Pandora's reaction to his presence was not fear or hostility, but rather recognition tinged with sadness for the path he had chosen to reach her. She understood the necessity of his quest, while also perceiving the personal cost it had demanded from someone whose original nature had been capable of love rather than purely focused on destruction. Their conversation revealed that she had been aware of his existence throughout his entire divine career, watching from her dimensional prison as he struggled with responsibilities that no mortal mind had been designed to comprehend. Her isolation had been voluntary as much as imposed, reflecting her understanding that premature revelation of the box's true capabilities would create temptations that could destroy existence itself. The relationship that developed between them during their journey back toward the mortal realm carried echoes of the bond he had once shared with Calliope, but transformed by cosmic circumstances that made normal family dynamics impossible. Pandora was simultaneously daughter figure and guide, innocent child and ancient wisdom, artificial creation and essential component of reality's fundamental structure. Her presence forced him to confront aspects of his nature that had been suppressed beneath layers of rage and tactical focus. The capacity for protective love that had motivated his original bargain with Ares remained intact despite years of divine manipulation and cosmic warfare, suggesting possibilities for redemption that extended beyond simple revenge against Zeus. Yet Pandora's knowledge of the box's true power also revealed the ultimate sacrifice that would be required to access forces sufficient for reshaping cosmic order. The final opening of the artifact would demand not just her return to her role as living key, but her complete dissolution into the primordial energies that she had been created to contain and channel. This revelation transformed their relationship from simple alliance into something approaching tragedy, as both understood that their growing bond was destined to end with her willing self-destruction in service to his quest for cosmic justice. The irony was not lost on either of them that his path toward defeating the gods who had separated him from his family would require him to voluntarily sacrifice the closest thing to a daughter he had encountered since Calliope's death. The ethical complexity of this situation forced Kratos to examine his motivations with unprecedented honesty. Was his quest for revenge against Zeus worth the life of an innocent being whose only crime was existing as a tool created by divine will? Did cosmic justice justify demanding ultimate sacrifice from someone who had already suffered imprisonment for crimes she had never committed? Pandora's response to these questions demonstrated wisdom that shamed his own philosophical development. Despite her apparent youth and artificial origins, she spoke of purposes that transcended individual existence, while also acknowledging the genuine pain that such sacrifice would create for both of them. Her willingness to accept death for the greater good stood in stark contrast to the selfishness that had motivated many of his own choices throughout his divine career. Where he had often chosen paths that maximized his personal power or satisfaction, she was prepared to embrace obliteration if it served larger purposes that neither of them could fully comprehend. The journey toward Pandora's ultimate sacrifice became an education in cosmic responsibility that prepared Kratos for leadership roles that victory against Zeus would inevitably thrust upon him. The universe required governing principles that extended beyond personal grievance or individual ambition, demanding wisdom that could balance competing needs across scales ranging from individual mortal lives to the fundamental structure of existence itself. As they approached the final confrontation with Zeus, both Kratos and Pandora understood that their relationship represented something unprecedented in cosmic history. Here was a bond between destroyer and creator, between rage incarnate and hope personified, that might serve as foundation for whatever order emerged from the ashes of Olympian civilization. The ultimate battle between Kratos and Zeus took place not merely in the physical realm of Mount Olympus, but across multiple dimensions of existence simultaneously, as their conflict had grown beyond simple personal revenge to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of cosmic authority itself. The arena for their final confrontation was the very heart of creation, where the original forces that had shaped reality continued to burn with primordial intensity. Zeus had prepared for this moment throughout the entire divine war, recognizing that conventional tactics would prove inadequate against an opponent who had systematically dismantled every aspect of Olympian power structure. The king of the gods had withdrawn into the deepest chambers of cosmic authority, surrounding himself with defenses that drew upon sources of power predating his own ascension to divine supremacy. The approach to this ultimate sanctum required Kratos to navigate through layers of reality that existed at the intersection of thought and matter, where divine will could reshape fundamental laws through sheer force of concentrated intention. Each step towards Zeus carried him deeper into cosmic structures that had been designed to protect the very concept of divine authority from challenges that might threaten universal stability. Here, in chambers that existed outside normal space and time, Zeus had transformed himself into something approaching the pure embodiment of paternal authority and cosmic order. This was not simply the god who had betrayed Kratos, but rather the principle of hierarchical power itself, armed with every defense that millennia of divine rule had taught him to construct and maintain. The battle that erupted between them transcended physical combat to become a conflict between opposing philosophies of existence. Zeus fought to preserve order based on divine supremacy and mortal subservience, while Kratos struggled to create space for justice that recognized the inherent worth of individual consciousness, regardless of its mortal or immortal nature. Their weapons were not merely divine artifacts, but rather manifestations of cosmic principles that struck at the fundamental structure of reality itself. Zeus wielded lightning that carried the accumulated authority of every divine decree ever issued, while Kratos channeled forces borrowed from titanic primacy that predated current cosmic organization. Each exchange between them sent shockwaves through dimensions that supported the existence of countless mortal civilizations, creating paradoxes and disruptions that threatened to unravel the very fabric of creation. Mountains fell upward into skies that burned with colors unknown to normal perception, while time itself became fluid in ways that allowed past and future to intersect with consequences that no divine mind had ever contemplated. The psychological dimension of their conflict proved even more devastating than its physical manifestations. This was not just a battle between opposing warriors, but rather a confrontation between father and son, whose relationship had been poisoned by cosmic responsibilities that neither had originally chosen to bear. Zeus spoke of disappointment and necessity, explaining how Kratos' elevation to godhood had been intended to create a loyal heir rather than a rebellious challenger. The king of the gods revealed depths of genuine paternal feeling that had been obscured by political calculation, suggesting that his betrayal had been motivated as much by fear of losing his son to cosmic corruption as by concern about divine authority. These revelations struck Kratos with unexpected force, challenging the pure rage that had sustained him throughout his campaign of divine revenge. The recognition that Zeus had acted partially from paternal concern rather than simple tyrannical ambition complicated his moral certainty in ways that threatened to undermine his resolve at the moment when absolute determination was most crucial. Yet even as doubt began to erode his emotional foundations, Pandora's presence provided clarity that transcended the psychological complexity of family relationships. Her willingness to sacrifice herself for cosmic justice reminded him that some principles were worth defending regardless of personal cost or emotional complications. The moment when Pandora approached the box's final opening mechanism became the emotional climax of their cosmic struggle. Here was innocence choosing to embrace destruction for the greater good, while two immortal beings who should have been capable of preventing such tragedy found themselves bound by cosmic necessities that demanded ultimate sacrifice from the most vulnerable participant. Kratos' attempt to prevent Pandora's self-sacrifice revealed the depth of transformation that his relationship with her had created within his divine nature. The protective instincts that had been suppressed beneath layers of rage and tactical focus suddenly reasserted themselves with intensity that threatened to derail his quest for cosmic justice. Yet Pandora's response to his protective efforts demonstrated wisdom that transcended his own understanding of cosmic responsibility. She explained that her sacrifice was not tragic loss but rather fulfillment of the purpose for which she had been created, transforming apparent defeat into victory that would benefit every conscious being throughout creation. Her final words before dissolving into the box's opening mechanism carried implications that extended far beyond the immediate crisis. She spoke of hope as a force more fundamental than rage, of creation as ultimately more powerful than destruction, and of love as the cosmic principle that would eventually transform whatever order emerged from Olympian civilization's ashes. The power that emerged from Pandora's sacrifice was not the destructive force that Kratos had expected, but rather something that challenged his entire understanding of what strength meant in cosmic terms. This was not energy that could be wielded as a weapon, but rather wisdom that transformed the wielder into something capable of constructive rather than purely destructive action. The hope that flowed into him from the box's deepest chambers carried with it perspectives that had been hidden since creation's earliest moments. Here was understanding of how individual consciousness related to cosmic order, how justice could be achieved without destroying everything valuable in existing systems, and how power could be used to build rather than merely tear down. Armed with this ultimate cosmic force, Kratos found himself facing Zeus not as an enemy to be destroyed, but rather as a failed father whose mistakes required correction rather than punishment. The battle's final phase became less about inflicting death than about transforming the very nature of divine authority to serve consciousness rather than dominating it. Zeus's defeat came not through overwhelming force, but through the application of hope's transformative power to cosmic structures that had supported tyrannical authority for millennia. The king of the gods found himself stripped not of existence, but of the capacity to abuse power, transformed from absolute ruler into something approaching a servant of universal justice. The moment of Zeus's transformation marked the end, not just of his tyrannical reign but of the entire Olympian system that had elevated divine will above individual worth. The cosmic order that emerged from this transformation would require new forms of governance that balance divine wisdom with mortal agency, creating possibilities for existence that neither pure authority nor absolute freedom could have achieved alone. As Zeus fell, his final words carried acknowledgement of lessons that his defeat had taught him about the true nature of power and responsibility. The king of the gods recognized that his downfall had been caused not by external enemies, but by internal corruption that had gradually transformed protective authority into oppressive control. The victory that Kratos had achieved was simultaneously personal and cosmic, satisfying his need for justice while also creating opportunities for universal transformation that would benefit every conscious being throughout creation. Yet even in triumph, he understood that victory had been purchased through sacrifices that would mark his consciousness for eternity, transforming him from destroyer into guardian of possibilities that Pandora's hope had made real. In the aftermath of Zeus's defeat, Kratos stood alone among the ruins of Olympus, while the world below convulsed with catastrophes that reflected the complete breakdown of divine order. The systematic elimination of the gods had indeed achieved his quest for revenge, but victory had come at a cost that extended far beyond personal satisfaction to encompass the potential destruction of everything that existed within the sphere of Greek cosmic influence. The mortal realm was dying. Without Poseidon to govern the seas, vast tsunamis swallowed entire civilizations, while inland areas suffered from droughts that turned fertile valleys into wasteland. The absence of Helios meant perpetual darkness that was slowly freezing the earth as plants withered and died without solar energy. Hermes' death had severed communication networks that allowed natural systems to coordinate their functions, creating chaotic weather patterns that defied every principle of atmospheric science. Athena appeared to him in this moment of apparent triumph, but her form was different from the goddess he had known throughout his divine career. Death and rebirth had transformed her into something approaching pure wisdom, rather than the politically motivated deity who had manipulated his earlier actions. Her perspective now encompassed cosmic scales that revealed the true scope of damage his revenge had inflicted upon existence itself. Her words carried weight that penetrated even his God-enhanced consciousness, explaining how hope itself had become the key to preventing universal catastrophe. The power that Pandora's sacrifice had released into him was not meant to be possessed by any individual being, divine or mortal, but rather shared throughout creation to serve as foundation for whatever order would replace the collapsed Olympian system. The revelation struck him with force that transcended physical impact. Throughout his entire existence, from desperate Spartan general to divine god of war to cosmic destroyer, he had been shaped by the pursuit of power that could solve problems through superior force. Now he was being told that ultimate victory required surrendering the very strength that had made triumph possible. Athena's explanation revealed the deeper purpose that had guided events throughout his entire career, suggesting that every tragedy and triumph had been necessary preparation for this moment of ultimate choice. The gods had not been simply manipulating him for their convenience, but rather preparing him to become the instrument through which cosmic transformation could be achieved. Yet this knowledge came paired with the understanding that serving such a cosmic purpose would require him to abandon every personal desire that had motivated his struggle against divine tyranny. Hope could only be released into the world through complete self-sacrifice that would distribute its power among all conscious beings, rather than concentrating it within any single entity. The choice before him was stark in its implications. He could retain the hope within himself, becoming a new kind of god, whose power derived from primordial forces rather than political authority. But such a decision would doom the mortal world to continued catastrophe. Alternatively, he could release hope through his own destruction, healing the damage his revenge had caused, while simultaneously ending his own existence. The irony was not lost on him that his ultimate act of rebellion against divine tyranny would require embracing the very selflessness that he had been unable to achieve throughout his mortal and divine careers. Every previous choice had been motivated by personal need, whether for victory, revenge, or redemption, but cosmic healing demanded sacrifice that served universal rather than individual purposes. Standing at the highest peak of the ruined Olympus, Kratos contemplated the magnitude of what he was being asked to do. Below him stretched a world that was slowly dying from the consequences of his justified rage, while within him burned power sufficient to heal every wound that divine warfare had inflicted upon creation. The decision should have been obvious, yet it challenged everything that survival instinct had taught him throughout countless battles. Gods were not meant to embrace voluntary destruction, and every aspect of his enhanced nature rebelled against contemplating deliberate self-termination. The divine power flowing through his consciousness whispered of alternatives that might preserve both hope and his own existence. Yet even as these temptations arose, memories of Pandora's willing sacrifice provided moral clarity that transcended self-preservation instincts. She had embraced dissolution for the greater good without hesitation, demonstrating wisdom that shamed his own philosophical development despite her artificial origins and apparent youth. The understanding that his entire existence had been preparation for this moment of ultimate choice brought a strange form of peace that he had never experienced during his years of constant warfare. Every tragedy, every triumph, every moment of suffering and joy had contributed to creating the consciousness that was now capable of making decisions that transcended personal interest. The blade of Olympus, the same weapon that Zeus had used to betray him, became the instrument through which cosmic healing would be achieved. The irony of using his enemy's tool for ultimate self-sacrifice added a layer of poetic justice to proceedings that transcended simple revenge to become something approaching cosmic redemption. As he raised the blade toward his own heart, Kratos reflected on the journey that had brought him from Spartan battlefield to this moment of universal significance. The desperate general who had called upon Ares for victory had been transformed through suffering and wisdom into someone capable of choices that served existence rather than merely advancing personal agenda. The moment of impact was simultaneously an ending and a beginning, as hope exploded outward from his dying form to spread throughout creation like light dispelling primordial darkness. The power that had been concentrated within his divine consciousness scattered into countless fragments that sought out every form of conscious life, carrying with them the capacity for renewal and growth that would allow recovery from cosmic catastrophe. His sacrifice was not simply the death of one being, but rather the birth of possibilities that had never existed while divine authority remained concentrated within exclusive pantheons. Hope's distribution among mortal and immortal consciousness alike created foundations for relationships between different forms of life that were based on cooperation rather than domination. The healing that began immediately after his death was visible from cosmic distances, as natural systems that had been disrupted by divine warfare began to restore themselves according to patterns that served life rather than serving authority. Seas found new rhythms that supported rather than threatened coastal civilizations, while the sun's light was restored through processes that emerged from hope's influence on stellar mechanics. Yet the transformation extended far beyond mere restoration of previous conditions. The world that emerged from cosmic healing carried within it seeds of possibilities that had never existed under Olympian rule, as hope's influence created space for growth and development that transcended the limitations that divine authority had previously imposed. Mortal civilizations found themselves capable of achievements that had been impossible, while gods controlled every aspect of natural law. Technologies emerged that drew upon hope's influence to accomplish feats that rivaled divine capabilities, while philosophical understanding developed that allowed humans to comprehend their place within cosmic order without requiring supernatural intervention. The gods who survived the cosmic transformation were changed as fundamentally as the mortals they had once ruled. Divine consciousness that had been concentrated within individual beings was redistributed in ways that created genuine partnership between immortal wisdom and mortal innovation, eliminating the hierarchical relationships that had characterized previous cosmic arrangements. Athena observed these developments with satisfaction. that reflected her transformation into pure wisdom rather than politically motivated deity. The new cosmic order that emerged from Kratos' sacrifice embodied principles that served consciousness itself rather than advancing any particular faction's interests, creating stability that was based on mutual benefit rather than imposed authority. In distant realms beyond Greek cosmic influence, other pantheons watched these transformations with mixture of alarm and fascination. The precedent that had been set through Hope's distribution suggested possibilities for change that could affect every form of divine authority throughout creation, carrying implications that extended far beyond the immediate Greek sphere. Yet for all the cosmic significance of what had been achieved, the most profound change was perhaps the simplest. Throughout the healing world, conscious beings discovered within themselves capacities for hope that allowed them to envision and work toward futures that served life, rather than merely avoiding destruction, transforming existence from struggle for survival into collaborative creation of possibilities that honored every form of consciousness that participated in the cosmic community. The transition from cosmic sacrifice to renewed existence was not the dramatic resurrection that mortals might imagine, but rather a gradual process of consciousness reforming itself according to principles that operated beyond normal concepts of life and death. Kratos' essence had been scattered throughout creation by Hope's distribution, yet something fundamental to his identity persisted within the cosmic transformation he had enabled. Time moved differently in the spaces between worlds, where consciousness could exist without requiring physical form or adherence to the natural laws that governed normal existence. Here, in dimensions that connected different mythological systems, the scattered fragments of his identity slowly began to coalesce around purposes that transcended his previous understanding of what existence could encompass. The Reformation was not simply restoration, but rather fundamental reconstruction, according to principles that Hope's influence had made possible. The rage that had defined his previous existence was transmuted into something more complex, a deep understanding of justice that recognized both the necessity of strength and the wisdom of restraint. When he finally emerged into physical reality again, it was in lands far removed from the Mediterranean world where his previous life had unfolded. The Nordic realms offered landscapes that reflected different relationships between divine and mortal consciousness, where gods walked among humans with less of the hierarchical distance that had characterized Greek cosmic organization. These were territories where winter ruled for months at a time, where survival required cooperation between individuals and communities in ways that the competitive city-state system of Greece had never demanded. The forests stretched for distances that dwarfed anything he had known in his previous life, filled with creatures and phenomena that operated according to mythological principles distinct from those that had governed Olympian reality. His first years in this new world were spent in solitude that allowed for reflection and healing that would have been impossible, while divine responsibilities demanded constant attention. The wilderness became his teacher, showing him patterns of existence that emphasized balance and cycles rather than the linear progression of conquest and domination that had defined his previous understanding of how reality operated. The transformation of his physical form reflected deeper changes in his fundamental nature. The ashes of his family that had marked his skin for so long began to fade, replaced by markings that spoke of connection to forces that operated through cooperation rather than conflict. His weapons evolved as well, adapting to combat styles that emphasized precision and necessity rather than the overwhelming destruction that had characterized his Greek period. Meeting Fae represented the beginning of genuine healing that extended beyond cosmic significance to encompass personal fulfillment that he had never believed possible. She was a giant, one of the ancient beings whose wisdom predated the current Nordic divine order, yet she chose to live quietly among mortal communities rather than claiming the authority that her heritage could have provided. Their relationship developed slowly, built on mutual recognition of shared experiences with loss and transformation, rather than the immediate attraction that might characterize more conventional partnerships. Both had survived the destruction of their original worlds, carrying within themselves knowledge that made normal social interactions challenging, while also creating possibilities for understanding that transcended ordinary connection. Faye's knowledge of cosmic patterns that connected different mythological systems provided context for his own experiences that he had never previously possessed. She explained how the Greek transformation he had enabled was part of larger cycles that affected every pantheon throughout creation, suggesting that his sacrifice had influenced possibilities for change that extended far beyond his immediate understanding. Yet she also recognized the personal cost that such cosmic significance had demanded, helping him to understand that his value as an individual was not dependent on universal importance, but rather derived from his capacity for growth and connection that served a life rather than abstract principles. The decision to build a life together was not made through dramatic declaration, but rather through gradual recognition that their partnership created possibilities for fulfillment that neither could achieve alone. The cabin they constructed in the wilderness became a sanctuary where cosmic refugees could discover what peace meant when it was not imposed through force, but rather cultivated through mutual care. The birth of Atreus transformed Kratos in ways that cosmic power had never accomplished, teaching him forms of responsibility that were based on love rather than duty. Fatherhood required him to develop patience and wisdom that his previous existence had never demanded, while also forcing him to confront fears about passing on the violence that had defined his earlier life. Watching his son grow brought daily reminders of everything he had lost during his Greek period, yet also demonstrated possibilities for healing that he had never imagined could exist. Atreus represented hope made manifest in the most personal possible terms, a living proof that redemption could create new life rather than simply correcting past mistakes. The years of family life that followed were perhaps the most challenging and rewarding of his entire existence. Learning to be husband and father required skills that no amount of divine power had prepared him to develop, yet the rewards of such learning exceeded anything that conquest or revenge had ever provided. Faye's influence helped him to understand that strength could be expressed through protection and nurturing, rather than domination and destruction. Her giant heritage provided perspectives on power that emphasized responsibility to community rather than advancement of individual interests, transforming his understanding of what leadership could accomplish when properly motivated. The domestic routines that filled their daily lives might have seemed mundane to observers familiar with his cosmic significance, yet these simple activities provided satisfaction that transcended anything his previous achievements had offered. Chopping wood, tending gardens, teaching his son to hunt and survive, these tasks connected him to immediate reality in ways that divine responsibilities had never allowed. Yet even in this peaceful existence, echoes of his previous life continued to influence their family dynamics. Faye recognized signs of the warrior that he had been, understanding both the value of such experience and the dangers that came with carrying so much violence within oneself. Her wisdom helped him to find ways of acknowledging his past without allowing it to dominate their present. The decision to keep his true identity secret from Atreus was made jointly, based on their shared understanding that children deserved the opportunity to develop their own relationships with power and responsibility rather than being overshadowed by parental legacy. Yet both parents also recognized that such secrets carried risks that would eventually require careful navigation. Their son's developing abilities revealed heritage that combined giant wisdom with whatever remained of Kratos' divine enhancement, creating possibilities that neither parent could fully predict or control. The boy showed signs of capabilities that transcended normal human limitations, yet he also demonstrated the curiosity and compassion that suggested proper guidance could help him avoid the mistakes that had marked his father's earlier existence. The hunting trips, that became their primary bonding activity, served multiple purposes beyond simple provision of food for their household. These expeditions taught Atreus practical skills for survival, while also providing opportunities for Kratos to share wisdom about violence and its consequences without revealing the full scope of his personal experience with such matters. The forest creatures they encountered ranged from normal animals to beings that possessed supernatural qualities, reflecting the Nordic realm's unique mythological characteristics. Each hunt became a lesson in respect for life and death, helping Atreus to understand that taking life carried responsibilities that extended beyond immediate necessity. When Faye's illness began to manifest, it brought with it awareness that their peaceful interlude was approaching its end. Her condition was not simply physical decline, but rather spiritual preparation for transition that would require both husband and son to continue their development without her direct guidance. The knowledge that she carried about future events was shared selectively, providing direction for challenges they would face, while also ensuring that they retained the agency to make their own choices about how to respond to those challenges. The morning that changed everything began like countless others during the years following Faye's death, with Kratos preparing for another hunting expedition while Atreus practiced with his bow in the clearing behind their modest cabin. The familiar routine had become their way of maintaining connection to each other while honoring the memory of the woman who had brought meaning to both their lives in ways that neither fully comprehended. Atreus had grown considerably during the months since his mother's funeral, developing skills that reflected both careful instruction and natural talent that sometimes surprised even his experienced father. The boy's marksmanship with his handcrafted bow rivaled that of hunters who had spent decades perfecting their craft, while his tracking abilities seemed to operate through intuition as much as learned technique. Yet beneath the surface competence, Kratos recognized signs of restlessness that echoed his own youth, a desire for challenges that extended beyond their carefully controlled forest environment. The boy asked increasingly sophisticated questions about the world beyond their territory, displaying curiosity about cosmic matters that suggested awareness of his own unusual nature. The relationship between them had evolved through stages that reflected their mutual adjustment to loss, while also revealing fundamental differences in their approaches to understanding reality. Where Kratos preferred direct action based on accumulated experience, Atreus sought explanation and context that would allow him to develop his own frameworks for making decisions. These different cognitive styles had created productive tension that forced the former god to examine his own assumptions about how knowledge should be acquired and applied. Teaching his son required him to articulate wisdom that he had previously relied upon through instinct, making explicit the lessons that experience had taught him about survival and responsibility. The morning's hunting expedition was intended to address specific aspects of Atreus's development that concerned his father despite the boy's obvious progress in most areas. The youth showed remarkable ability when facing ordinary forest creatures, but had yet to encounter challenges that would test his response to genuine danger or ethical complexity. Their target was a massive elk that had been observed in the deeper forest regions, a creature whose size and apparent intelligence suggested characteristics that went beyond normal animal behavior. Hunting such prey would require skills that approached their limits, while also providing opportunities to discuss topics that could not be addressed through abstract conversation. The tracking process revealed aspects of Atreus's capabilities that had been developing beyond his father's direct observation. The boy could perceive details about animal behavior and forest patterns that seemed to operate through enhanced senses rather than simply careful attention to physical evidence. When they finally located their quarry, the encounter revealed complexities that neither had anticipated. The elk was indeed extraordinary, possessing awareness and dignity that suggested supernatural rather than simply natural origins. Its eyes held intelligence that challenged assumptions about the nature of consciousness and the ethics of taking life for survival purposes. The moment when Atreus hesitated before loosing his arrow became a crucial test of everything that Kratos had attempted to teach him about the relationship between necessity and respect. The boy understood that they needed food for winter survival, yet he also recognized that this particular creature represented something that transcended ordinary hunting situations. Their conversation during this suspended moment revealed how much both had learned about each other during their years of careful coexistence. Atreus spoke of feeling connections to the natural world that went beyond anything his father had experienced during his own youth, while Kratos found himself acknowledging mysteries about existence that his previous divine experience had never addressed. The decision to take the shot was made jointly, reflecting mutual understanding that survival sometimes required actions that challenged comfortable moral assumptions. Yet the execution was performed with ceremony that honored both the necessity of the act and the significance of the life being taken for their benefit. When the elk fell, its death was accompanied by phenomena that confirmed suspicions about its supernatural nature. Light seemed to flow from its body into the surrounding forest, while sounds that might have been voices or simply wind carried messages that neither hunter could quite comprehend. The processing of their kill became an extended lesson in respect for the relationship between life and death that characterized all natural cycles. Atreus demonstrated understanding that went beyond his years, recognizing that taking life created obligations toward both the creature being harvested and the larger ecological systems that had supported its existence. Their return journey provided opportunities for reflection on experiences that had challenged both their assumptions about hunting and their understanding of how consciousness operated within natural systems. The boy's questions revealed philosophical sophistication that surprised his father, while also demonstrating how much his own thinking had been influenced by their conversations. The conversation that developed during the long walk home revealed depths of connection between them that had been building through years of shared experience but had never been fully articulated. Atreus spoke of feeling different from other children in ways that he could not explain, while Kratos found himself acknowledging mysteries about his son's nature that he had been avoiding through focus on practical concerns. The moment when Atreus became ill was so sudden and severe that it bypassed all his father's protective instincts, revealing the boy's underlying nature in ways that could no longer be hidden or ignored. The sickness was not simply physical weakness, but rather manifestation of capabilities that were emerging without proper understanding or control. Kratos' response to his son's condition revealed how much fatherhood had changed him since their early years together. Where his previous existence had been characterized by immediate action based on superior force, this crisis required patience and wisdom that took into account consequences extending far beyond immediate solutions. The journey that would follow this revelation would take them far from their peaceful forest home into regions where ancient powers still operated according to principles that predated current cosmic arrangements. Yet the foundation for that adventure had been established through years of careful relationship building that honored both their individual natures and their shared commitment to family bonds that transcended normal understanding. The understanding that emerged from this crisis was that Atreus's developing abilities were not simply enhanced human capabilities, but rather expressions of heritage that connected him to cosmic forces operating throughout Nordic mythology. His father's divine background had been combined with his mother's giant wisdom to create possibilities that neither parent had fully anticipated. Yet this revelation also brought recognition that their peaceful interlude was ending, replaced by responsibilities that would require them to engage with supernatural systems that operated according to principles very different from those that had governed their forest existence. The boy's emerging nature would attract attention from beings whose intentions might not align with his parents' protective desires. The conversation that concluded their hunting expedition established frameworks for honesty, that would guide their relationship through challenges that lay ahead. Kratos acknowledged that there were aspects of his own past that he had kept hidden for protective purposes, while Atreus accepted that his developing abilities carried responsibilities that would require guidance from someone with experience in cosmic matters. Their return to the cabin that evening marked the end of one phase of their relationship and the beginning of another that would test everything they had learned about trust, responsibility, and the meaning of family bonds when faced with forces that operated beyond normal human understanding. The boy who had left that morning as a skilled but essentially ordinary hunter was returning as someone whose true nature demanded engagement with mythological realities that his father had hoped to avoid forever. The realm of Midgard that opened before Kratos and Atreus as they ventured beyond their forest sanctuary was a world shaped by mythological forces that operated according to principles fundamentally different from those that had governed Greek cosmic order. Here, the boundaries between divine and mortal existence were more fluid, with gods walking among humans as neighbors and rivals rather than distant rulers demanding worship from afar. The landscape itself reflected this different relationship between supernatural and natural forces. Ancient trees grew to sizes that suggested lifespans measured in millennia rather than centuries, their roots extending deep into earth that held memories of cosmic events stretching back to creation itself. Mountains rose like sleeping giants, whose dreams influenced weather patterns across entire regions, while rivers carried waters blessed or cursed by divine encounters that had occurred in ages past. Norse mythology operated through concepts of fate and destiny that were more complex than Greek notions of divine will imposed upon mortal existence. The Norns who wove the threads of destiny created patterns that influenced, rather than controlled, individual choices, allowing for agency within predetermined structures that honored both freedom and cosmic necessity. This was a world where prophecy served as warning, rather than inevitable doom, where knowledge of future events created opportunities for wisdom, rather than simply generating anxiety about outcomes that could not be changed. The concept of Ragnarok itself embodied this principle, representing transformation that could be approached with courage rather than simple destruction that must be passively endured. The creatures they encountered during their early exploration revealed the Norse realm's unique approach to balancing natural and supernatural elements. Ordinary animals possessed intelligence and dignity that approached divine attributes, while beings that were clearly supernatural often demonstrated practical concerns that connected them to immediate environmental realities. The first Draugr they faced provided Atreus with his introduction to Norse undeath concepts that differed significantly from Greek underworld traditions. These were not simply reanimated corpses, but rather beings whose spiritual essence had become confused about the boundary between life and death, creating entities that posed genuine threats while also deserving compassion for their confused state. Kratos watched his son's response to these encounters with careful attention, recognizing that the boy's approach to supernatural challenges reflected both inherited capability and moral development that had been shaped by their years of peaceful coexistence. Atreus demonstrated wisdom that balanced necessary violence with respect for the complexity of consciousness that existed within apparently hostile entities. The runestones they discovered throughout their travels provided glimpses into Norse cosmic history that revealed patterns of divine behavior very different from Olympian traditions. These gods had struggled with personal flaws and family conflicts that were acknowledged rather than hidden, creating mythological narratives that emphasized growth through adversity rather than maintenance of perfect authority. The most significant of these revelations concerned the Sard and Vanir conflict that had shaped current Norse divine arrangements. This was not the simple conquest that had characterized Greek mythological transitions, but rather a war that had ended through negotiation and integration, rather than domination of one faction by another. Understanding these historical patterns helped both father and son to develop frameworks for interpreting the supernatural encounters that were becoming increasingly frequent as they traveled deeper into regions where divine influence remained strong. The Norse gods were not distant cosmic forces, but rather beings whose personal struggles created ripple effects that influenced everything within their sphere of influence. The world tree Yggdrasil represented the most fundamental difference between Greek and Norse cosmic organization, where Olympus had been a single divine realm separated from mortal existence. Yggdrasil connected 9 realms that each contained different aspects of consciousness and reality, creating a complex system where travel between dimensions was possible for those who understood the proper techniques. This interconnectedness meant that actions taken in one realm inevitably influenced conditions throughout the entire cosmic structure, making ethical behavior more crucial than it had been within the relatively isolated Greek system. Decisions made by gods or mortals in Midgard could affect the development of consciousness in Alfheim or create consequences that manifested in Jotunheim centuries later. The giants they learned about, through inscriptions and abandoned settlements, represented wisdom traditions that predated current divine arrangements, while also pointing toward future possibilities that transcended existing limitations. These beings had not been conquered by the Usur, but rather had chosen different approaches to existence that emphasized knowledge and foresight over immediate power. Atreus's reaction to learning about giant heritage provided insights into his developing identity that concerned and encouraged his father in equal measure. The boy demonstrated natural affinity for concepts that required sophisticated understanding of cosmic relationships, yet he also showed tendency toward curiosity that could lead him into dangerous territories without adequate preparation. The magic system they encountered operated through runes that connected written symbols to fundamental forces rather than requiring divine blessing or inherited bloodlines. This democratization of supernatural capability meant that mortals could achieve significant power through study and practice, creating social dynamics that were more egalitarian than anything that had existed within Greek cosmic arrangements. Yet this accessibility also created dangers, as individuals who gained magical abilities without developing corresponding wisdom could cause damage that affected entire communities. The abandoned settlements they discovered often showed evidence of magical experiments that had gone catastrophically wrong, serving as warnings about the responsibility that came with supernatural capability. The creatures emerging from rifts between realms provided their first direct experience with the cosmic instability that was affecting Norse mythological systems. These beings were not inherently hostile, but rather confused by displacement from their proper dimensional contexts, creating conflicts that required diplomatic as well as combative solutions. Freya's first appearance came during one of these interdimensional incidents, when her magical intervention prevented what could have become a catastrophic breach between Midgard and one of the more chaotic realms. Her immediate assessment of both Kratos and Atreus revealed divine perception that recognized their unusual natures while also respecting their desire for privacy about their backgrounds. The conversation that followed this encounter provided their introduction to someone whose own relationship with divine power had been shaped by experiences that paralleled their own journey from cosmic significance to personal fulfillment. Freya spoke of choosing exile from divine politics in favor of connection to immediate reality, demonstrating wisdom that resonated with lessons that Fae had taught them about the importance of authentic existence. Her knowledge of magical healing proved crucial for addressing Atreus's developing condition, but more importantly, her approach to treatment emphasized understanding and integration rather than simple suppression of supernatural symptoms. She recognized that the boy's abilities were not problems to be solved, but rather aspects of his nature that required proper guidance for healthy development. The magical instruction she provided introduced both father and son to Norse approaches to power that emphasized harmony with natural forces rather than domination over them. These techniques required practitioners to understand their place within larger ecological and cosmic systems, creating capabilities that served life rather than simply advancing individual interests. Yet even as Freya offered assistance and wisdom, both Kratos and Atreus recognized undercurrents of sadness and regret that suggested she was dealing with losses that matched their own experiences with tragedy. Her willingness to help strangers seemed motivated by understanding of how isolation could transform even divine beings into shadows of their potential selves. The revelation that their journey would require visiting other realms connected to Yggdrasil brought recognition that their peaceful forest existence was truly ending, replaced by responsibilities that would test everything they had learned about family bonds, while also exposing them to dangers that could threaten not just their safety, but their developing relationship itself. The stranger who appeared at their door that fateful morning carried himself with confidence that immediately set Kratos on edge, recognizing in the visitor's posture and bearing the unmistakable signs of someone accustomed to divine authority. This was not a lost traveler seeking directions or a neighbor offering assistance, but rather something far more dangerous, disguised in deceptively casual appearance. Baldur's initial approach seemed almost conversational. His questions about their identity and purpose, delivered with the kind of friendly curiosity that might characterize any social interaction between residents of the same general region. Yet beneath this surface politeness lay currents of interrogation that suggested he possessed specific information about their backgrounds, while seeking confirmation of details that remained unclear. The conversation that developed revealed layers of meaning that operated simultaneously on multiple levels of understanding. Where Baldur appeared to be making small talk about local conditions and seasonal changes, he was actually probing for responses that would confirm or deny suspicions about their true nature and capabilities. Kratos recognized the tactical sophistication behind this apparently casual encounter, understanding that his visitor was employing techniques designed to extract information while maintaining plausible deniability about his actual intentions. This was divine politics disguised as neighborly interaction, creating a situation where direct confrontation would appear to be unprovoked aggression rather than justified defensive action. Yet even as he appreciated the stranger's skill, Kratos also detected signs of internal conflict that suggested Baldur was not entirely comfortable with his role in whatever larger scheme had brought him to their isolated home. There were moments when his questions seemed driven by genuine curiosity rather than strategic necessity, creating opportunities for connection that transcended their fundamentally opposed positions. The moment when diplomatic pretense gave way to open conflict was both inevitable and surprisingly sudden, triggered by Baldur's recognition that continued conversation would not yield the information he needed to complete his mission. The transformation from polite visitor to divine warrior occurred with speed that would have overwhelmed any ordinary mortal, revealing capabilities that confirmed Kratos' assessment of his true nature. The battle that erupted around their cabin transcended normal concepts of combat, involving forces that reshaped the immediate environment while also testing both participants' understanding of how divine power could be applied within the constraints of Norse mythological systems. This was not the cosmic warfare that had characterized Greek divine conflicts, but rather something more personal and immediate, yet no less dangerous for its smaller scale. Baldur's fighting style revealed training and experience that spanned centuries of divine existence. His techniques incorporating elements from multiple martial traditions, while also demonstrating innovative adaptations that suggested creative intelligence beyond simple accumulated knowledge. He was not merely an ancient warrior drawing upon vast experience, but rather someone who continued to evolve his capabilities through ongoing study and practice. Yet for all his skill and divine enhancement, Baldur also displayed limitations that reflected the specific nature of his supernatural condition. His attacks carried tremendous force, but lacked the tactical flexibility that came from ability to assess and respond to pain, creating patterns that a sufficiently experienced opponent could learn to exploit. The invulnerability that protected him from physical harm also isolated him from sensory feedback that normal combatants relied upon for understanding their environment and adjusting their strategies accordingly. This created a form of sensory deprivation that made him formidable in direct confrontation, while also limiting his ability to respond to subtle changes in tactical situations. Kratos found himself facing an opponent whose capabilities were simultaneously greater and lesser than those he had encountered during his Greek period. Baldur possessed raw power that rivaled many Olympian gods, yet he operated within constraints that created exploitable weaknesses for someone with sufficient experience in divine combat. The destruction that surrounded their battle served as harsh reminder that divine conflicts inevitably affected innocent bystanders, even when conducted in supposedly isolated locations. Ancient trees that had survived countless natural disasters were reduced to splinters by forces that operated beyond normal physical laws, while the very earth cracked under impact from beings whose enhanced strength exceeded environmental tolerances. Atreus's response to witnessing divine combat provided insights into his developing nature that both encouraged and concerned his father. The boy demonstrated courage and tactical awareness that suggested inherited capability for handling supernatural threats, yet he also showed signs of fascination with power that could lead him toward dangerous territory if not properly guided. The intervention that ended their initial confrontation came not through victory by either participant, but rather through Baldur's recognition that his target was not present at the location where intelligence had suggested he would be found. The confusion and frustration this created revealed that his hunt was based on information that was either incomplete or deliberately misleading. The withdrawal was tactical rather than strategic, reflecting Baldur's understanding that continued combat would not advance his mission while potentially creating complications that could interfere with his broader objectives. Yet his departure carried promises of future encounters that would be conducted under circumstances more favorable to his purposes. The conversation between father and son that followed this encounter was marked by questions that neither could fully answer given their limited understanding of Norse divine politics and the specific factors that had motivated Baldur's visit. Atreus demonstrated sophisticated analysis of their tactical situation while also expressing concerns about their safety that reflected mature understanding of the challenges they now faced. The decision to leave their forest home was made jointly, based on recognition that Baldur's interest in their location meant that remaining would inevitably lead to further confrontations under circumstances that might prove less favorable than their initial encounter. Yet departure also meant abandoning the peaceful existence that had provided healing and growth for both of them. Their preparation for travel revealed how much their relationship had evolved since Faye's death, with both contributing skills and perspectives that created capabilities neither could have achieved alone. Kratos provided tactical knowledge and combat experience, while Atreus offered insights into local conditions and magical systems that his father's Greek background had not prepared him to understand. The journey that began with their departure from the cabin would take them through regions of Midgard, where divine influence remained strong, creating opportunities for education about Norse mythological systems, while also exposing them to dangers that could test their developing partnership. Each step away from their sanctuary carried them deeper into cosmic conflicts that operated according to principles very different from those that had shaped Kratos's previous existence. The tracking skills that Baldur demonstrated during his pursuit suggested divine capabilities that went beyond simple enhanced senses to encompass supernatural awareness of their movements across vast distances. This was not ordinary hunting, but rather something approaching cosmic surveillance, creating pressure that would influence every decision they made during their journey. Yet the hunt also provided opportunities for learning about their pursuers' nature and motivations that could prove valuable if future encounters escalated beyond simple combat. Baldur's behavior patterns suggested psychological complexity that might create openings for diplomatic solutions, assuming they could develop sufficient understanding of the factors driving his apparently relentless pursuit. The realization that they were being hunted by someone whose capabilities approached their own marked a fundamental shift in their circumstances, transforming what had begun as a simple journey to honor Faye's final wishes into something approaching a running battle that would test every aspect of their developing relationship, while also exposing them to Norse mythological systems that operated according to principles neither fully understood. The first transition between realms came through the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that connected different dimensions within Yggdrasil's cosmic structure, creating an experience that challenged everything Kratos thought he understood about the nature of space and travel. This was not simply movement from one location to another, but rather passage between entirely different states of existence, each governed by its own natural laws and populated by forms of consciousness adapted to specific cosmic conditions. Alfheim opened before them like a realm crafted from pure light, where every surface reflected and refracted illumination that seemed to possess its own intelligence and purpose. The architecture defied conventional understanding of how matter could be arranged, with structures that appeared solid yet allowed passage when approached with proper intention, creating cities that existed as much in conceptual space as in physical reality. The Dark Elves and Light Elves, whose conflict dominated this realm, represented opposing approaches to consciousness that had been locked in warfare for generations beyond counting. Yet their struggle was not simple good versus evil, but rather different philosophies about how awareness should relate to the fundamental forces that shaped existence within their dimensional context. Atreus's reaction to experiencing realm transition revealed aspects of his heritage that had been dormant during their forest years. The boy seemed naturally attuned to the dimensional mechanics that governed inter-realm travel, displaying instinctive understanding of concepts that most beings required extensive study to comprehend. The light of Alfheim, that served as their primary objective, was not simply a source of illumination, but rather a crystallized form of pure understanding that could influence consciousness throughout the cosmic tree's structure. Its theft by the Dark Elves had created imbalances that affected every realm connected to Yggdrasil, demonstrating how interconnected the 9 worlds truly were. The retrieval mission required them to navigate through combat situations that tested their partnership, while also providing education about Norse magical systems that operated through entirely different principles than anything from Kratos's Greek experience. Here, power flowed through runic understanding rather than divine blessing, creating capabilities that could be learned rather than simply inherited. The underground passages beneath Alfheim's crystal gardens revealed layers of cosmic history that predated current conflicts, showing evidence of civilizations that had achieved harmony between opposing forces before some catastrophe had shattered their achievements. These ruins served as reminders that even divine conflicts were temporary phenomena within larger cycles of cosmic development. When Atreus began showing signs of illness that went beyond physical exhaustion, the symptoms revealed inheritance that connected him to cosmic forces operating throughout multiple realms simultaneously. His condition was not disease in any conventional sense, but rather manifestation of divine nature that was emerging without proper understanding or control. The revelation of his true heritage, as part giant, came through Freya's magical examination, but the implications extended far beyond simple questions of ancestry, to encompass his role in prophecies that could affect the future development of all 9 realms. This was knowledge that transformed their journey from personal quest to cosmic responsibility. The journey to Jotunheim required accessing the realm of the giants through pathways that had been hidden since the ancient conflicts between the Aesir and their primordial rivals. These routes demanded navigation skills that combined magical understanding with intuitive connection to cosmic forces that most beings could never hope to comprehend. The abandoned giant settlements they discovered revealed a civilization that had achieved levels of wisdom and technological advancement that surpassed anything in the current age. Their architecture integrated seamlessly with natural environments while also demonstrating understanding of cosmic principles that allowed them to work with fundamental forces rather than simply manipulating surface phenomena. The murals and inscriptions found throughout Jotunheim told stories that recontextualized everything they thought they understood about Norse mythological history. The giants had not been defeated through superior force, but rather had chosen withdrawal as a strategic response to conflicts that threatened to destroy the cosmic balance they had spent millennia learning to maintain. The prophecies carved into mountain faces revealed futures that included both father and son in roles that could determine whether the approaching Ragnarok would result in destruction or transformation. These were not predetermined destinies, but rather possibilities that could be influenced through wisdom and choice. Yet they also carried warnings about consequences that would follow from certain decisions. Atreus's discovery of his identity as Loki was simultaneously liberation and burden, providing explanation for capabilities that had been developing throughout their journey, while also connecting him to mythological roles that carried enormous responsibility. The name itself was not simply designation, but rather cosmic function that would influence his relationship with forces operating throughout the 9 realms. The conversation between father and son that followed this revelation tested their relationship in ways that physical dangers had never managed to accomplish. Questions of identity and destiny created emotional challenges that required honesty about fears and hopes that both had been avoiding throughout their shared journey. The understanding that emerged from these discussions established new foundations for their partnership that acknowledged both individual agency and cosmic responsibility. Atreus would need to discover how to fulfill prophetic roles while maintaining the moral development that Faye's guidance and Kratos' experience had fostered, while his father faced questions about how much protection he could provide without limiting his son's necessary growth. The return journey through multiple realms provided opportunities for applying lessons learned during their exploration, while also revealing how much both had changed through exposure to cosmic forces operating beyond their previous understanding. Each realm transition brought new perspectives on consciousness and existence that enriched their appreciation for the complexity of reality itself. The magical abilities that Atreus began manifesting reflected his growing comfort with his true nature, yet they also created new dangers as his power attracted attention from beings throughout the cosmic tree who recognized the significance of his emerging capabilities. Some of this attention was benevolent, coming from entities that hoped to provide guidance, while other interest carried threats that would require careful navigation. The defensive techniques that Kratos taught his son during their travels emphasized wisdom and restraint rather than simple application of superior force. The lessons of his Greek period had taught him that unchecked power inevitably led to corruption, making it crucial that Atreus develop ethical frameworks that could guide his use of abilities that would continue growing throughout his life. The runic magic they learned together created shared understanding that strengthened their partnership while also providing practical tools for survival in environments where conventional weapons proved inadequate. These techniques required cooperation and mutual trust that deepened their relationship while also preparing them for challenges that neither could face alone. The creatures they encountered across different realms provided education about consciousness and existence that expanded both their philosophical understanding and tactical capabilities. Each entity they met operated according to principles adapted to its specific dimensional context, demonstrating the infinite variety of approaches to existence that were possible within Yggdrasil's cosmic structure. The gradual recognition that their journey was attracting attention from Odin and his agents added layers of complexity that transformed simple travel into something approaching cosmic espionage. The All-Father's interest in their activities suggested that their quest to honor Faye's wishes was connected to larger patterns of divine politics that could affect the future of all 9 realms. The moment when Kratos finally spoke the words that would forever change their relationship came not through planned revelation, but through desperate necessity, as Atreus's arrogance, following the discovery of his divine nature, threatened to transform him into something that would betray everything Faye had hoped their son could become. The boy's newfound knowledge of his identity as Loki had awakened capabilities that far exceeded his wisdom, creating dangerous imbalances that could destroy both his moral development and their family bond. Standing in the ancient giant temple, where prophecies had revealed their cosmic significance, Kratos watched his son demonstrate casual cruelty toward defeated enemies while speaking of divine superiority with conviction that echoed the worst aspects of Olympian arrogance. This was not the child he had raised through years of careful guidance, but rather someone who was allowing power to corrupt his essential nature in ways that demanded immediate intervention. The decision to reveal his true identity as the former god of war was perhaps the most difficult choice Kratos had made since agreeing to Ares's original bargain on that desperate battlefield centuries ago. Everything he had built with Faye and their son was founded on the possibility of escaping his violent past. Yet that same past now represented the only source of wisdom that might save Atreus from repeating his father's mistakes. The words came slowly at first, each revelation carrying weight that seemed to physically press against the very air around them. He spoke of Greece and Olympus, of gods who had seemed untouchable until mortal fury proved capable of bringing down immortal tyranny. He described the blades of chaos and their terrible cost, the family destroyed through divine manipulation, and the rage that had consumed decades of existence before finally being transformed into something approaching wisdom. Atreus's response was everything that Kratos had feared and hoped for simultaneously. The boy's initial shock gave way to questions that revealed both his intelligence and his fundamental inability to comprehend the true scope of what his father was confessing. How could someone capable of such destruction have become the patient teacher who had guided him through childhood? What did it mean that divine blood flowed through his veins from sources that had been baptized in cosmic warfare? The conversation that followed tested every aspect of their relationship, while also providing opportunities for honesty that had been impossible while secrets remained between them. Kratos found himself explaining concepts that he had hoped never to discuss, describing the seductive nature of divine power and the ease with which good intentions could be corrupted by the intoxication of superior capability. Yet even as he revealed the darkness of his past, he also spoke of transformation and the possibility of choosing different paths despite inherited nature or cosmic expectations. The years with Faye had taught him that identity was not fixed by history, but rather shaped through ongoing choices about how to respond to challenges and opportunities that life presented. The revelation of his true nature also provided context for capabilities that Atreus had been developing throughout their journey. The boy's natural affinity for combat, his instinctive understanding of tactical situations, and his ability to remain calm under pressure all reflected inheritance that went beyond simple genetic transmission to encompass divine enhancement that operated through bloodline connections. Understanding this heritage forced Atreus to reevaluate everything he thought he knew about himself and his place within cosmic arrangements that suddenly seemed far more complex and dangerous than anything he had previously imagined. He was not simply a boy with unusual abilities, but rather the heir to legacies that could influence the development of entire mythological systems. The discussion of Faye's role in their family's cosmic significance revealed layers of planning and foresight that neither had fully appreciated during their years together. She had not simply been a loving wife and mother, but rather someone whose giant heritage provided access to prophetic knowledge that allowed her to guide events toward outcomes that served larger purposes than immediate family happiness. Her decision to keep certain aspects of their situation secret had been motivated by understanding that premature revelation could prevent necessary psychological development that would prepare both father and son for responsibilities that lay ahead. The timing of truth's emergence was not accidental, but rather carefully orchestrated to occur when they possessed sufficient experience to handle knowledge that might have been destructive if revealed too early. The burden of this understanding was almost overwhelming for someone who had just discovered that his entire existence was connected to cosmic forces operating beyond anything he had previously imagined. Atreus found himself grappling with questions about free will and destiny that would challenge philosophers possessing far more experience than his youth had allowed him to accumulate. Yet the same intelligence that made these revelations so challenging also provided him with frameworks for beginning to integrate new understanding with existing values that phase guidance had helped him develop. The moral foundation that years of careful parenting had established proved strong enough to support additional complexity without collapsing under the weight of cosmic significance. The recognition that their journey to scatter phase ashes had been as much about education and preparation as about honoring her final wishes recontextualized every challenge they had faced since leaving their forest home. Each encounter with supernatural forces, each lesson about Norse mythology, and each test of their partnership had been part of larger curriculum designed to prepare them for roles that would affect the future of all 9 realms. This understanding transformed their relationship from simple father and son bond into something approaching cosmic partnership, with both recognizing that their individual development was connected to larger purposes that transcended personal concerns. Yet this expansion of perspective also deepened their appreciation for the specific qualities that made their family connection unique and valuable. The conversation about power and its responsible use became central to their ongoing relationship, as both understood that Atreus would continue developing capabilities that could reshape reality itself if not properly guided. The lessons that Kratos had learned through tragic experience could help his son avoid similar mistakes, but only if the boy remained willing to accept guidance rather than assuming that divine heritage automatically conferred wisdom. The balance between protection and independence became more delicate as both recognized that Atreus would need to develop his own relationship with cosmic forces rather than simply following paths that his father had already explored. The mistakes that had characterized the Greek period had often resulted from gods who inherited power without earning corresponding wisdom, making it crucial that the boy's education emphasize understanding rather than simple capability. The discussion of Loki's mythological role revealed prophecies that suggested futures where father and son might find themselves on opposing sides of cosmic conflicts, creating tensions that threatened to undermine the trust they had spent years building. These possibilities were not predetermined destinies, but rather warnings about how divine politics could corrupt even the strongest family bonds if not carefully navigated. Yet the same prophecies also suggested possibilities for transformation that could transcend traditional mythological patterns, creating opportunities for new forms of relationship between gods and cosmic forces that served consciousness rather than simply advancing factional interests. The choice between these different futures would depend on decisions that both would make during challenges that lay ahead. The recognition that their conversation was being observed by forces throughout the 9 realms added urgency to their discussion, while also demonstrating how their personal development had become matter of cosmic interest. Odin's agents were undoubtedly analyzing every aspect of their revealed capabilities, while other entities throughout Yggdrasil's structure calculated how their emerging partnership might affect existing power balances. The conclusion of their truth-telling session established new foundations for their relationship that acknowledged both individual agency and shared responsibility for outcomes that would affect everyone within their sphere of influence. They were no longer simply family members learning to live together, but rather partners whose cooperation could determine whether approaching cosmic changes would result in destruction or transformation that served the development of consciousness throughout the 9 realms. The final confrontation with Baldur began not with the fury of divine combat, but with revelation that transformed their entire understanding of his relentless pursuit. Standing in the ruins of the giant temple, where prophecies had revealed their cosmic significance, the truth emerged that his obsession with finding them had never been about Kratos or Atreus at all, but rather about locating someone whose identity was so closely guarded that even divine investigation had proven inadequate. Freya's arrival at this crucial moment carried with it explanations that recontextualized everything they thought they understood about Norse divine politics and the specific factors that had motivated Baldur's apparently inexplicable behavior. The god who had seemed driven by mysterious cosmic purposes was actually a son seeking his mother, his hunt motivated by desperate need to break the curse that had stolen his capacity for physical sensation. The revelation of their family relationship added layers of tragedy to conflicts that had seemed purely tactical, transforming their antagonist from simple enemy into someone whose suffering demanded empathy, despite the threats he posed to their safety. Baldur's invulnerability was not a blessing that enhanced his combat effectiveness, but rather a prison that isolated him from every form of physical experience that made existence meaningful. Freya's explanation of the protective magic she had woven around her son revealed the terrible irony that often characterized divine attempts to shield loved ones from cosmic dangers. Her spell had indeed protected Baldur from death and injury, but at the cost of everything that made life worth living, creating a form of immortal torment that was worse than any mortal suffering. The curse that bound him operated through principles that made breaking it nearly impossible, without risking the very life that the magic had been designed to preserve. Freya had spent centuries searching for solutions that could restore her son's capacity for sensation without exposing him to the prophetic death that had motivated her protective intervention in the first place. Understanding these family dynamics forced both Kratos and Atreus to confront questions about the relationship between protection and freedom that had implications for their own developing partnership. How much safety could be imposed upon loved ones without destroying the agency that made their lives meaningful? When did protective intervention become a form of imprisonment that served the protector's fears rather than the protected individual's needs? The battle that erupted between mother and son was perhaps more heartbreaking than any cosmic warfare could have been, involving forces that struck at the very foundations of family bonds, while also threatening to destroy both participants through the intensity of their opposing needs. Baldur's desperation to escape his sensory prison warred against Freya's terror of losing her child to prophetic destiny that seemed inevitable once his invulnerability was compromised. Kratos found himself in the impossible position of mediating between divine beings whose conflict embodied dilemmas that he had faced throughout his own existence as both father and cosmic force. The wisdom he had gained through his relationship with Atreus provided perspective on Freya's motivation while also revealing the destructive consequences that could follow from excessive protective control. The moment when Baldur's invulnerability was finally broken came not through overwhelming force, but through accident that demonstrated how even the most carefully constructed divine protections could be undone by circumstances that their creators had never anticipated. The mistletoe arrow that Atreus had crafted as a simple hunting implement became the key that unlocked centuries of magical imprisonment. The sensation that flooded through Baldur as physical feeling returned to his enhanced body was almost overwhelming in its intensity, providing him with experiences that ranged from ecstatic joy to excruciating pain within moments of each other. For the first time in generations, he could feel heat and cold, texture and pressure, pleasure and discomfort, that reconnected him to immediate reality in ways that divine existence had previously made impossible. Yet this restoration of sensation also triggered the prophetic mechanisms that Freya's protective magic had been designed to prevent, creating a situation where Baldur's newfound freedom carried with it the imminent threat of the death that his mother had sacrificed everything to avoid. The choice between continued imprisonment and mortal vulnerability had finally arrived in its starkest possible form. The conversation that passed between mother and son during this crucial moment revealed depths of love and resentment that had been building throughout centuries of forced separation. Baldur spoke of experiences that had been stolen from him by protective magic that served Freya's fears rather than his actual needs, while she tried desperately to convince him that safety was worth any sacrifice if it preserved his existence. The philosophical conflict that emerged from their exchange embodied fundamental questions about the nature of meaningful existence that had implications extending far beyond their personal situation. Was life that was preserved through elimination of all risk and sensation truly worth living? Could love that demanded such total sacrifice from its object ever claim to serve the beloved rather than the lover's need for security? Atreus's reaction to witnessing this family crisis provided insights into his developing moral framework that both encouraged and concerned his father. The boy demonstrated sophisticated understanding of the ethical complexity involved, while also showing signs of identification with Baldur's position that suggested potential rebellion against protective authority if similar conflicts arose within their own relationship. The recognition that this confrontation was forcing all participants to examine their own approaches to family relationships added emotional weight that transcended the immediate tactical situation. Each person present was being challenged to consider how their love for others might be influenced by fears that served personal needs rather than advancing the welfare of those they claimed to protect. When violence finally erupted, it was not because diplomatic solutions had been exhausted, but rather because Baldur's rage at centuries of imposed helplessness had reached levels that made rational discussion impossible. His attacks on Freya carried fury that transcended simple disagreement to encompass fundamental rejection of everything she claimed to represent as mother and protector. The battle that followed tested Kratos' commitment to principles that he had developed through his relationship with Atreus, while also forcing him to make choices about intervention that could affect the cosmic balance throughout the 9 realms. Allowing Baldur to kill Freya would eliminate a crucial source of wisdom and magical knowledge, yet preventing matricide required actions that might escalate conflicts beyond manageable parameters. The decision to intervene came not from tactical calculation, but from recognition that some actions create consequences that transcend individual choice to affect cosmic order itself. Matricide committed by a god would send ripples throughout Yggdrasil's structure that could destabilize relationships between realms in ways that would threaten innocent beings throughout the cosmic tree. The final combat between Kratos and Baldur was marked by ferocity that reflected both participants' understanding that this encounter would determine outcomes affecting everyone they cared about most deeply. Yet even in the heat of divine battle, both recognized that their conflict was ultimately about protection and family rather than simple dominance or revenge. When Baldur fell, his death was not the triumphant victory that might characterize normal combat, but rather tragic necessity that reflected the failure of multiple attempts to find solutions that could satisfy everyone's legitimate needs. The god who had sought only the restoration of sensation that would make existence meaningful had found freedom through death that was both liberation and ultimate loss. Freya's reaction to her son's death was immediate transformation from protective mother into something approaching a force of nature driven by grief and rage that threatened to consume everything within reach. Her vow of vengeance against Kratos was not simple threat, but rather promise of cosmic conflict that would test everything he had learned about the relationship between justice and mercy. The realization that Baldur's death would trigger the prophetic mechanisms leading toward Ragnarok added cosmic significance to personal tragedy, while also demonstrating how individual choices could influence mythological patterns that affected entire civilizations. What had begun as family conflict had become catalyst for transformation that would reshape the fundamental nature of existence throughout the 9 realms. The transformation of the world began immediately after Baldur's death, as cosmic mechanisms that had been held in careful balance for millennia suddenly shifted into patterns that would reshape existence throughout all 9 realms. The prophetic death that Freya had spent centuries trying to prevent had finally occurred, triggering consequences that extended far beyond personal tragedy to encompass universal change that no divine power could halt or control. The first sign was the fading of the sun's warmth, not through natural seasonal progression, but rather through supernatural influence that affected the fundamental relationship between celestial bodies and the life they sustained. This was not ordinary winter, but rather Fimbulwinter, the cosmic season that would precede the final transformation of reality itself, carrying with it changes that would test every form of consciousness throughout Yggdrasil's structure. Snow began falling with intensity that suggested malevolent intelligence behind natural phenomena, creating storms that lasted for weeks without interruption, while temperatures dropped to levels that threatened the survival of entire civilizations. The cold that gripped Midgard was not simply absence of heat, but rather presence of something that actively opposed life, creating conditions where even magical warming provided only temporary relief from environmental hostility. The animals that had shared their forest home began exhibiting behavior that reflected cosmic disturbance, affecting every aspect of natural order. Creatures that had never shown aggression toward humans became hostile, while others displayed confusion that suggested disruption of instincts that had guided their species for countless generations. The world tree itself began showing signs of stress that were visible to anyone with sufficient magical perception to understand what they were observing. Yggdrasil's branches, which had maintained their cosmic connections for eons beyond counting, began to wither in ways that threatened the stability of pathways between realms, creating potential for isolation that could trap beings within dimensional contexts that might not support their continued existence. Kratos recognized these developments as manifestations of patterns he had observed during the collapse of Olympian cosmic order, yet the Norse version of universal transformation operated according to principles that were simultaneously more gradual and more comprehensive than anything he had experienced during his Greek period. Where Olympian destruction had been concentrated within specific divine realms, Ragnarok affected every aspect of existence simultaneously. The journey to the highest peak in all the realms became their immediate objective, driven by Faye's final wish that her ashes be scattered from a location that would allow her essence to reach every corner of cosmic reality. Yet this simple act of memorial carried significance that transcended personal sentiment to encompass cosmic ritual that might influence how universal transformation would affect individual consciousness throughout the change process. The path to their destination required navigation through territories that were already being transformed by Ragnarok's influence, creating challenges that tested both their survival skills and their understanding of how cosmic change affected local conditions. Each step toward their goal carried them through regions where natural laws were becoming increasingly unstable. The conversations they shared during this journey revealed how much their relationship had evolved since leaving their forest sanctuary. Both father and son had been transformed by experiences that had forced them to confront cosmic responsibilities, while also deepening their appreciation for family bonds that provided stability amid universal chaos. Atreus's questions about the future reflected intelligence that was grappling with concepts that would challenge beings possessing far more experience than his youth had allowed him to accumulate. His concerns about his role in approaching cosmic changes demonstrated maturity that suggested proper guidance could help him navigate prophetic responsibilities without losing the moral foundation that Faye's influence had helped establish. The revelation that their journey had been observed and influenced by forces throughout the 9 realms added complexity to what had appeared to be simple memorial expedition. Divine politics that operated according to Norse principles differed significantly from Olympian patterns, yet they still created pressures that could affect family relationships in ways that served cosmic agendas rather than individual welfare. The shrine they discovered at the mountain's peak revealed the true scope of Faye's knowledge and planning, containing murals that depicted events from their recent past, alongside prophecies that suggested possible futures depending on choices that had yet to be made. These images provided context for experiences they had shared, while also revealing implications that neither had previously understood. The most significant of these revelations concerned prophecies that showed Kratos' own death, depicted in ways that suggested his demise would occur during the approaching cosmic transformation. Yet the images also contained ambiguities that suggested multiple possible interpretations, leaving open questions about whether prophetic death was inevitable destiny or merely one potential outcome among several possibilities. Atreus' reaction to seeing his father's prophesied death was immediate determination to prevent such outcomes through whatever means might prove necessary. His response demonstrated both loyalty and growing confidence in his own capabilities, yet it also revealed potential for choices that could lead him down paths similar to those that had characterized Kratos' own youth. The conversation that developed around these prophetic images provided opportunities for discussing concepts of destiny and agency that would influence how both approached the challenges that lay ahead. Understanding the difference between predetermined fate and probable outcomes became crucial for maintaining hope, while also preparing for sacrifices that might prove necessary for achieving positive transformation. The scattering of Faye's ashes from the highest peak created moments of closure that honored her memory, while also acknowledging the cosmic significance of their journey together. Her essence, distributed throughout all 9 realms, would carry with it influences that might help guide universal transformation toward outcomes that served consciousness rather than simply fulfilling abstract mythological requirements. Yet even as they completed this act of memorial, both understood that their shared journey was far from over. The approaching Ragnarok would test every aspect of their relationship, while also exposing them to cosmic forces that operated beyond anything they had previously encountered, creating challenges that would require wisdom, courage, and cooperation that transcended their individual capabilities. The visions that accompanied Faye's final distribution revealed glimpses of futures that could emerge from approaching cosmic transformation, showing possibilities that ranged from universal destruction to renewal that could benefit every form of consciousness throughout creation. The choice between these different outcomes would depend on decisions made by beings throughout all 9 realms, yet their own choices would carry special significance due to their unique positions within cosmic arrangements. The return journey from the mountain peak was marked by recognition that their relationship had been transformed through shared experience that prepared them for responsibilities they were only beginning to understand. The father and son who descended from that sacred height were no longer the same beings who had begun their journey as refugees from Baldur's Hunt, but rather partners whose cooperation could influence cosmic transformation that would affect existence throughout Yggdrasil's structure. The understanding that Ragnarok represented opportunity as well as crisis provided foundation for approaching future challenges with hope rather than simply resignation to prophetic destiny. The cosmic transformation that was beginning could indeed result in universal destruction, but it could also create possibilities for existence that had never been available under previous cosmic arrangements, making their participation in approaching events crucial for determining which potential future would actually manifest. The final recognition that their story was far from complete marked transition from conclusion of one phase of their development to beginning of another that would test everything they had learned about family, responsibility, and the meaning of existence within cosmic systems that were themselves subject to transformation and growth. The Fimbulwinter that had begun with Baldur's death had transformed not just the physical landscape of Midgard, but also the very nature of daily existence for everyone attempting to survive within its relentless grip. 3 years of supernatural cold had created conditions that challenged every assumption about how life could be sustained when cosmic forces actively opposed the continuation of natural cycles that had supported civilization since time immemorial. Their new home, carved into the mountainside, far from their original forest sanctuary, reflected the practical necessities of survival during cosmic winter, while also serving as fortress against threats that had multiplied as desperate beings throughout the 9 realms sought resources that became increasingly scarce as environmental conditions continued to deteriorate. Kratos had spent these years preparing for conflicts that seemed inevitable as Ragnarok's influence spread throughout Yggdrasil's structure, yet his approach to readiness emphasized wisdom and restraint rather than the overwhelming force that had characterized his responses to challenges during his Greek period. The lessons learned through fatherhood had transformed his understanding of what strength meant when applied to protection of those he cared about most deeply. Atreus had grown physically and intellectually during their years of preparation, developing from the curious boy who had first learned of his divine heritage into someone approaching young adulthood, whose capabilities reflected both inherited power and careful education that emphasized responsibility alongside capability. Yet this development had also created tensions that tested their relationship in ways that external threats had never managed to accomplish. The training sessions that filled their daily routine served multiple purposes beyond simple skill development, providing opportunities for father and son to work through philosophical differences that had been growing as Atreus developed his own understanding of how divine power should be applied to cosmic challenges. These discussions revealed generational perspectives that sometimes aligned perfectly while occasionally creating friction that reflected their different experiences with authority and responsibility. Freya's continued pursuit of revenge had become a constant background threat that influenced every decision they made about travel and resource gathering. Yet her presence also served as a reminder of how grief could transform even wise beings into forces that threatened everyone within their sphere of influence. Her pain had not diminished during the 3 years since Baldur's death, but rather had intensified into something approaching divine obsession that colored every aspect of her existence. The encounters they had with her throughout this period revealed someone whose wisdom and magical knowledge remained intact despite emotional damage that affected her judgment in ways that made diplomatic resolution increasingly unlikely. She was simultaneously the healer who had helped them during their early adventures, and the vengeful goddess whose power could reshape entire regions according to her need for retribution against those she held responsible for her loss. These confrontations forced both father and son to develop strategies that emphasized survival and evasion rather than direct conflict, recognizing that Freya's grief made her dangerous in ways that went beyond simple combat capability to encompass willingness to sacrifice innocent bystanders. If such actions advanced her quest for vengeance, the moral complexity of their situation demanded responses that honored her legitimate pain while also protecting themselves from consequences of choices they had made for justifiable reasons. The arrival of refugees from other realms provided information about how Ragnarok's influence was affecting conditions throughout Yggdrasil's structure, revealing patterns of cosmic change that suggested the approaching transformation would be even more comprehensive than anything depicted in traditional prophecies. These accounts painted pictures of reality itself becoming unstable in ways that threatened not just individual lives, but the very possibility of continued existence. Yet among these disturbing reports were also stories of resistance and adaptation that demonstrated how consciousness could respond creatively to challenges that seemed overwhelming when approached through conventional thinking. Communities throughout the 9 realms were discovering new forms of cooperation that transcended previous limitations, while also developing technologies and magical techniques that served life rather than simply advancing factional interests. The most significant of these developments concerned growing networks of communication and mutual aid that connected beings who had never previously considered themselves allies, creating possibilities for coordinated response to cosmic crisis that might prove more effective than traditional approaches that relied on divine authority or superior force. These grassroots movements suggested that Ragnarok's challenge was inspiring evolutionary development that could transform consciousness itself. Atreus's increasing interest in these broader cosmic developments sometimes brought him into conflict with his father's preference for focusing on immediate family safety rather than engaging with political movements that might expose them to additional dangers. Their discussions about responsibility and scope of concern revealed philosophical differences that reflected both their different ages and their distinct experiences with power and its consequences. The young man's arguments for broader engagement were sophisticated and morally compelling, demonstrating growth that honored the education he had received, while also showing willingness to extend beyond protective boundaries that his father considered essential for their continued survival. His perspective incorporated lessons learned during their previous adventures, while also reflecting innovative thinking that suggested possibilities neither had previously considered. Yet Kratos' concerns about expanded involvement were equally valid. Based on extensive experience with how cosmic conflicts could corrupt even well-intentioned participants, while also creating obligations that might require sacrifices that served abstract principles, rather than protecting specific individuals whose welfare provided his primary motivation for continued existence. The arrival of information about Tyr's continued existence somewhere within the 9 realms provided potential resolution for these philosophical tensions, while also offering hope that approaching cosmic transformation might be influenced toward outcomes that served consciousness rather than simply fulfilling mythological requirements. The Norse god of war's reputation for wisdom and diplomatic skill suggested possibilities for alternatives to the destructive scenarios that traditional Ragnarok prophecies seemed to promise. The decision to search for Tyr was made jointly, reflecting recognition that their differences about appropriate scope of responsibility could be reconciled through pursuit of someone whose experience might provide guidance that neither could achieve through independent analysis. Yet this choice also represented commitment to engaging more actively with cosmic events rather than simply focusing on survival until universal changes had been completed by forces beyond their influence. The preparation for this expanded mission required development of new capabilities and resources that would allow them to operate effectively in territories that had been transformed by 3 years of supernatural winter into environments that challenged every assumption about what survival might require. Their equipment reflected lessons learned through previous adventures, while also incorporating innovations that addressed unique challenges created by cosmic instability. The magical techniques that Atreus had been developing during their years of preparation showed increasing sophistication that reflected both his growing comfort with his divine nature and careful instruction that emphasized integration rather than simple power accumulation. His abilities were becoming tools for understanding and communication rather than just weapons for overcoming opposition through superior force. The runic knowledge they had acquired together provided foundation for cooperative efforts that strengthened their partnership while also creating capabilities that neither could achieve alone. These shared techniques required trust and coordination that deepened their relationship while also preparing them for challenges that would test every aspect of their developing cooperation. The understanding that their search for Tyr would inevitably attract attention from Odin and his agents added layers of complexity that transformed what might have been simple rescue mission into something approaching cosmic espionage, with implications that could affect the future development of all 9 realms. Yet this recognition also provided opportunities for planning that might allow them to influence broader events, rather than simply responding to initiatives developed by forces whose motivations they did not fully understand. The quest to locate Tyr began with fragments of ancient knowledge scattered throughout runic inscriptions and surviving giant texts that suggested the Norse god of war had not perished during Odin's purge of potential threats to Asgardian authority, but rather had been imprisoned in locations designed to ensure his complete isolation from cosmic events that might benefit from his intervention. These clues painted a picture of systematic effort to eliminate wisdom that could challenge the All-Father's version of how Ragnarok should unfold. The initial investigations led them through territories that had been abandoned since the early phases of Fimbulwinter, creating opportunities to explore ruins and ancient sites without interference from the desperate beings who had claimed more hospitable regions for survival purposes. These archaeological expeditions revealed layers of Norse cosmic history that had been deliberately obscured by official mythological accounts. The temple complexes they discovered contained evidence of religious and philosophical traditions that had emphasized cooperation between different forms of consciousness rather than the hierarchical arrangements that characterized current divine politics. These alternative approaches to cosmic governance suggested that Ragnarok itself might be interpreted as opportunity for restoration rather than inevitable destruction. Atreus's developing abilities proved crucial for interpreting magical inscriptions that had been designed to resist casual examination, his giant heritage providing access to knowledge systems that operated according to principles predating Asgardian influence. The boys' natural affinity for ancient languages and symbolic systems allowed them to piece together information that would have remained incomprehensible to investigators lacking his unique background. The most significant discoveries concerned prophetic texts that described multiple possible versions of Ragnarok, each resulting from different choices made by key participants during crucial moments of cosmic transformation. These alternatives ranged from universal destruction to renewal that could benefit every form of consciousness throughout creation, suggesting that approaching events were not predetermined destiny, but rather culmination of decisions that had yet to be made. Understanding this flexibility within prophetic structure provided hope that their search for Tyr might serve purposes that extended beyond simple rescue mission to encompass efforts that could influence cosmic transformation toward outcomes that honored life rather than simply fulfilling abstract mythological requirements. The god of war's reputation for wisdom and diplomatic innovation suggested capabilities that might prove essential for achieving positive change. Yet the same texts that offered hope also contained warnings about forces that would oppose any attempt to deviate from traditional Ragnarok patterns, describing entities whose power derived from cosmic destruction and who would therefore resist efforts to achieve transformation through less catastrophic means. These opponents included not just obvious threats like Odin, but also more subtle influences that operated through manipulation of fear and despair. The journey through Svartalfheim revealed the extent to which Fimbulwinter had disrupted normal relationships between the realms, creating environmental conditions that forced even the sophisticated dwarven civilization to adapt their technologies and social structures in ways that challenged every assumption about how consciousness could respond to cosmic crisis. Their innovations provided examples of creative survival that honored both practical necessity and aesthetic values. The dwarven smith philosophers they encountered possessed knowledge about divine imprisonment techniques that had been developed during the earliest phases of cosmic history, when various pantheons had experimented with methods for containing dangerous entities without destroying them completely. This expertise proved crucial for understanding the magical constraints that likely surrounded Tyr's captivity. The complex mechanical and mystical locks they discovered protecting potential prison sites demonstrated engineering sophistication that combined dwarven craftsmanship with magical principles that operated according to Norse cosmic laws. Each barrier they encountered required different combinations of physical skill, magical knowledge, and philosophical understanding to overcome safely. Atreus's growth during these challenges was remarkable, as the young man learned to integrate his developing divine capabilities with practical problem-solving skills that drew upon everything their adventures had taught them about cooperation and creative thinking. His contributions to their shared efforts demonstrated intellectual maturity that suggested proper guidance could help him fulfill prophetic roles without repeating the mistakes that had characterized previous divine generations. The false leads and deliberate misdirection they encountered revealed the sophistication of Odin's efforts to prevent anyone from locating his most dangerous political prisoner. The All-Father had not simply hidden Tyr, but rather created elaborate deceptions designed to waste the time and resources of anyone who might attempt rescue operations. These psychological warfare tactics included constructed evidence that suggested multiple possible locations, while also containing subtle influences designed to discourage continued investigation through accumulated frustration and false hope. The magical signature analysis required to distinguish genuine clues from deliberate deception demanded abilities that few beings throughout the 9 realms could have developed. The breakthrough that finally led them to Tyr's actual location came through interpretation of giant prophecies that had been hidden within seemingly decorative elements of ancient architecture, requiring perspective that combined Atreus's heritage with Kratos' experience in recognizing patterns that connected individual events to larger cosmic arrangements. This collaborative analysis demonstrated how their partnership created capabilities that neither could achieve alone. The prison itself was a masterwork of cosmic engineering that existed partially outside normal space-time, creating containment that prevented escape, while also ensuring that the captive's divine essence could not influence events in any of the 9 realms. The magical architecture reflected understanding of consciousness and reality that approached levels typically associated with primordial cosmic forces. The rescue operation required precise coordination between their different capabilities, while also demanding innovations that adapted their established techniques to circumstances that neither had previously encountered. The magical safeguards protecting Tyr's confinement were designed to destroy both prisoner and rescuers if improperly approached, creating stakes that transformed simple liberation attempt into cosmic chess match, where single mistakes could result in universal consequences. The moment when they finally encountered Tyr himself revealed someone whose imprisonment had been both torment and opportunity for philosophical development that had deepened his understanding of cosmic relationships far beyond what his previous divine existence had allowed. His wisdom had been refined through isolation into insights that could prove crucial for approaching Ragnarok with strategies that served consciousness rather than simply fulfilling traditional patterns. Yet the god they rescued also showed signs of psychological damage that reflected decades of sensory deprivation and enforced helplessness, creating needs for healing and readjustment that would require time and care that might not be available given the urgency of approaching cosmic events. His capabilities remained intact, but accessing them would require rebuilding confidence and social connections that imprisonment had systematically destroyed. The conversation that followed his liberation revealed both the scope of Odin's crimes against cosmic justice and the extent of knowledge that had been accumulated about alternatives to destructive Ragnarok scenarios. Tyr's perspective provided context for their recent experiences, while also suggesting strategies that might allow them to influence approaching transformation toward outcomes that honored the best possibilities rather than simply accepting the worst prophecies. The recognition that his rescue had undoubtedly attracted Odin's attention added urgency to their need for developing comprehensive plans that could address cosmic challenges while also protecting everyone they cared about from retaliation that would certainly follow their interference with Asgardian political arrangements. The All-Father's response to this disruption of his carefully constructed schemes would test every aspect of their developing alliance, while also providing opportunities for demonstrating that alternatives to tyrannical authority were both possible and preferable. The understanding that emerged from their successful rescue mission was that individual actions could indeed influence cosmic patterns, but only when those actions were based on wisdom that honored both practical necessity and deeper principles that served the development of consciousness throughout creation. Their achievement provided proof that even the most carefully constructed systems of oppression contained vulnerabilities that could be exploited by beings willing to cooperate, rather than simply competing for dominance. The tension that had been building between father and son throughout their years of preparation finally reached a breaking point as Atreus began to chafe against protective boundaries that felt increasingly restrictive to someone whose capabilities had grown to match his expanding understanding of cosmic responsibility. The young man's arguments for greater autonomy were sophisticated and morally compelling, yet they challenged everything that Kratos had learned about the relationship between power and wisdom through his own tragic experiences with divine authority. The philosophical conflicts that emerged during their daily interactions revealed fundamental differences in how they interpreted the lessons of their shared adventures. Where Kratos emphasized caution and preparation based on his knowledge of how quickly divine conflicts could escalate beyond anyone's ability to control, Atreus saw opportunities for positive change that required immediate action rather than extended deliberation about potential consequences. These generational perspectives reflected not just their different ages, but also their distinct relationships with cosmic forces that operated throughout the 9 realms. Kratos's divine heritage came from systems that had ultimately collapsed through internal corruption and external pressure, while Atreus inherited connections to giant wisdom traditions that emphasized foresight and long-term thinking about sustainable approaches to universal challenges. The discovery of surviving giant communities, hidden throughout various realms, provided Atreus with access to educational opportunities that his father could not offer, creating knowledge networks that operated according to principles very different from anything that Kratos had experienced during his Greek or early Norse periods. These connections offered perspectives on identity and purpose that challenged assumptions about individual agency within cosmic arrangements. The mentorship relationships that developed between Atreus and various giant survivors introduced him to concepts of collective responsibility that transcended family bonds to encompass obligations toward consciousness itself, wherever it might be found throughout creation. These influences encouraged him to think beyond personal loyalty toward broader ethical frameworks that could guide decision-making about cosmic challenges. Yet even as these external relationships enriched his understanding, they also created pressures that sometimes conflicted with family dynamics that had provided stability throughout his development. The tension between loyalty to his father's protective wisdom and commitment to principles learned from giant philosophy became increasingly difficult to navigate as cosmic events demanded responses that required choosing between different forms of responsibility. The mission that finally precipitated their temporary separation involved intelligence about remaining giant survivors who possessed knowledge crucial for understanding Ragnarok's true nature and potential alternatives to traditional destructive scenarios. This information could only be accessed through diplomatic approaches that required Atreus's heritage and linguistic abilities, yet pursuing it would expose him to dangers that Kratos considered unacceptable given his protective priorities. The argument that erupted over this opportunity revealed how much both had changed since their early adventures together. Atreus demonstrated intellectual sophistication and moral reasoning that honored everything his parents had taught him, while also showing willingness to accept risks that served purposes larger than individual safety. His position was not teenage rebellion, but rather mature recognition of cosmic responsibility that demanded courage rather than caution. Kratos's response reflected his own growth as both father and cosmic entity, recognizing the validity of his son's arguments, while also being unable to abandon protective instincts that had been shaped by extensive experience with how quickly divine conflicts could destroy everything valuable within their sphere of influence. His concerns were not simple fear, but rather wisdom gained through tragic experience, with consequences that followed from insufficient preparation. The resolution they reached emphasized compromise and communication rather than simple assertion of parental authority, reflecting mutual recognition that their relationship had evolved beyond traditional parent-child dynamics to encompass partnership between equals whose different perspectives could strengthen their combined efforts. Yet this accommodation also required both to accept uncertainties that challenged their preferred approaches to managing cosmic responsibility. The preparation for Atreus's independent mission involved extensive planning that addressed both tactical necessities and emotional needs that temporary separation would create for both participants. Their discussions revealed how much their relationship had become foundation for individual identity, while also acknowledging that continued growth required experiences that could only be achieved through autonomous action. The magical communication techniques they developed provided methods for maintaining connection despite physical separation, yet these tools could not eliminate the fundamental challenge of allowing someone they loved to face dangers that might exceed their ability to provide assistance. The protocols they established balanced respect for independence with recognition of mutual care that transcended simple family obligation. The giant communities that Atreus encountered during his solo journey provided education about cosmic history and prophetic interpretation that filled gaps in his understanding, while also revealing the true scope of losses that the Nine Realms had suffered through Odin's systematic persecution of alternative wisdom traditions. These encounters demonstrated how much knowledge had been preserved despite centuries of suppression. The survivors he met had maintained not just information about past events, but also technologies and magical techniques that offered practical alternatives to the destructive approaches that characterized current divine politics. Their innovations reflected centuries of creative thinking about how consciousness could address cosmic challenges through cooperation rather than domination. Yet these same communities also revealed the psychological costs of resistance to tyrannical authority, showing how even successful survival could be marked by trauma and loss that affected entire generations of beings whose only crime had been possessing knowledge that threatened established power structures. Their experiences provided sobering lessons about the personal price of opposing cosmic tyranny. The information that Atreus gathered during his independent investigations confirmed many of their suspicions about Odin's manipulation of prophetic traditions, while also revealing details about the All-Father's specific plans that added urgency to their need for developing comprehensive countermeasures. The scope of cosmic manipulation they discovered was staggering in its ambition and sophistication. The magical artifacts and ancient texts that were shared with him provided tools for understanding cosmic patterns that operated beyond anything they had previously encountered. Yet accessing this knowledge required abilities that could only be developed through direct engagement with forces that his father's protective approach had been designed to avoid. The moment when Atreus made contact with surviving giants in Jotunheim was simultaneously triumph and revelation, as he discovered not just individuals who had preserved ancient wisdom, but also communities that had developed new approaches to existence that transcended traditional categories of divine, mortal, and primordial consciousness. These beings had evolved beyond simple survival to achieve forms of cooperative existence that suggested possibilities for post-Ragnarok reality. The prophetic visions that were shared with him during these encounters revealed multiple possible futures that could emerge from approaching cosmic transformation, each dependent on choices that had yet to be made by key participants throughout the Nine Realms. These alternatives provided hope while also demonstrating the magnitude of responsibility that his heritage and capabilities created for influencing universal outcomes. The decision to extend his mission beyond its original parameters was made through careful consideration of information that could only be evaluated through direct access to giant wisdom traditions, yet it also represented assertion of individual agency that challenged protective agreements that had been negotiated with his father. This choice embodied the fundamental tension between safety and growth that had characterized their entire relationship. The communication he sent back to explain his decision demonstrated both respect for his father's concerns and commitment to principles that required action despite potential personal costs. His message revealed maturity that honored everything his family had taught him, while also showing willingness to accept cosmic responsibility that transcended individual welfare. The separation that followed was difficult for both participants, yet it also provided opportunities for individual development that could strengthen their partnership when they were eventually reunited. Each discovered capabilities and insights that could only be achieved through autonomous experience, creating foundations for future cooperation that honored both their shared values and their individual growth as conscious beings navigating cosmic challenges that required both wisdom and courage. The necessity of working alongside Freya emerged not from forgiveness or reconciliation, but from the stark recognition that cosmic threats facing all 9 realms had grown beyond what any individual or small group could address through independent action. The same forces that had motivated her 3-year quest for vengeance were now threatening to destroy everything she had ever valued, creating circumstances where personal grievances became luxuries that none of them could afford. The initial contact between former enemies was mediated through Tyr's diplomatic intervention, as the rescued god of war possessed both the wisdom and credibility necessary to facilitate conversations that might otherwise have escalated into destructive conflict. His approach emphasized shared concerns rather than attempting to minimize legitimate grievances that had driven their antagonism throughout the Fimbulwinter period. Freya's response to proposals for cooperation revealed someone whose grief had been tempered by exposure to cosmic developments that transcended personal loss, yet her pain remained a powerful force that influenced every aspect of her decision-making process. She understood intellectually that alliance served practical necessity while also struggling emotionally with the prospect of working alongside those she held responsible for her son's death. The conversation that established foundations for their reluctant partnership was marked by honesty that acknowledged hurt without demanding immediate healing, creating space for cooperation based on mutual respect rather than pretended friendship. Each participant recognized that their alliance was tactical necessity rather than restoration of previous relationships, yet this clarity allowed for collaboration that honored their different perspectives. Kratos found himself in the unusual position of negotiating with someone whose pain mirrored his own experiences with loss and rage, creating opportunities for understanding that transcended their immediate tactical situation. His approach to these discussions reflected lessons learned through his relationship with Atreus about the difference between protective authority and genuine partnership between equals. The magic that Freya brought to their expanded alliance provided capabilities that none of the others could duplicate, yet her contributions came with emotional costs that affected everyone within their operational sphere. Her spells carried traces of grief that made their effects more powerful, while also creating psychological pressure that required careful management to prevent morale problems. The first joint operation they conducted together involved rescuing survivors from territories that had been overrun by forces loyal to Odin's vision of how Ragnarok should unfold, creating immediate practical challenges that tested their ability to coordinate different approaches to problem solving while under pressure from external threats that could destroy them all if their cooperation proved inadequate. The success of this initial mission demonstrated that their combined capabilities created tactical advantages that none could achieve independently, yet it also revealed how much effort would be required to maintain functional relationships between individuals whose natural inclinations toward each other remained colored by legitimate grievances and fundamental philosophical differences about appropriate responses to cosmic crisis. Atreus's return from his independent mission brought with him information about giant communities that had been developing alternative strategies for surviving Ragnarok through approaches that emphasized preservation and renewal rather than simple resistance to destructive forces. These insights provided foundation for expanding their alliance beyond immediate tactical cooperation toward comprehensive planning that could address cosmic transformation proactively. The intelligence he had gathered revealed networks of resistance throughout the 9 realms that had been operating independently while sharing similar goals of protecting consciousness from destruction, regardless of its specific form or origin. These groups represented resources that could potentially be coordinated into movements capable of influencing cosmic events toward outcomes that served life rather than abstract mythological requirements. Yet integrating these various resistance movements required diplomatic skills that challenged everyone involved, while also creating vulnerabilities that Odin's agents could exploit if their coordination efforts were discovered before adequate security measures could be implemented. The balance between openness necessary for cooperation and secrecy required for protection demanded constant attention to details that could determine success or failure. The revelation that their expanded alliance was being observed and infiltrated by Asgardian intelligence operations added layers of complexity that transformed simple tactical cooperation into something approaching cosmic counterintelligence warfare. Every conversation and planning session had to account for potential enemy awareness, while also maintaining trust levels necessary for effective collaboration. Freya's expertise in magical concealment proved crucial for protecting their communications from divine surveillance, yet her techniques also isolated them from potential allies who might have provided additional resources if contact could have been established safely. The trade-offs between security and expansion became a constant source of tactical debate that tested their decision-making processes. The growing understanding between Kratos and Freya developed gradually through shared experiences that demonstrated how both had been shaped by loss into beings whose protective instincts sometimes conflicted with larger responsibilities that their cosmic positions demanded. Their conversations revealed parallels between their experiences that created foundation for mutual respect, despite continued disagreement about specific tactical choices. The moment when Freya finally acknowledged that Baldur's death had been necessary, rather than simply tragic, marked a significant evolution in her emotional processing that allowed for more effective cooperation, while also demonstrating how wisdom could emerge from suffering when properly integrated rather than simply endured. Her growth provided hope that healing was possible, even from the deepest forms of divine grief. The magical techniques they developed together combined Norse wisdom traditions with innovations that emerged from their unique circumstances, creating capabilities that reflected cooperation between different approaches to consciousness and power. These collaborative spells demonstrated how former enemies could create something greater than either could achieve alone when motivation aligned with necessity. The strategic planning sessions that became routine parts of their alliance revealed how much each participant had to offer toward comprehensive approaches to cosmic challenge. Yet these discussions also highlighted remaining areas of disagreement that could potentially undermine their efforts if not carefully managed through ongoing dialogue and compromise. The intelligence about Odin's specific plans that began filtering through their expanded network painted a picture of cosmic manipulation that exceeded anything they had previously imagined, revealing the All-Father's intentions to not simply survive Ragnarok, but to emerge from universal transformation with enhanced authority that would make his previous tyranny seem benevolent by comparison. Understanding the true scope of Odin's ambitions transformed their resistance from defensive survival strategy into proactive campaign that could potentially influence cosmic transformation toward outcomes that served consciousness rather than concentrated power. Yet, achieving such positive change would require resources and coordination that tested every aspect of their developing alliance. The recognition that their cooperation was becoming model for how different forms of consciousness could work together despite fundamental differences provided hope that post-Ragnarok reality might be characterized by collaborative rather than hierarchical relationships between various forms of awareness throughout creation. Their success or failure could establish precedents that would influence cosmic development for ages beyond their immediate understanding. The personal bonds that began developing between former enemies demonstrated how shared purpose could create connections that transcended previous grievances while honoring the legitimate pain that had motivated their original conflicts. These relationships suggested possibilities for healing that could serve as foundation for whatever civilization emerged from approaching cosmic transformation. The revelation came not through dramatic confrontation, but through subtle inconsistencies that accumulated over time until they could no longer be dismissed as simple effects of imprisonment trauma or readjustment difficulties. The god they had rescued demonstrated knowledge and capabilities that matched Tyr's reputation, yet his responses to certain situations carried undertones that suggested motivations not entirely aligned with the principles that had made the Norse god of war legendary for wisdom and diplomatic innovation. Atreus was the first to recognize patterns that didn't match the personality profiles they had constructed from ancient texts and surviving testimonies about Tyr's character. The young man's sensitivity to deception, enhanced by his giant heritage and developing magical abilities, detected layers of performance beneath surface behaviors that should have reflected genuine emotional responses to freedom after decades of imprisonment. The inconsistencies were subtle enough that they might have been attributed to psychological damage from prolonged captivity, yet they occurred in contexts that suggested active deception rather than passive confusion about identity or purpose. Questions about specific historical events received answers that were technically accurate yet emotionally wrong, lacking the personal investment that someone who had actually experienced those situations would naturally display. Kratos' growing suspicion was based on combat observations that revealed fighting techniques and tactical preferences that didn't align with accounts of Tyr's legendary martial skills. Where the true god of war had been known for innovative approaches that emphasized minimal necessary force, their rescued companion displayed methods that reflected different philosophical approaches to violence and conflict resolution. The magical signature analysis that Freya conducted revealed the most damning evidence, as her enhanced perception detected traces of shape-shifting magic that had been carefully concealed beneath layers of more obvious enchantments designed to mimic divine imprisonment effects. The complexity of this deception was staggering, requiring magical sophistication that suggested resources available only to beings possessing cosmic authority. The confrontation that exposed their companion's true identity was precipitated by tactical disagreements that revealed knowledge he should not have possessed about current Asgardian military capabilities and strategic priorities. His suggestions for alliance strategy demonstrated insider understanding of Odin's plans that exceeded anything that legitimate intelligence gathering could have provided. When the deception finally collapsed under accumulated evidence, the being they had known as Tyr revealed himself as Odin in disguise, his shape-shifting abilities having allowed him to infiltrate their alliance from its earliest stages, while gathering intelligence about their capabilities and intentions. The sophistication of his performance had been nearly perfect, requiring deep understanding of Tyr's personality and extensive preparation to maintain consistency over extended periods. The All-Father's presence among them explained numerous small mysteries that had puzzled their group throughout their recent cooperation, from unexplained tactical advantages they had enjoyed during certain operations, to information leaks that had seemed to benefit their enemies, despite careful security measures. His infiltration had been comprehensive enough to influence their strategic planning, while also providing him with detailed knowledge of their capabilities. The psychological impact of this revelation was devastating for everyone involved, yet it affected each participant differently, according to their relationship with trust and authority. Atreus felt betrayed not just by the deception, but by his own failure to detect it earlier, despite abilities that should have made such extensive shapeshifting obvious to his enhanced senses. Freya's response was fury that transcended personal offense to encompass professional outrage at the magical sophistication that had been required to deceive someone with her level of mystical expertise. The spells that Odin had employed represented innovations that challenged her understanding of what shapeshifting magic could accomplish when properly applied by beings possessing cosmic authority. Kratos experienced the betrayal as confirmation of lessons learned during his Greek period about the fundamental untrustworthiness of beings who wielded divine authority without corresponding wisdom or ethical restraint. Yet he also recognized tactical advantages that their deception had inadvertently provided by allowing them to observe Odin's capabilities and decision-making processes firsthand. The intelligence they had gathered about the All-Father's true nature during his time among them proved valuable despite the circumstances of its acquisition, revealing psychological patterns and strategic preferences that could inform future encounters with the genuine article. His performance had been educational in ways that he had never intended, providing insights into weaknesses that might be exploited during future confrontations. The escape that followed his exposure demonstrated abilities that confirmed their worst suspicions about the scope of power that Odin commanded when operating within his own sphere of influence. His departure was not retreat, but rather tactical withdrawal that suggested confidence about his ability to complete whatever plans their infiltration had been designed to serve. The aftermath of this revelation required extensive analysis of every decision they had made while under his influence, searching for ways that their strategic planning might have been compromised or redirected to serve his purposes rather than their stated objectives. The scope of potential manipulation was staggering, requiring them to question assumptions they had developed about their own tactical effectiveness. Yet the discovery also provided opportunities for understanding Odin's true capabilities and limitations that they might never have gained through conventional intelligence gathering. His extended performance had revealed personality traits and cognitive patterns that suggested approaches for future confrontations that might prove more effective than strategies based solely on reputation and mythological accounts. The search for the real Tyr became urgent necessity rather than simply desirable objective, as they recognized that their alliance needed genuine wisdom and diplomatic expertise that could only be provided by someone whose commitment to their cause was absolutely certain. The false god's deception had demonstrated how crucial authentic leadership would be for coordinating resistance that could challenge Odin effectively. The magical techniques they developed for verifying identity and detecting shape-shifting deception reflected lessons learned through painful experience with cosmic infiltration. Yet these measures also created barriers to cooperation that might prevent legitimate allies from joining their cause if security requirements became too restrictive for practical alliance building. The location of Tyr's actual prison was discovered through analysis of discrepancies between Odin's performance and historical accounts that revealed details about imprisonment techniques that the All-Father had been unable to perfectly replicate in his deception. These inconsistencies provided clues that led them to Asgard itself, where the true god of war had been hidden in plain sight. The rescue of the genuine Tyr was accomplished through infiltration that required every capability their alliance had developed, while also demanding innovations that pushed their cooperative abilities beyond anything they had previously attempted. The operation demonstrated how much they had learned about working together despite fundamental differences in approach and philosophy. The god they finally liberated was indeed everything that legendary accounts had suggested, possessing wisdom and diplomatic skill that provided immediate validation of their efforts, while also offering hope that approaching cosmic conflicts might be resolved through means other than simple application of superior force. His presence transformed their alliance from desperate resistance into coordinated campaign that could challenge Odin's authority through comprehensive strategy. Yet the real Tyr also carried psychological wounds from his imprisonment that required healing before his full capabilities could be brought to bear on cosmic challenges that demanded everything he could offer. The integration of his wisdom into their alliance would require time and care that approaching events might not allow, creating pressure to balance immediate tactical needs with longer-term strategic requirements that could determine ultimate success or failure. The mobilization that followed their discovery of Odin's true intentions transformed their small alliance into something approaching a cosmic coalition, as beings throughout the 9 realms recognized that the approaching confrontation would determine not just the outcome of Ragnarok, but the fundamental nature of existence itself for ages beyond current understanding. The scope of preparation required challenged every assumption about what warfare meant when conducted on scales that encompassed entire mythological systems. Tyr's liberation had provided them with access to diplomatic networks that had been maintained in secret throughout decades of Odin's increasingly tyrannical rule, revealing resistance movements that had been waiting for credible leadership around which they could organize comprehensive opposition to Asgardian authority. These groups represented resources that could potentially shift cosmic balance if properly coordinated and supplied. The strategic planning sessions that became constant features of their expanded operation required integration of perspectives from beings whose experiences with consciousness and reality spanned ranges that challenged normal concepts of cooperation. Giants whose memories reached back to cosmic creation worked alongside mortals whose understanding was limited to immediate survival concerns, creating challenges that demanded innovative approaches to communication and coordination. The weapons and magical artifacts that were gathered for their campaign represented technologies that had been developed throughout cosmic history by civilizations that had faced similar challenges to those confronting the 9 realms during Ragnarok. These implements reflected approaches to power that emphasized life preservation rather than simple destruction, creating capabilities that could potentially influence universal transformation toward positive outcomes. Freya's contributions to their armament included magical enhancements that combined Norse wisdom traditions with innovations that had emerged from her years of exile and grief-driven research. Her spells reflected deep understanding of how consciousness related to cosmic forces, while also incorporating personal insights gained through suffering that had refined her capabilities beyond anything she had achieved during her previous divine existence. The training exercises that prepared their diverse coalition for coordinated action revealed how much individual participants had grown through exposure to cosmic challenges that demanded cooperation rather than competition for dominance. Beings who had never previously worked together discovered capabilities that emerged only through partnership, creating foundations for post-war relationships that could serve consciousness rather than factional interests. Atreus's role in these preparations demonstrated how much his understanding of leadership had evolved since their early adventures together. His approach to coordinating different groups emphasized communication and mutual respect rather than simple command authority, reflecting lessons learned from his father, while also incorporating innovations that drew upon his giant heritage and unique perspective on cosmic responsibility. The intelligence gathering that informed their strategic development revealed the true scope of Odin's preparations for final confrontation, including alliances with entities whose motivations aligned with his vision of post-Ragnarok reality, dominated by concentrated authority rather than distributed consciousness. These discoveries added urgency to their own mobilization, while also providing crucial information about enemy capabilities. The defensive preparations that protected their various bases and supply lines required magical innovations that combined traditional Norse techniques with approaches that had been developed by resistance movements throughout cosmic history. These defenses reflected understanding that their campaign was being observed by forces throughout creation, whose responses could influence outcomes in ways that extended far beyond immediate tactical considerations. The recruitment efforts that expanded their coalition faced challenges that ranged from simple communication barriers to fundamental philosophical differences about appropriate responses to cosmic crisis. Each new alliance required diplomatic approaches that honored different perspectives while also establishing shared commitments that could survive stress of actual combat against opponents possessing divine authority. The logistical considerations that supported their growing movement challenged every assumption about what resource management meant when dealing with beings whose needs ranged from basic survival requirements to cosmic energy flows that sustained divine consciousness. The supply chains they established reflected innovations that drew upon knowledge from throughout the 9 realms, while also creating new approaches to distribution that served cooperation rather than hierarchy. The psychological preparation that readied individual participants for confrontations that would test every aspect of their character required techniques that addressed fears and motivations, spanning ranges from personal survival to abstract cosmic responsibility. These efforts reflected understanding that victory would depend as much on spiritual readiness as tactical capability, making individual development crucial for collective success. The magical research that enhanced their capabilities focused on developing techniques that could neutralize Odin's advantages while also creating opportunities for achieving objectives through means other than simple destruction of opposing forces. These innovations reflected preference for transformation over elimination, seeking outcomes that could serve consciousness throughout creation rather than simply advancing factional victory. The communication systems that coordinated their diverse alliance required magical innovations that could maintain security while also allowing for flexibility necessary to respond to rapidly changing tactical situations. These networks reflected understanding that their campaign was occurring within contexts where traditional approaches to command and control might prove inadequate for cosmic challenges. The prophetic analysis that informed their strategic planning revealed multiple possible outcomes for approaching confrontation, each dependent on choices that would be made during crucial moments of actual combat. These insights provided hope while also demonstrating responsibility that their leadership carried for influencing universal transformation toward results that honored life rather than abstract mythological requirements. The alliance building that connected their coalition with resistance movements throughout creation required diplomatic approaches that transcended normal concepts of political negotiation to encompass relationships between different forms of consciousness that had never previously attempted cooperation. These efforts demonstrated possibilities for cosmic community that could emerge from successful resistance to tyrannical authority. The final preparations that preceded their assault on Asgard included ceremonies that honored both practical necessity and spiritual significance of their undertaking, recognizing that their campaign carried implications that extended far beyond immediate tactical objectives to encompass fundamental questions about how existence itself should be organized throughout creation. The weapons blessing that concluded their preparation phase involved magical techniques that connected their implements to cosmic forces that operated through cooperation rather than domination, creating capabilities that reflected their values while also providing practical advantages that could prove crucial during confrontations with entities possessing divine authority. The understanding that emerged from their comprehensive preparation was that victory would require not just tactical superiority, but demonstration that alternatives to tyrannical authority could provide better outcomes for consciousness throughout creation. Their campaign would serve as proof of concept for cosmic arrangements that honored life, rather than simply concentrating power making success crucial for universal development that extended far beyond immediate concerns about surviving Ragnarok. The assault on Asgard began not with overwhelming force, but with coordinated precision that reflected months of preparation and the hard-won cooperation between former enemies who had learned to work together despite fundamental differences in approach and philosophy. The realm of the gods, which had seemed untouchable throughout Norse cosmic history, found itself under siege by forces that represented every form of consciousness that had suffered under Odin's increasingly tyrannical rule. The breach of Asgard's defenses was accomplished through combinations of magical innovation and tactical brilliance that drew upon wisdom traditions from throughout the 9 realms, while also incorporating techniques that had never been attempted on such cosmic scales. The barriers that had protected the All-Father's stronghold for millennia proved vulnerable to approaches that emphasized cooperation over domination, creating openings that allowed their diverse coalition to establish footholds within the divine realm itself. Kratos found himself fighting alongside Atreus in combat that tested everything their relationship had developed, while also providing opportunities for demonstrating how much both had grown since their early adventures together. Their coordination on the battlefield reflected years of trust-building and shared experience, while also revealing capabilities that emerged only through partnership between individuals whose strengths complemented each other perfectly. The magical support that Freya provided for their advance created tactical advantages that none had anticipated when their alliance was first negotiated, as her spells reflected innovations that drew upon grief-driven research, while also incorporating collaborative techniques that had been developed through their reluctant partnership. Her contributions demonstrated how former enemies could create something greater than either could achieve alone when necessity aligned with wisdom. Tyr's presence on the battlefield provided moral authority that inspired their diverse coalition, while also offering strategic guidance that drew upon centuries of experience with cosmic warfare, conducted according to principles that honored consciousness rather than simply advancing factional interests. His approach to leadership by example created cohesion among forces that might otherwise have struggled to maintain coordination under pressure. The defenses they encountered within Asgard revealed the true scope of Odin's preparations for final confrontation, including magical barriers and automated guardians that had been designed to neutralize specific capabilities that their coalition possessed. Yet these countermeasures also demonstrated limitations in the All-Father's understanding of how cooperation could create advantages that transcended simple accumulation of individual powers. The resistance they faced from divine defenders loyal to Odin's vision of cosmic order was fierce yet marked by uncertainty that suggested even his most committed supporters harbored doubts about the wisdom of his increasingly extreme methods. Some divine beings who might have fought to the death for traditional Asgardian authority showed willingness to consider alternatives when presented with evidence of what cooperative governance might accomplish. The running battles that characterized their advance through Asgard's various districts revealed how much the realm itself had been transformed by the All-Father's obsession with control and knowledge accumulation. Architectural innovations that should have served beauty and function had been converted into surveillance systems and defensive installations that reflected paranoia rather than wisdom. Atreus's performance during these confrontations demonstrated how much his understanding of his role as Loki had evolved beyond simple acceptance of prophetic destiny to encompass conscious choice about how mythological significance could be used to serve life rather than abstract requirements. His approach to cosmic responsibility reflected integration of giant wisdom with personal values that honored both individual agency and collective welfare. The magical techniques that were deployed during their assault included innovations that had been developed specifically for this campaign, combining traditional Norse approaches with methods that reflected cooperative development rather than individual achievement. These collaborative spells demonstrated possibilities for power that served consciousness rather than concentrated authority, creating capabilities that could reshape reality according to principles that honored life. The tactical flexibility that allowed their coalition to adapt to unexpected challenges reflected months of preparation that had emphasized communication and mutual support rather than rigid command structures that might have proven inadequate for cosmic warfare conducted against opponents possessing divine authority. Their success demonstrated advantages that cooperative approaches could provide even against seemingly overwhelming opposition. The breakthrough that finally brought them within reach of Odin himself came through recognition that the All-Father's greatest strength was also his primary vulnerability, as his obsession with knowledge and control had created isolation that prevented him from understanding how consciousness could operate through partnership rather than domination. His inability to comprehend cooperation made him predictable in ways that tactical genius could exploit. The confrontation with Odin took place in chambers that existed at the intersection of knowledge and power, where the All-Father had accumulated cosmic secrets that he believed would allow him to emerge from Ragnarok with enhanced authority rather than simply surviving universal transformation. His plans revealed ambitions that transcended simple tyranny to encompass fundamental reshaping of existence itself, according to his vision of proper order. The battle that erupted between their forces and Odin's remaining loyalists transcended normal concepts of combat to encompass conflict between different philosophies of existence that would determine how consciousness would relate to cosmic forces throughout whatever reality emerged from Ragnarok's transformation. Each exchange carried implications that extended far beyond immediate tactical considerations. Odin's personal capabilities proved as formidable as legendary accounts had suggested, yet his power was constrained by psychological limitations that prevented him from understanding how consciousness could operate through means other than hierarchy and control. His magical techniques reflected centuries of accumulated knowledge while also revealing fundamental ignorance about cooperation and mutual support. The moment when Atreus chose to reject the destiny that prophecy had assigned to him marked a crucial turning point that demonstrated how individual agency could influence cosmic patterns that had seemed predetermined by mythological requirements. His decision to serve consciousness rather than abstract fate created possibilities that transcended traditional Ragnarok scenarios. The magical artifacts that Odin deployed during their confrontation included implements that had been gathered from throughout cosmic history, yet their power was limited by his inability to understand how consciousness could create capabilities that exceeded simple accumulation of individual advantages. His approach to cosmic authority revealed fundamental misunderstanding of what strength meant when properly applied. The alliance between father and son that proved decisive in their ultimate victory reflected years of relationship development that had transformed both participants while also creating capabilities that neither could have achieved alone. Their cooperation demonstrated possibilities for partnership that honored individual agency while also creating collective strength that transcended normal concepts of power. The final phase of combat with Odin was marked by recognition that victory required not just tactical superiority, but demonstration that alternatives to tyrannical authority could provide better outcomes for consciousness throughout creation. Their success would establish precedents that could influence cosmic development for ages beyond immediate understanding, making every choice crucial for universal welfare. When Odin finally fell, his defeat came not through overwhelming force, but through the application of wisdom that transcended his understanding of how power could be used to serve life, rather than simply advancing individual ambition. The collapse of his authority created opportunities for cosmic transformation that could honor consciousness rather than concentrating control within exclusive hierarchies. The moment of Odin's defeat presented Kratos with a choice that would define not only his own future, but potentially reshape the fundamental nature of divine authority throughout all creation. Standing over the fallen All-Father, with the power to exact ultimate revenge for decades of manipulation and cosmic tyranny, he found himself confronting the same decision that had driven his actions since that desperate battlefield where he first called upon Ares for strength. The rage that had sustained him through centuries of conflict still burned within his enhanced consciousness, offering familiar comfort of righteous fury that demanded complete destruction of those who had caused suffering to innocent beings throughout the 9 realms. Every aspect of his Greek experience suggested that gods who abused their authority deserved death, and Odin's crimes certainly warranted the harshest possible justice. Yet the years with Faye and Atreus had taught him that cycles of violence could only be broken through conscious choice to respond differently to provocations that seemed to demand retaliation. The wisdom he had gained through fatherhood provided perspective that transcended simple punishment to encompass questions about what kind of cosmic order should emerge from the ashes of Asgardian tyranny. Atreus watched his father's internal struggle with understanding that reflected his own growth, from the boy who had once delighted in defeating enemies to the young man who recognized that true strength sometimes required restraint rather than application of superior force. His presence served as reminder of everything that choosing mercy over vengeance could accomplish when properly motivated. The conversation that passed between father and son during this crucial moment was conducted through glances and gestures rather than words, yet it encompassed years of shared experience and philosophical development that had prepared both for decisions that would influence cosmic development throughout whatever reality emerged from Ragnarok's transformation. Freya's reaction to their hesitation revealed how much her own understanding had evolved since Baldur's death, as she recognized that perpetuating cycles of revenge would ultimately serve no one's interests, while also preventing the healing that consciousness required for moving beyond patterns that had characterized divine politics throughout cosmic history. Tyr's counsel emphasized the precedent that mercy could establish for future relationships between different forms of consciousness, suggesting that their choice in this moment could influence how power would be exercised throughout whatever civilization emerged from universal transformation. His perspective reflected wisdom gained through personal experience with both tyranny and its alternatives. The recognition that their decision was being observed by entities throughout creation added weight that transcended personal preferences to encompass cosmic responsibility for establishing patterns that could serve consciousness rather than simply advancing factional interests. Their choice would become part of mythological history that could influence future generations' understanding of justice and mercy. Odin's response to their deliberation revealed psychological complexity that challenged simple categorization of his character as purely evil, as his desperation and fear demonstrated how tyrannical authority could emerge from legitimate concerns about cosmic stability that had been corrupted by inability to trust consciousness beyond his own limited understanding. The All-Father's final words included acknowledgement of mistakes that had led to unnecessary suffering, while also expressing genuine concern about whether alternative approaches to cosmic governance could provide stability that existence required for continued development. His admissions revealed tragic dimensions to his character that had been obscured by centuries of increasingly authoritarian behavior. The magical binding that they chose to apply rather than execution represented innovation that drew upon knowledge from throughout their diverse alliance, creating constraints that prevented future abuse of power, while also allowing for potential rehabilitation that could serve cosmic welfare. This approach reflected preference for transformation over elimination that honored consciousness even in its most corrupted manifestations. The ceremony that concluded their confrontation with Odin involved rituals that had been developed by their coalition to mark transitions between different phases of cosmic development, recognizing that their victory represented not just tactical success, but fundamental shift in how authority would be exercised throughout whatever reality emerged from universal transformation. The distribution of Odin's accumulated power among various beings throughout the 9 realms rather than concentrating it within any individual entity, demonstrated commitment to preventing future tyranny, while also creating opportunities for consciousness to develop according to its natural tendencies rather than imposed restrictions. The establishment of new governing principles for post-Ragnarok reality required diplomatic innovations that drew upon wisdom traditions from throughout creation, while also incorporating lessons learned through their campaign against concentrated authority. These frameworks emphasized cooperation and mutual support rather than hierarchy and domination. The healing that began immediately after Odin's defeat was visible throughout all 9 realms as natural systems that had been disrupted by cosmic warfare began to restore themselves according to patterns that served life rather than serving abstract political requirements. The environmental recovery demonstrated how consciousness could flourish when freed from oppressive constraints. The psychological transformation that accompanied physical healing was equally significant, as beings throughout creation began to explore possibilities for existence that had been impossible under previous cosmic arrangements. The liberation from fear-based governance created space for growth and development that honored individual agency while also serving collective welfare. Atreus's role in establishing new cosmic arrangements reflected his evolution from child struggling with divine heritage to young leader whose understanding of responsibility had been shaped by experience rather than inherited assumptions. His approach to power emphasized service rather than authority, creating precedents that could influence future divine behavior. The relationships that developed between former enemies demonstrated how conscious choice could transcend historical grievances to create cooperation that served purposes larger than individual interests. These partnerships suggested possibilities for cosmic community that honored diversity while also achieving unity of purpose around shared values. The recognition that their choices had indeed broken cycles of violence that had characterized divine politics throughout cosmic history provided validation for approaches that emphasized wisdom over force, while also creating responsibilities for maintaining patterns that could serve consciousness throughout future developments. The understanding that emerged from their successful transformation of cosmic governance was that individual consciousness could indeed influence universal patterns when properly motivated and skillfully applied, yet such influence carried obligations that extended far beyond immediate concerns to encompass welfare of existence itself throughout whatever forms it might take in ages yet to come. The peace that settled over the 9 realms following their victory was not simple absence of conflict, but rather presence of cooperation that created space for growth and development that had been impossible under previous arrangements. This positive peace demonstrated what consciousness could accomplish when freed from oppressive authority, while also guided by wisdom that honored both individual agency and collective responsibility. The legacy that their choices established would influence cosmic development throughout whatever reality emerged from Ragnarok's transformation, creating precedents for governance that emphasized service rather than domination, while also demonstrating how consciousness could evolve beyond patterns that had previously seemed inevitable. Their success provided proof that cycles of violence could indeed be broken through wisdom, courage, and commitment to principles that honored life rather than simply advancing individual or factional interests. The aftermath of Ragnarok brought changes that extended far beyond the simple cessation of cosmic warfare to encompass fundamental transformation in how consciousness related to power, responsibility, and the possibilities for existence that had been hidden beneath centuries of hierarchical oppression. The 9 realms that emerged from universal transformation bore little resemblance to the rigid structures that had characterized Norse mythology throughout its previous development. Kratos found himself in the unprecedented position of having survived not 1 but 2 complete cosmic transformations, each of which had challenged everything he thought he understood about the nature of existence, while also providing opportunities for growth that had shaped him into someone capable of wisdom, rather than simply superior force. The man who stood in the ruins of Asgard bore only superficial resemblance to the desperate Spartan general who had first called upon divine power centuries ago. The relationship between father and son that had provided stability throughout their cosmic adventures was now evolving into something approaching partnership between equals whose different perspectives could complement each other, while also honoring their individual development as conscious beings with distinct purposes and capabilities. The protective dynamic that had characterized their early interactions was giving way to mutual respect that acknowledged both shared values and independent agency. Atreus's decision to embark on his own journey of discovery represented not rejection of family bonds, but rather natural progression toward autonomy that honored everything his parents had taught him, while also allowing for experiences that could only be gained through independent exploration of possibilities that the transformed reality now offered. His departure was celebration rather than loss, marking successful completion of parental responsibilities. The conversation that concluded their shared adventures was marked by recognition that their relationship had been transformed through experiences that had tested every aspect of their connection, while also demonstrating how love could adapt to changing circumstances without losing its essential character. They were no longer simply father and son, but rather allies whose cooperation could influence cosmic development throughout whatever challenges lay ahead. The magical techniques that Atreus had mastered during their journey together would serve him well during his independent exploration of transformed reality. Yet these capabilities were balanced by wisdom that emphasized service rather than domination, creating possibilities for leadership that could guide rather than control whatever consciousness he encountered during his travels. The territories that beckoned to him included not just the familiar 9 realms, but also dimensions that had been opened through Ragnarok's transformation, creating opportunities for discovery that could expand understanding of what existence meant when freed from constraints that had previously limited consciousness to predetermined patterns of development. Freya's role in the new cosmic order reflected her evolution from grief-driven pursuer of vengeance to wise counselor, whose understanding of magic and consciousness had been deepened through suffering that had been transformed into wisdom capable of serving life rather than simply expressing pain. Her contributions to post-Ragnarok healing demonstrated how even the deepest wounds could become sources of strength when properly integrated. Tyr's restoration to leadership that honored his true nature rather than political expedience provided example of how authentic authority could operate through service rather than domination, creating precedents for governance that emphasized wisdom and cooperation rather than simple accumulation of power. His approach to divine responsibility demonstrated alternatives to tyrannical rule that had characterized previous cosmic arrangements. The communities that began forming throughout the transformed realms reflected innovations in social organization that drew upon lessons learned during their resistance to Odin's tyranny, while also incorporating possibilities that had been opened through cosmic transformation. These settlements demonstrated how consciousness could organize itself around principles that served life rather than advancing hierarchical interests. The technologies that emerged from cooperative development combined magical knowledge with practical innovation in ways that created capabilities serving consciousness rather than concentrating power within exclusive groups. These tools reflected understanding that progress should benefit everyone rather than advancing only those fortunate enough to possess special capabilities or connections. The healing that continued throughout all realms was not simply restoration of previous conditions, but rather emergence of possibilities that had never existed under previous cosmic arrangements. The environmental recovery demonstrated how consciousness and natural systems could cooperate to create abundance that served life rather than simply maintaining bare survival. Kratos' own future stretched before him, with possibilities that he had never imagined during his centuries of conflict and struggle. Yet these opportunities were balanced by recognition that wisdom gained through suffering carried obligations toward consciousness that extended far beyond personal satisfaction or individual achievement. His role in whatever came next would be determined by choice rather than destiny. The prospect of exploring transformed reality alongside beings who had chosen cooperation over competition offered fulfillment that transcended anything his previous existence had provided. Yet this satisfaction was deepened by knowledge that such exploration would serve purposes larger than individual curiosity or personal growth. The understanding that their choices had indeed established precedents for how consciousness could relate to power and responsibility throughout cosmic development provided validation for approaches that had often seemed naive or impractical when measured against conventional wisdom about divine politics and authority. The peace that Kratos had discovered within himself was not simple absence of conflict, but rather presence of purpose that aligned personal development with service to consciousness throughout whatever forms it might take during future cosmic evolution. This inner stability provided foundation for engagement with challenges that would test everything he had learned about wisdom, strength, and the meaning of existence. The recognition that his story was not ending, but rather entering new phases that could serve life rather than simply perpetuating patterns of destruction, created anticipation for developments that honored both individual growth and collective welfare throughout whatever reality consciousness might create through cooperative effort. The legacy that would follow from their successful transformation of cosmic governance extended far beyond immediate outcomes to encompass precedents that could influence how authority would be exercised throughout future development. Their choices had demonstrated that cycles of violence could indeed be broken through wisdom, creating hope for consciousness throughout creation. The bonds that connected him to family, friends, and allies would continue regardless of physical proximity, as their shared experiences had created understanding that transcended normal limitations of space and time, while also providing foundation for cooperation that could influence cosmic development throughout whatever challenges lay ahead. The new beginning that stretched before all participants in cosmic transformation was simultaneously ending and commencement, marking completion of one phase of development while also opening possibilities that had never existed under previous arrangements. Their success provided proof that consciousness could indeed evolve beyond patterns that had previously seemed inevitable, creating hope for existence throughout whatever forms it might take during ages yet to come. The final understanding that emerged from their complete journey was that individual consciousness could indeed influence universal patterns when properly motivated and skillfully applied. Yet such influence carried obligations that extended far beyond immediate concerns to encompass welfare of existence itself throughout whatever developments might emerge from continued growth and exploration of possibilities that honored life rather than simply advancing narrow interests. And so ends the extraordinary saga of Kratos, a journey that spans millennia and encompasses the rise and fall of entire cosmic orders, yet ultimately tells the most fundamental story of all: how consciousness can transform itself through choice, wisdom, and the courage to break cycles that seem inevitable, but are actually maintained through habitual responses to challenge and opportunity. From the blood-soaked battlefields of ancient Sparta to the mystical realms of Norse mythology, we have witnessed a transformation that defies every assumption about the nature of divine power and personal destiny. The desperate general who once called upon Ares for strength evolved through suffering and wisdom into someone capable of choosing mercy over vengeance, demonstrating that even the deepest patterns of violence can be transcended through conscious commitment to principles that serve life rather than simply advancing individual interests. The man who destroyed Olympus through righteous rage later helped heal the 9 realms through cooperation and restraint, proving that power's ultimate purpose is not domination but service to consciousness in all its forms. His evolution from monster to mentor, from destroyer to protector, from isolated warrior to loving father, represents possibilities for growth that exist within every being willing to examine their deepest assumptions about strength, authority, and the meaning of existence itself. The relationship between Kratos and Atreus provided the emotional foundation that made this transformation possible, demonstrating how love can guide power toward wisdom, while also showing how authentic connection between consciousness transcends simple family bonds to encompass responsibility for the welfare of existence throughout all its manifestations. Their partnership proved that different generations can learn from each other when relationships are based on mutual respect rather than simple authority. The enemies who became allies throughout their Norse adventures illustrated how consciousness can transcend historical grievances to create cooperation that serves purposes larger than individual satisfaction or factional victory. Freya's journey from vengeful mother to wise counselor paralleled Kratos' own development, while also demonstrating how grief can be transformed into wisdom when properly integrated rather than simply endured. The cosmic significance of their choices extended far beyond personal development to encompass fundamental questions about how existence itself should be organized throughout creation. Their success in breaking cycles of divine tyranny established precedents that could influence consciousness throughout whatever realities emerge from continued cosmic evolution, proving that individual actions can indeed affect universal patterns when motivated by wisdom and courage. The mythologies they transformed were not simply stories, but rather living systems that shaped how consciousness related to power, responsibility, and the possibilities for cooperative existence. Their intervention in both Greek and Norse cosmic orders demonstrated how even the most ancient patterns could be changed through persistent application of principles that honored life rather than simply maintaining traditional arrangements. The weapons they wielded evolved from instruments of destruction to tools of protection and healing, reflecting their own development from beings driven by rage and desperation to entities capable of wisdom and restraint. The blades of chaos that once symbolized divine manipulation were transformed through conscious choice into implements that served consciousness rather than simply advancing personal vengeance. The prophecies they encountered throughout their journey proved to be warnings rather than inevitable destinies, demonstrating how knowledge of potential futures could be used to influence actual outcomes toward results that served consciousness rather than simply fulfilling mythological requirements. Their ability to change fate itself provided hope that consciousness could indeed transcend limitations that seemed absolutely fixed. The realms they traversed were not just physical locations, but states of consciousness that reflected different approaches to existence, power, and relationship. Their journey through these various dimensions provided education about possibilities that existed beyond conventional understanding, while also demonstrating how consciousness could adapt to circumstances that challenged every assumption about survival and growth. The magic they learned and taught emphasized cooperation rather than domination, creating capabilities that emerged through partnership rather than individual accumulation of power. These techniques demonstrated how consciousness could operate through principles that honored diversity while also achieving unity of purpose around shared values that served life throughout all its forms. The healing that followed their successful transformation of cosmic arrangements was not simply restoration of previous conditions, but rather emergence of possibilities that had never existed under earlier systems of governance and authority. Their success created space for consciousness to explore potentials that had been suppressed by hierarchical arrangements that concentrated power within exclusive groups. The peace they ultimately achieved was not simple absence of conflict, but presence of purpose that aligned individual development with service to existence throughout whatever forms it might take during continued cosmic evolution. This positive peace provided foundation for engagement with challenges that honored both personal growth and collective welfare. The legacy that flows from their complete journey extends far beyond immediate outcomes to encompass precedents that could influence how consciousness relates to power, responsibility, and possibility throughout future development. Their demonstration that cycles of violence could be broken through wisdom provides hope for existence throughout creation. The love that sustained them through cosmic challenges proved to be the most powerful force in existence, capable of transforming even divine authority into service that honored consciousness rather than simply advancing factional interests. Their family bonds became model for relationships that could transcend traditional limitations while also providing stability during periods of universal transformation. As we drift toward peaceful sleep, we carry with us the understanding that consciousness itself is the ultimate frontier, offering possibilities for growth and development that transcend every limitation while also demanding wisdom, courage, and commitment to principles that serve life rather than simply advancing narrow interests. The story of Kratos reminds us that transformation is always possible, that love can guide power toward wisdom, and that individual choices can indeed influence universal patterns when properly motivated and skillfully applied. In the end, his journey from destruction to creation, from isolation to connection, from rage to wisdom, demonstrates the infinite potential that exists within consciousness when it chooses to serve life rather than death, cooperation rather than domination, and love rather than fear. May we all find within ourselves the courage to make similar choices when faced with our own cosmic challenges, however great or small they may appear to be. Rest well, knowing that consciousness continues to evolve, that wisdom can emerge from suffering, and that every choice we make contributes to patterns that could serve existence throughout whatever forms it may take during ages yet to come. The Ghost of Sparta has found peace, and in his transformation, we glimpse possibilities for our own growth beyond anything we might have previously imagined possible.